Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight is Rishu753. Also Random 11.
Hello. Happy early Canadian Thanksgiving.
Wow.
Technically, it's tomorrow.
Great.
Tomorrow's Columbus Day.
Tomorrow. Okay. All right. Let's jump right in. I am a little bit late tonight. Very late tonight. So let's not take any more time.
Let's talk like you're not here for the rest of the podcast. Let's go.
If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you can do so by going to patreon.com/OCA podcast. That is the place where you can fund us monthly. What the fuck is this? Get out of here. All right. Anyway, there's also the Anime Collector Patreon at patreon.com/Anime Collector. You will get charged whenever I produce content that is not podcast related, which is not looking like it's going to happen anytime soon. There is also OCApodcast.com/support, where you guys can donate directly to us. This is the way to donate to us where we receive the least amount of fees. You can also shop at different places, such as Tenga. Get yourself a Halloween nut. Oh, I'm sorry. The Halloween hunt. All right. I like my way better. Cool. All right. Jumping right in. We got some shit to talk about tonight, boys. First and foremost, the Kamala Harris campaign has streamed on World of Warcraft their rally. So they have gone to World of Warcraft. I butchered it, but I tried to change all what that said because it says it's going to happen tonight, and it's not happening tonight. Don't leave the stream to go see it. It already happened. They streamed. I love it. Wow. More like, wow, get off the computer and go vote. Or as Niche Gamer put it, according to Wired, tonight's Tim Waltz rally will be hosted by World of Warcraft streamer Preheat, who will also be commentating, playing WoW, and encouraging viewers to vote. This isn't the first time the Democratic Party has attempted to court gamers. Last election cycle, Biden and Harris campaigned on Animal Crossing New Horizons, and who can forget the cringeworthy Pokemon Go to the polls?
Oh, no.
While Wired originally reported that the rally would be streamed at 6:30 Eastern, at the time of writing, 7:38 Eastern, Preheat is playing World of Warcraft without any engagement from the Harris Waltz campaign. Preheat has confirmed on stream that the rally has been delayed twice this evening. So, yikes. Making gamers wait? Nah. All right. Now, somebody was apparently so triggered by this that they had to say, you know what? I'm going to stream a Trump rally in WoW then. And so if that didn't ruin WoW for any of the people playing WoW, this definitely will. Blizzard offers minimal recovery to World of Warcraft players whose guild banks were emptied by a recent update. Rip. So after a recent update resulted in a number of guild banks having their inventories completely emptied, unlucky players are finding themselves left out to dry by Blizzard's recovery efforts. The number of items missing ranged from half the bank to its entirety. Those banks can hold up to 784 item slots, along with money and the efforts of players over several years. To make matters worse, as in-game logs didn't record any items being taken out, players who weren't making their own records of what was in the bank were left struggling to remember exactly what was missing. This, in turn, could have made the submissions of damage claims to Blizzard Entertainment even harder, especially if that guild bank held something extremely hard to get. Some players lost 773 stacks of items, leaving just 11, while others showed surviving
Such
items.
a random number.
Yeah. While others showed surviving items remained in the exact same inventory slot in the guild bank, meaning that you could see something was missing. We lost Randy in our guild bank.
Yeah.
All right, Randy.
We brought him back.
Okay. Thanks, Blizzard. So anyway,
I'm back.
So you could see that something had been removed because the spot where it used to be is now left empty instead of like consolidating back.
Yeah.
One player only recovered their decorative Halloween jack-o'-lanterns, while another claimed to have lost everything, showing only their logs to prove what they had. This prompted others to wonder why Blizzard couldn't use those logs as evidence of what was missing. The obvious answer is you can fake logs, right? You could just, here's a piece of paper that says I had 10,000 of rarest item in the game, you know?
Right.
One player shared how they had lost all their items from 13 years of playing World of Warcraft. I once did an anime collector tip where I described that if I ever lost everything in a fire, I would cease to be a collector. I would not try to start over, right? That's this person, a 13-year veteran, paying monthly to Blizzard to play this fucking game. And all of a sudden, like, sorry, shit out of luck, can't help you. Lamenting, support said that there is nothing they can do about it aside from making noise. Please don't forget they wiped many guilds out. And worst of all, for some, the result of this glitch ended up ruining some of their most treasured memories. One player noted that many of the pets and books his guild had gathered were from a rogue player who was no longer playing World of Warcraft, and that those items not only held emotional value, but that some were also no longer obtainable in the game. Another user recited what could be the most heartbreaking story of all regarding their friend, a 72-year-old player who collected rare mounts, pets, and toys to give to new players in her guild, either for free or via competition. So yeah, it just kind of really sucks, huh? One player also noted that the value of items lost could be tracked to real-world value. Out of all people hit by this, some definitely spent money on token gold, which is purchasable for $15 in USD, or of cash or in-game gold, right? These tokens can be redeemed for 30 days game time, with extra tokens able to be traded and sold between players and stored in the bank. Now we may have people who spent upwards of $100 on tokens being now without the gold that they paid money for. A mere, sorry, here you get 3 rune silk won't cut it. There are most likely people who have paid for something that they have lost due to Blizzard's error. People are paying monthly for this game. I believe they are entitled to a product that isn't eating their money tokens, and just for Blizz to say, thanks for the money, okay, bye. Another person came to the same scathing conclusion, writing, quote, as a consumer, allowing Blizzard a whoopsie with no method of compensation for these losses is insanity. With the introduction of the World of Warcraft tokens and its continued support, Blizzard's unequivocal stance on their own virtual economy is real money equals gold and gold equals real money. Incomplete restoration should not exist in the vocabulary of anyone representing Blizzard on issues like these. Would you accept your bank to whoopsie your savings account, replace it with a fraction of what you had, and have the end all be called an incomplete restoration? You are insane to allow Blizzard to have this both ways. If their data is worth real money, then by their definition, their data loss should be their monetary loss. What do you think?
That's really shitty.
That fucking sucks.
If you had a full guild bank from playing the game for 13 plus years and it all got wiped out, would you spend another second playing the game?
No.
Hell no, right?
So something very similar happened to me. Well, sort of. I used to play Pokemon TCG online.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I told this story on podcast before, but anyway, I stopped playing for a while and I came back to it and I'm like, okay, I'm going to get back into it. All my cards were gone. Someone had hacked into my account and traded away all my cards. Well, all my good cards anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And so I messaged them and I said, like, I can see the trade. I know exactly who took it. Like, can I need my cards back. Like, I don't know, fix this. They were like, no, we can't do anything. Here's 20 packs of trade locked packs. So the way it worked in Pokemon TCG online was if you wanted a specific card, you could trade for it. But most people didn't want to trade for, like, you know, a Mewtwo for a Mew or whatever. What they would do is they would use unopened pack as a currency. So you would see trades for, like, okay, here's a really rare card, a Mew or whatever that everyone wants. It's worth 20 packs, okay, for a single card. And the way the pack thing worked is if you bought a real world pack, you would get a code in the pack or a digital pack. Now, not everyone played the game, so often you could buy online like code cards for like 50 cents a pop. But still, you're spending real world money on these cards to get the digital packs, and then you're spending those digital packs, you're trading them in game for the cards that you want. And so their compensation was 20 trade lock packs. So you couldn't even trade them to get like what you wanted anymore. So you couldn't even attempt to try and get back what you lost. And they refused to do anything about the fact that their account got hacked, like their system got hacked. And then I stopped playing. It's like, well, okay, well, I'm not putting another dime into this now that you've like.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck that.
No way in hell would I invest more time. You know, and this is kind of the thing. Like, growing up, I always like swore to myself I would never live where there's tornadoes. You know, just because I had seen the destruction before on TV, and I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking start over. You know what I mean? Like, goddamn. Like, as far as I was concerned, the only reason that suicide made sense was, well, fuck, I don't want to start over. You know, like I'm done. I should have died with everything that I've worked my entire goddamn life to build. You know. Yeah, no, that sucks. Sorry, I'm trying to. I am currently trying to find the goddamn StreamYard one. There it is. Okay. Yeah. So are you guys ready for pickups? I'm just last minute things I'm doing.
I suppose.
Sorry. Why are you sad? What have I done? Mirage says, apologies that I couldn't find too many weird news. Oh, don't even worry about it. Fuck, man. I am so thrilled. Randy and I eviscerated the doc, like the tabs that were open, to the point now where there are more tabs sitting in the old doc container, which is like stuff I need to go back and update the old docs to have stuff we talked about on stream that wasn't in the original doc, like planned to be put in. There's more stuff in there than the rest of the stuff combined, right? Like, so I'm like thrilled about that. Anyway, QTT says, gasp. Oh, actually, yeah, we're going to have to pick up a, I didn't put anything in Misk News beyond the, okay. Yeah, well, we'll see how we feel. All right. Look, I'm going out of town this weekend and probably also next weekend. So shows are going to become shit. Like, it's going to be really fucking hard to do this. So I'm like, that's why we're having this now, despite not quite fully being ready yet. Anyway, AC is saying that people can choose not to live in disaster zones, and the disasters are a trade-off for cheaper real estate. Is AC saying that people can choose not to live in disaster zones, and disasters are a trade-off? But see, are they cheaper? Think about it though. Are they actually cheaper? Because you have to pay tornado insurance and shit, right? Like, so I don't know that they necessarily are.
We don't pay tornado insurance.
You don't? You have tornadoes in Iowa? I'm never gonna come visit you now. Fuck that.
I thought you wanted to work at Right Stuff.
Fuck that. Reese, did you especially now that it's Crunchyroll, did you just get an eBay notification?
An eBay notification?
Yeah. I asked because the second, whatever that noise was that just came through for like a computer update noise, my phone buzzed with an eBay update. Anyway, all right, cool. So let's do pickups. Let me start. Sorry, I have not showered in a few days. It's been that much of a shit show. I got Silent Hill 2 remake. For anybody who's been watching on Twitch, you already knew this. We're going to talk about this tonight. How do I feel about this? Well, let me start by showing what the disc art is meant to look like according to the European release. Oh, fuck. It's in the overlays. I'm sorry. This is what it looks like in the UK release or whatever, right? There was a hole here. It's gone now. Yeah.
But it's right there.
Here's what I got.
Oh, that sucks.
I have James in the cuck closet. Yeah, that's how I feel about the game. Okay, we'll talk about it more tonight. Now, in addition to this, at the recommendation of Fal, I did pick up Alan Wake. I am not looking forward to Alan Wake 2. In addition, I picked up Snow White. I've been collecting these. It is an anime. It's released 2 episodes at a time at the dollar store. None of these have cost me $1. They have all been at least $25. Very expensive collection. And then Reese, wouldn't you know, it just came right before the show started. The steelbook for the live action Street Fighter. Now, I have a little present for you guys in the future in that I have learned that there is a Chinese live action Street Fighter.
Oh, no.
And I have acquired it. It's in the mail. It'll be here. Oh, but it looks fucking funny. Like, it looks really fucking funny. So anyway, those are my pickups. Do you guys have anything you want to share before I go into Discord?
No.
That was a dumb question. Of course you don't. Let's go into Discord.
Well, actually, it's not in Discord because it's digital, but I did pick up Dragon Ball Z Shining, whatever.
Sparkling Zero?
Sparkling Zero.
Ooh.
Jesus Christ, that game is hard. Also, the cutscenes in the episode, like the campaign, are slideshows, essentially. Yeah.
Is
So that's
Colleen
kinda bullshit.
Clinkenbeard voicing Gohan?
Yes.
Throw it away. Right into the trash.
I was and also it was very off-putting because the menus in the game.
Mirage says Dragon Ball Sparkling Cranberry Sprite Edition.
Nice. The menus in the game are very awkward. I don't know why they decided to make this like mechanic where you zip between different areas of like Dragon Ball-ness. So like the main menu is you standing beside Beerus, but then the shop menu, Goku like teleports to Kami House. And then like another menu is like Goku somewhere else. So every time you switch through the menus, you have to wait for this like zipping.
For this animation of him like
yeah.
like,
well, not so much the instant translocation thing, but like just like zipping everywhere, right?
Transmission.
And like all the menus have to like load in and it's like, why did you do this? And then all of the confirmations are like hold the button. So you have to like hold A for like 3 seconds to say yes, or hold B for 3 seconds to go back.
When I was a kid,
which, super frustrating.
When I was a kid, I bought Dragon Ball Tenkaichi, Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3. And I have also had Dragon Ball GT Final Bout, but I got that one as like a hipster, like I own this kind of thing. And I never really played that one. I played ROMs of the Hyperdimension one with the fucking insane graphics for sprite art. But the first like real I'm buying games, I'm gonna play a game for Dragon Ball was Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3 or whatever it is, or Tenkaichi Budokai, whatever the fuck it is. And I just I beat the full game, right? And I thought to myself, I do not need to play Budokai Tenkaichi 2 or 1 or however many future ones ever come out, because fuck this. Like, just full on fuck this. Like, wow. And I've just decided I don't like fighting games like that, at all. Yeah. It's one thing if I get to play as Goku or something in like a third person perspective, running around doing shit. But holy fuck, when your entire game is now fight this guy, and then here's a cutscene between this, and then now fight this guy. It's like, dear God, I hate that shit. That was fun.
I didn't like Budokai Tenkaichi 3 so much, although I didn't really play it all that much. But I really enjoyed Budokai Tenkaichi 2. We got it for the Wii, and on the Wii they had the motion controls. So for like doing the Spirit Bomb, you had to like put the Wiimote up and do the Spirit Bomb, and for the Kamehameha, you have to do the hand motion and push forward. Man, that game was great. I love that game. And like me and my brother were like really good at it. And when we were fighting each other, and we were doing like in the fights, when you attack someone, you can like teleport out of the attack, right, to evade the attack. We were doing that where it was like just chaining like teleports and not hitting each other, And then there's this mechanic where if you both start like the attack at the same time, you can get into this battle where you have to like mash the button. And we got into that like just after the teleporting thing, we got into this like mashy thing, and then we both backed off and did like a Kamehameha or whatever. And when two people do the Kamehameha, like the mega beam things at the same time, they hit each other at the same time, you have to like rotate the thumbstick to like battle between who has the stronger beam.
Mario Party.
Yeah. And so we went from this like back and forth, like teleporting, can't hit each other, to like mashing to battle each other, like and then to the beam thing, and like it was. I wish I could have recorded it. It was like the most fun I've ever had in a fighting game. I wish I could recreate that, but unfortunately, while I think it has potential to be good at just like fun fighting game if you're fighting with your friends, I think the overall is a disappointment on my end for the new game.
This is what I think of when you talk about the teleportation thing. I think of this scene from Resident Evil Vendetta.
It's muted.
where they there's a scene at the end of Resident Evil Vendetta where they fight with guns. Right here. And it's just it is so silly. And then they're like shooting each other right here. Like this. This is what I'm thinking of when you're describing the Anyway, that's in my Resident Evil Vendetta video. Definitely watch it. It's a great video. Anyway. All right. So before we go into pickups here, I just want to showcase something about my my stuff with Silent Hill. Well, I need the screen share. Sorry. It is going to be in this brand, and it is going to be not an image of it. Okay. So yeah. So I was waiting for this game. It came out on my wife's birthday. I said, when pre-ordering your favorite game goes wrong, arriving today on release day by 10 p.m. Right? So I'm waiting for this fucker. Right now, this is 8:02, right? At 8:02 that night. Fucking finally, once it's less than 10 stops away or whatever, it shows up on the map.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, fucking finally, this is at 8:04. 6 stops away. It starts going the opposite direction from where I am. Right? 8:14. I can literally hear the truck quacking in the next cul-de-sac. You know how like Amazon goes like quack, quack, quack when it backs up? One stop away. Like, get over here, you fuck. So it finally ends up in my hands. And wouldn't you fucking know it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
At least it didn't like accidentally skip your house and then go back to the warehouse.
Yeah. Which
I've
has
had that happen to me.
Yeah.
And the warehouse is like an hour away. Like I could literally see the truck down the street at my neighbor's house. I was in the next stop, and it just went right past me. Okay, or maybe he forgot. Maybe he'll come back later that night. I see it's already halfway down to Des Moines. I was like, what the fuck? Where are you?
I have.
And no, funny thing. But then I messaged them.
Yeah.
And then the fucker came back.
I've literally seen them start to leave my neighborhood, gotten in my car, and chased them. Like, all right. So let's get into pickups here. So Seb picked up Miyaruko-chan, which I love. His is O-chan. Super appropriate. Also, Oshinoko. Is that the Steelbook?
Yep.
Cool. Looks good. Foodnum picked up Naruto Shippuden Set 1 Blu-ray. Bobby Hill picked up Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040. Hey, we haven't watched that yet. You know why we didn't though is because Nene's not in it. Best girl from the original, not even reconstructed in it. Anyway. You said getting ready for the Bubblegum Crisis and Bubblegum Crash Blu-ray. What do you mean getting ready? Yeah, the pre-orders. Reese, you picked up Assassin's Creed the Ezio collection.
I picked up the Ezio collection and Interstellar on 4K during the Prime sale. So I got both of those like really cheap. And I'm surprised that Interstellar still had the slipcover on it.
Nice.
And also
I've never seen Interstellar. Let's watch Club it sometime.
And then I also picked up Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead Season 1.
Nice. I tried to see that at Anime Expo and got cut. Also, this girl kind of reminds me of the girl from Don.
Not really.
Design-wise.
I know.
From a distance, it does.
Yeah. Nuxie says Interstellar, and then a very erotic face. Nice. You should have said that to O-chan. Yeah. Mirage picked up Evil West, a very fun game. It feels like a spiritual successor to the PS2 game Dark Watch. Dark Watch was an old Capcom IP from 2005 that sadly never got a sequel. Yeah. All right, what's the next podcast? OCA Podcast 279. All right, let's jump past pickups. All right, let's talk about the sadness. I got sad news for everybody. Are you ready for sad news?
Ready.
Oh, wrong one. Hold on. That's the wrong one. That's the gaming one. Move that over here. All right. Dragon Ball Z narrator, voice actor, Doc Harris has died. Mourn is so sad. And then I thought to myself, I don't have any room to mourn because I am pretty sure I already mourned this. So I went back through a couple podcasts and found this one. Oh, Dragon Ball's iconic English narrator Bryce Armstrong passed away. Oh, I mourned this so many moons ago. January of 2020. Right? So I had to figure it out. Apparently, this one that we already mourned was the Ocean Group dub. Right? No, wait. No, this is the Funimation one, right?
Yeah.
This is the Funimation one. We mourned the Funimation one. Doc Harris was the Ocean Group one. But you wouldn't know
Doc Harris
that.
the one with the iconic next time on Dragon Ball Z.
I think that's the Bryce Armstrong one.
No. Doc Harris is the original Dragon Ball Z. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Okay. Bryce Armstrong did Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z.
So regardless, this is the one, two more. Okay.
Regardless, he was, and I find this so funny. Doc Harris in Dragon Ball Z was alerting Monk for the Vancouver dub of episode 133, or pardon, 199. Angry Driver for the Vancouver dub, episode 111, right? Arlean, Royal Guard B, Vancouver dub, Clamoring, Civilian, Vancouver dub, Hercule, City Mayor, Vancouver dub. Narrator, the thing that they are talking about, him dying, oh, it's so sad. Seasons 1 and 2, Westwood dub. What even is that? Nicky
I don't know what that is, but he was the Ocean dub.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just find it funny. So he is the dub for the narrator of the movies, the Ocean Group movie dubs of Dead Zone, World's Strongest, and it's not listed here, but I'm pretty sure he also did Tree of Might. And I just thought it was funny. All right. Anyway, he's dead. You know who's not dead? Masako Nozawa. And you know what? Now she'll never die because the voices of Masako Nozawa and others are going to be converted into multilingual AI voices. Damn, son. Or their Nene is the blonde girl on the cover. No. Nene has pink hair and she's bubbly and wonderful. That bitch ain't Nene. That is Nene and Nene name only.
Nene.
Was Assassin's Creed a code in the box? Uh-oh. Reese?
I already answered it. Next comment.
The collection has Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood and Revelations 2. Okay. All right. The Seiyu agency Aoni Production and Co-Font have announced that they have signed a partnership to develop a global strategy using AI voice technology, bringing in 10 voice actors from Aoni Productions, including Masako Nozawa and Banjo Ginga, who have had their voice data recorded in Japanese and converted into AI voices in multiple languages, including English and Chinese. Co-Font's AI voice technology will essentially translate the voice data of the Aoni production voice actors into multiple languages for voice assistant services such as Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant, as well as robots and voice navigation products like medical devices. This goal is to further spread the use of voice recognition technology in the global market and social welfare to allow more users to use their services with the AI voices of familiar voice actors like Masako Nozawa. Who the fuck is going to use an AI voice to hear a familiar voice actor speaking a different language than they are familiar with? That is the stupidest fucking bullshit.
I was getting my hopes up that she would replace Sean Shamel in the dubs.
Oh, fuck no. If anything, although I dislike Sean Schemmel as a person, if anything, I think it'd be funny if Sean Schemmel starts voicing the Japanese Goku.
They go on to later say that they're not using it for any acting.
Yeah, they also set up here that the data is recorded in Japanese and converted to AI voices in multiple languages. One of those languages might be Japanese. I don't know. With generative AI recently making waves in the voicing field, companies are working on training AI to deal with voice actors who have unique characteristics. Is that a nice way of saying activist assholes on Twitter? Because I would use AI to deal with that unique characteristic. of them losing me money.
Do you think it would have a Japanese accent?
That'd be funny. I don't think so, but it would be really funny if it did. The reason that you have a Japanese accent is because you pronounce things with the training that you would have for how to speak Japanese, right? So like the letter A, which we would say is A, or, there's different ways to say it. In Japanese, A is A. Anime, right? Karate, right? So, your accent comes from locking your phonetics into the codex of the language you originally use, right? And that's why you end up
L's like an R.
Yeah, so that's where that comes from. I don't know that it would necessarily translate over that way, because the letter E in Japanese is pronounced A, right? So because of that, they have voice sample data for pronouncing words with A, right? As like the letter A, right? And so I don't know. I don't know that it would. It might sound a little wonky, but it probably won't sound like that the way they would speak with an accent. Anyway, with generative AI recently making waves in the voice acting field, companies are working on training AI to deal with voice actors who have unique characteristics. However, with there being cases in Japan and overseas where the voices of voice actors have been used to train AI illegally, so there has been an urgency to implement rules. Aoni Production, a representative of the voice acting industry in Cofont, which provides AI voice platform services, agreed that rather than focusing on the threat of AI, it is necessary to take the first step to enhance the voice potential of people with attractive voices while adequately protecting the rights of performers, and thus began collaborating. Attractive voices, huh? I don't know that I would describe Masako Nozawa as having an attractive voice. Both companies emphasize that they will not provide services related to acting, such as animation and dubbing foreign language films. They will create multiple AI voices and properly separate AI voice technology and voice actors. Sounds like a grift, but whatever. The first step for companies' collaboration is global expansion. The companies hope that that the knowledge and experience gained through the collaborative effort will contribute to building the relationships between AI voice technology and the performers in Japan and overseas. Huh. How will the anti-AI cope with this news? Well, I don't know. Sounds like all around your comment are anti-AI things from Luigi you could read. How can it be illegal if they still have not established rules? That was a little weird. Okay. I don't know. I don't think it's legal or illegal. I think people are just stupid and butthurt. Anyway, do you guys have anything you want to say about that?
Nope.
Cool, because I want to move on and go ahead.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let's make up for lost time here. All right. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Evolution, Mutation, and Reboot is the documentary that we've been sitting on. It's got 16 hours left. So next podcast will be the last time we cover it. If you guys wanted to back it, it has already met its goal and so much more. So it is probably pretty likely that you're going to see it fulfilled. In addition, Forge of the Fae has 10 days to go. And this is the Breath of Fire spiritual successor with DEI black guy instead of like a monster character. I hope it's good. It just doesn't seem like it is captivating the full experience you could get from a Breath of Fire successor. Because kind of part of the point of Breath of Fire is that you goddamn turn into a fucking dragon. Right. So anyway, also Maple Forest as well. 16 days left to go on this. If you guys are interested, we covered it last podcast. There are a couple stretch goals. New weapon has been unlocked. The Lance. Fox's house got upgrades. Old Heroes Bestiary. Take to the Sea. I guess they're going to have like the ability to sail now. And then we're going to have Monster Ranching if we can get to 80,000. So, which we did. Cool. We got Monster Ranching. Awesome. All right, moving on. Let's talk about Goku in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, which is coming up, obviously. They have a new balloon here, as you can see. So Goku is no longer Super Saiyan Blue for this parade, and he is now currently shaded, it looks like. Not sure how I feel about it. Feels a little weird. I hope he doesn't get his ding dong stuck on a street light like Luffy's hat that one year.
I thought he got stuck on a tree.
Whatever the fuck it was. Nice.
Yes.
In other news, Shanghai Disneyland Winnie the Pooh assault, quite ironic. Let me share this with you. So we've previously covered Xi Jinping, dictator for life of the country of China, does not like Winnie the Pooh because he feels very insecure about the fact that he looks fucking exactly like him.
And Winnie the Pooh is still sexier.
So sexy. So sexy. There we go. All right.
You just wanted to do that, eh?
Yeah, I just needed to move that. I don't know. Anyway, Shanghai Disneyland Winnie the Pooh assault, quite ironic. So a Winnie the Pooh meet and greet at Shanghai Disneyland in China turned violent when a man slapped the head of the costume and the poor worker inside, practically inviting more Winnie the Pooh jokes in relation to the Chinese government. Now, I got to ask you, would Xi Jinping approve? Because if Xi Jinping is upset, it's because he thinks that guy was hitting Winnie the Pooh almost like he was hitting the great leader of China. But you could also argue that by hitting Winnie the Pooh, who's effectively banned in China, what you're actually doing is showing honor to Xi Jinping by smacking the mockery of him, right? Do you think he's going to get a merit badge in China, or do you think he's going to get thrown in the gulag?
The gulag.
The gulag. So the incident was captured and uploaded on September 23rd, with Pooh Bear being shown raised up by other workers in order to rest backstage away from the crowd. The Weibo post condemned the person in the video of their actions, though it wasn't mentioned whether the employee inside was injured, especially considering the weight of the mascot's head. Let's see Pooh get assaulted.
Oh, he's down. He's down.
You know, I think you forget this happened in China, right? This is the land of martial arts where you hit somebody's pressure point and they explode.
Oh, yes.
So
yes,
that's clearly what happened with this little tiny... Oh, I guess I have to go all the way to the beginning. That right there, head exploded, right? Done. Fucking done in there. As expected, the Twitter post for this incident went viral, inviting comparisons and jokes like how the visitor was hitting President Xi Jinping, whose visage was once compared to Pooh, many times, leading to a nationwide search term ban on the poor bear. Any thoughts?
What's the other guy's name? Piggy?
Piglet?
Piglet? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Was Pig I like how Piglet turned around and was like, "Oh no, I must help you.
Yeah.
My fallen Pooh brother."
Fallen Pooh brother.
My fallen Pooh. All right. We're making good time. In our rush, we're going to end up finishing the podcast in like 2 hours max.
Which is always a good thing.
Which is
I have to be up in the morning for an endocrine appointment. So yeah.
Real says Folie. AC is discovering the censorship paradox. What about Winnie the Pooh? Yeah.
What did you say, Randy? Really?
I said on Columbus Day.
Yeah.
All right.
Hospitals don't close on Columbus Day, Randy.
I guess.
Like government office.
Here they are.
I think he's saying like you're not celebrating the massacre of the indigenous. All right. So
I'll celebrate Leif Erikson Day.
Yeah. I celebrate. What would you say you're getting your prostate examined? Yeah.
An endocrinology checkup.
All right. So the live-action Shinobi movie has Sega teaming up with Universal. Sam Hargrave is going to direct with Ken Kobayashi on the screenplay. Sega and Paramount hit it big with the Sonic the Hedgehog movie series, and now the game company is teaming up with the Universal to bring another classic game to the screen. This time, the series in question is Shinobi, and the partnership is with Universal, not Paramount, which has a live-action film in the works. Okay, so they say live action, it's going to be live action, right? Niche Gamer had this to say. Shinobi movie announced by Sega and Universal Pictures. Details on the new Shinobi movie are scant, and it isn't clear if the new film will be animated or live action, as Universal handled both with the animated Super Mario Brothers movie and the live action Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Who knows? I think it's more likely going to be live action, because why the fuck would you animate this?
Or they'll pull a like Disney, or well, I guess Ninja Turtles also did it, where it's all CG, but they still call it live action.
Yeah, like Lion King.
Yeah,
and the Michael Bay Ninja Turtle, is that who did that?
No, there was it was before the Michael Bay Ninja Turtles. There was one that they were like, oh yeah, it's live action. It's like, this is CG. What are you talking about?
I was pretty sure that was the Michael Bay one.
No, there was one before, because the Michael Bay one is a proper live action Ninja Turtle. Like,
that's the one that has Megan Fox, right, as April O'Neil.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen the one you're talking about then.
They are animated in that one, but they are in
actually, I haven't seen any of them. They
were mocap.
Yeah, but there was an earlier one. I forget. I think it was 2012-ish, maybe earlier. Anyway, and they were saying like, oh yeah, it's live action. It's like 100% CG, but they called it live action for whatever reason.
Nuxie says should have went with Streets of Rage over Shinobi. Just saying. All right. Moving past this, Amazon MGM Studios taps Henry Cavill to lead live-action Voltron film adaptation from Red Notice director. So that's interesting. I haven't really, I haven't watched Voltron, and I never even bought
the pilot for the Black Lion.
I hope he just plays the combined suit. Funny, right?
With his face on there,
like it's literally just his.
No, it's his face, like on that one character in Ant-Man.
Yeah. So here's the problem, though. Voltron, again, I never ended up watching it or even buying it because the Media Blasters box sets have like the embossed faces, and I just never got around to finding out if it. I think it did. Maybe I might have actually bought it, to be honest. I think they might have had a release that didn't have the embossed face. I might have bought that. I just haven't watched it. It's been too long. It's been in my collection in the storage unit. But the thing about Voltron is that it recently had a Netflix, anime that got super gay and literally had people threatening creators. Yeah, had people threatening creators to if they didn't canonize a ship that like there were going to be problems, and they basically like threw those toxic fan community people a bone by turning it super gay. So I just hope that that's not what we're going to get with Henry Cavill. Right? I just
that
hope
was
that
only like the last season too. I'm not sure if they actually did canonize it, but all that crap was like the last season. It was a good show up until then.
I just think that there is a strong likelihood that because companies despise Henry Cavill because the wrong kind of fans like him, right? Just generally speaking, they dislike the hot nerd or whatever they refer to him as, right? Like they use it derisively, right? That because he actually cares about what's being produced and it's not just a cash grab and he's willing to leave a project for being garbage, right? I just feel like this could be a last minute, we're going to make it super gay on Henry backstab. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, it says, who doesn't love giant robots and classic mecha anime? Well, it seems that Amazon MGM Studios is ready to bring that love to the big screen, as the studio has secured Henry Cavill to star in the highly anticipated live-action adaptation of Voltron. Set to enter production this fall under the direction of Red Notice filmmaker Ross and Marshall Thurber, Voltron will ostensibly, like the cult favorite TV show from the 1980s, tell the story about 5 pilots who control robotic lions that combine to form the powerful mega robot Voltron. So, Mirage asked, have you seen the Japanese version of Voltron called Go Lion? No, I haven't bothered to watch it. I think I own that, though. Go in Japanese is 5, and lion is lion. So 5 lions, right?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Super goddamn
mind blown.
Yeah, I bet you didn't notice that.
Wow.
Right? Also, Nuxie said I might have already read this. Should have just went with Streets of Rage over Shinobi. Just saying, yeah. So I think the thing is that they pitched that article like, they had such success with Sonic, so they went with a property that almost nobody knows, right? Like Sonic is so well known and it's kid friendly and all that shit. You're not gonna make Shinobi and have people be like, "Oh, I gotta go see that favorite game series ever." You know, maybe Ninja Gaiden. You know what I mean? Like, but you aren't fucking doing Shinobi like that, or Strider even, right? Or whatever that Striker, whatever it's called, the one with the really long red scarf, like Shinobi.
If it can be a good ninja movie, I'll take it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there have been a lot of movies that should have been really good ninja movies, like Ninja Assassin, where you're just like, fuck, I am so tired of these fight scenes. They like that movie is an excuse for a fight scene, and then like whatever the easiest way to get from this fight scene to the next fight scene, that's going to happen right here for as few seconds as possible, and then we're back in another goddamn fight. It's like, fuck, can I just breathe for a minute? I'm going to leave and take a leak, like, during the movie. Don't pause it or anything, because holy fucking shit. And it just got to the point where they didn't mean anything, and you're bored, you know? Anyway.
Doing a live-action Shinobi is kind of like doing live-action Battleship, right?
Yes.
Where it's, like, a very loose... Like, there's no real story to like care about. So
that's kind of nice. You know, that's kind of nice for
they
the
want.
I hope you cover the new Tomb Raider anime, not tonight. No, trust me. Let me put it this way. I'm not covering it tonight because I would like to showcase precisely what you put in this comment here. And it's going to require a little bit of effort on my part. And I spent all of that effort prepping for Silent Hill discussion tonight. Anyway, though plot details for the upcoming live-action film remain under wraps, it is known that Thurber wrote the script in collaboration with Ellen Shanman, who wrote Sports Tips with Chip, whatever the fuck that is. Cavill won't be the only notable actor jumping into the world of Beast King Go Line in Kiko Kantai Dai Ruger XV, both of which were adapted and rebranded in the United States as Voltron, Defender of the Universe, and as Daniel Quintoye. No! Any relation to Ronald Latoye III? A rising star with an impressive background in West End theater. Oh, fuck. Is set to co-star. Other casting updates and plot developments are sure to follow, as the studio will likely want to build anticipation for the project as filming approaches completion. Amazon MGM bringing in the big guns. The Voltron movie will feature a team of producers including Todd Lieberman of Hidden Pictures, World Events Productions Bob Kopler, and David Haberman through his company Hobie Films. Thurber will also be producing the project. Who cares? Notably, this development seemingly signals the studio's willingness to sweeten the pot for Cavill, as the star is slated to also work in Amazon's upcoming Warhammer 40K adaptation, which is currently set to executive produce. Which he is currently set to executive produce. So here's the problem with this. Let me pull something up from off screen here.
in every adaptation I've seen of Voltron, the characters seem to be not old, and unfortunately for Cavill, he is kind
He's
of getting
getting
on
there.
the old side.
Yeah, for sure.
He might not even be a pilot at this point.
Well, that's why I think it'd be funniest if he is the robot. You know, he's gonna be the voice of the robot or something. Yeah. So I'm not holding my breath on the Warhammer thing, as rumor from that Park Place says Games Workshop and Amazon quote entirely content to let Henry Cavill's Warhammer 40K live action project die. Basically, in this article, they go on to say that there was like a 6-month. There's some number of months. I don't remember exactly what it is, but there's some number of months where they basically have 12 months. It says here, Games Workshop and Amazon are working together for a period of 12 months, ending in December 2024, this year, to agree to creative guidelines for the films and television series to be developed by Amazon. The agreement will only proceed if the creative guidelines are mutually agreed between Games Workshop and Amazon. So they're suggesting that it seems as though they aren't eager to reach an agreement because they kind of just want to let this die. Because again, and this is a theme we're going to be talking about tonight, they would rather lose money or forego a financial success in order to say fuck you to people they dislike, which are people like us, like the people, the production people, right? The companies funding everything.
Presumably it's one or the other. It's either Games Workshop or Amazon, right? If they both disagree, then they just say,
well, I'm suggesting that Games Workshop and Amazon have a history of producing things that are antagonistic to the fandom of that thing. So Amazon is producing the most expensive TV series and also most expensive failure in history, Rings of Power. And Warhammer is outright completely rewriting and then gaslighting fans of the 40K lore by adding female custodies and all of that nonsense, including, fuck it, might as well throw this in now because otherwise I'll never end up actually having a chance to get this off my plate if I don't just goddamn throw this fucking bitch in right now, including this nonsense with the female custody that they put in this advertisement. Fucking great job. You have one goddamn image of it? Really? Fuck me. Anyway, there's her beautiful face. Anyway, cool. So yeah, let's get back to Voltron now. So I'm just saying, and as I said, we're going to look at this a little bit more tonight, that companies seemingly are willing to spend money, fuck you money, right? To spend money to say fuck you to fans because they've grown at odds with them. To this end, his collaboration with the studio on 2 huge sci-fi projects sets him up to become one of the most influential figures in the genre today. The amount of copium going on in this article is too much. Hopefully, particularly in light of Amazon MGM's penchant for high caliber content, his time working on Voltron and Warhammer will be a far cry from his experience with Netflix's attempt at The Witcher, it won't, which has soured many fans, especially since his much talked about departure. Not only is Henry Cavill known for his role as Superman, but he has also become a meme of sorts. All over the internet, you'll see posts about his love of gaming, Warhammer, World of Warcraft, and comics. So Amazon tapping Cavill seems to signal that the studio is at least somewhat aware of his online status and how his involvement can bring positive attention to their attempt at adding to the Voltron franchise. Once again, I think it's quite the opposite. I feel like Amazon is going to cast him and then put him in some really dreadfully gay shit in order to fuck him over. The Amazon and Cavill, will Amazon and Cavill usher in a new era for Voltron? Doubt it. The upcoming Voltron movie marks the latest attempt to bring beloved anime franchises to a broader audience, with the most recent being Netflix's animated series Voltron Legendary Defender, which was patient zero for the current wave of teenagers bullying each other over shipping choices. Now, one has to wonder if Cavill's involvement truly signals that Amazon MGM is serious about delivering a legit Voltron experience. Either way, shooting is set to begin this fall. Like fucking right now. It's fall, right? Anyway, all right. Let's move past this. I've got more lovely, wonderful, goddamn, why can't it just end already news. Disney and Lucasfilm provide first official look at Star Wars' new transgender clone trooper. Huzzah! Roughly 2 years after the character was introduced to the galaxy far, far away, a newly released Star Wars encyclopedia has provided audiences with their first official look at the franchise's first ever transgender clone trooper. So let me get this straight. One of the Jango Fett clones decided he was a she. Is that what that means?
That's what that means.
That's what that means, right? Okay. All right. Just making sure I was following. Making their canon debut over 2 years ago in author E.K. Johnston's 2022 prequel era young adult novel, Queen's Hope. Very little background information has been provided about the clone trooper in question. Born of a Camino cloning facility and named Sister by her fellow clone troopers.
Everything is like nail on the head with them too. Like whenever we get all these like DEI woke shit, like
there's no subtlety to it, huh?
Yeah, it's always like the bottom of the barrel. Everything is nail on the head references. It's so dumb.
My biggest gripe with this, and the reason, like it's a losing battle. The original game has so much subtlety in it. And, there's stuff that is not outright stated, and it requires digesting the entirety of the game, playing it more than once, and piecing together the lore on your own as you're doing it and realizing what the symbolism means and all that stuff. I would not say that it was completely lost on Bloober Team, but subtlety is a lost art just in general. And I think that is something, again, we'll look at a little bit more later. So, born of a Camino cloning facility and named Sister by her fellow clone troopers, neither Johnston nor fellow Star Wars author Mike Chen, who penned the character's only other franchise appearance in his 2022 novel Brotherhood, have truly delved into the character's history, medical or otherwise. Oof. Truly, all that is known about Sister is that she served alongside Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Of course she did.
Oh, fucking goddamn it. Served alongside. So I'm sorry, I am not a Star Wars fan, but as far as I remember from the movies, the clones were not on the side of the Jedi.
Well, they were before they got turned to go with Order 66.
That happens fucking immediately.
But no, the clones are on their side for episode 2, and then Order 66 happens near the end of episode 3.
Yeah.
Is it really?
There's several years between.
Fuck, I thought that happened in episode 2.
No.
God. All right. So she served alongside Obi-Wan Kenobi. Do you think that he was just using Jedi mind tricks on her as a joke? You're gay. You're gay.
She was his DI hire.
Jedis are like a priest type situation where they're not supposed to go after a loved one or whatever. So maybe you are a female. You are a female.
Yikes. She served alongside Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Commander Cody in the Clone Wars. And that she once held some reservations about whether the Jedi would accept her transgender status. Oh. The Jedi are all about transcending things, Anakin tells her in A Queen's Hope. By the way, this is Anakin Skywalker, what is he, 9? That's this reads to me like the tweets that my daughter, my 4-year-old, said political statement about abortion, and I cried and cheered, or something like bullshit like that, right? That's the vibe I get.
Yeah, just to clarify though, Anakin at this point would be older. Later on they do mention Jake Lloyd, the actor, but they're talking
Hayden Christensen actor.
Yeah, they are talking. Yeah, so he would have
So he would have been Hayden Christensen age. At this time, you're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Anakin tells her in Queen's Hope, upon learning about her origin, quote, "I don't think we can complain if you've transcended gender." Wow.
Nail on the head again, just
no subtlety, right?
Yeah.
No subtlety. In fact, let me fucking pull something else in here. I just closed this tab. Let me. This is the world we live in right now, where entertainment is being written by people who are dumb as a box of rocks. Let me pull something up here.
I think they're literally hiring people based off of their fanfic stories on Tumblr and shit.
Sure seems that way. Let me see. No. Got it. All right, I saw this and it's been living rent free in my brain for a while here. Vegeta would not be homophobic. If Trunks ever came out to him, his reaction would just be, okay, and because I doubt the far reaches of space have stereotypical gender and sexuality norms. So to him, it'd be like telling him the sky is blue. While I have never understood the purpose of speculating about such goofy hypotheticals that stray so far from the intent of a series, there is absolutely no fucking way the last of Saiyan royalty would be happy at the thought of his bloodline's end.
Yeah.
Right? But it's seriously, it's just people are so fucking retarded that they actually have to come out here and say, yeah, you know what? My dad didn't accept me for being gay, but you know which dad would? Vegeta. My favorite character, Vegeta. He would be like, yeah, son, I love that you're gay. Fucking goddamn, these people have nothing going on in their brains at all.
Well, it's also that they want it to, they want to justify their own fanfic, right?
Yes. And this is the thing I keep talking about. I always say, certainly people who are writing Batman in recent, iterations are crazy weirdo freaks, right? But at least they have the decency when they've got their fucking weird horse fetish to not write into the story that after a long day fighting crime, Batman goes into the bat stable and gets railroaded by a bunch of horses, because at least they have enough shame to recognize how fucking degenerate they are, right? They don't try to normalize that yet. Just fucking wait. Eventually we are going to get to the point. In fact, let me just say that we're already goddamn there.
Yeah, I think we are seeing that. Maybe not with Batman, but with some other characters in the comic book industry.
I just love how effortlessly I'm accidentally bringing the opportunity to close yet even more tabs. Yeah, let me just show one more goddamn thing while we're on this topic. We have here, ahead of Marvel's live-action Fantastic Four film, Marvel Comics depicts Johnny Storm in a sexual relationship with demonic-looking alien bug. Yeah, we are fucking there, aren't we? Aren't we here? What is this writer doing in their spare time at home? Are they fucking spaghetti? Seriously. Look at this shit. Same goddamn... And they want to chastise you for not being satisfied with the bullshit they're writing. And this is it. This is the fucking shit they're writing. I just cannot goddamn believe it. Anyway, let's get back to Star Wars here. Not only does Sister currently have little more character than any of the millions of other clone troopers seen throughout the series, but it's also currently unclear just how she came into her transgender identity. To play devil's advocate, it seems like the eventual canon explanation would have to be based in a hiccup with the Kaminoan's cloning process, as otherwise it would imply that being transgender is simply a social choice, and that would open up an entire can of counter discourse that is unlikely Johnson would have considered. Upon her introduction within the pages of Johnson's novel, very little visual information was provided about Sister's physical appearance, with the only confirmed information being that she shared the same base attributes as her father, Jango Fett. To rectify the limitations of her medium, Johnson would commission artist Uzuri Art to provide an unofficial character portrait for Sister, therein depicting the clone trooper as having long braids and wearing a custom battle armor adorned with the colors of the transgender pride flag, which won't goddamn exist a long time ago in a galaxy goddamn far, far away, you fucking idiots. This unofficial appearance would later be canonized by Chen in Brotherhood. Dear fucking God. However, while this art of Sister simply existed as a personal piece of fan art, it was officially adopted as her official appearance in the newly released Star Wars: The Secrets of the Clone Troopers, an illustrated encyclopedia intended for kids, written from the perspective of Bad Batch's Captain Rex, per noted Star Wars news-oriented Twitter account Star Wars Holocron. This guidebook officially canonizes Sister's above appearance, transgender colored armor, and all.
A book for kids.
A book for kids.
Yep.
That's the fucking point of it. It's the point. The point is to target kids with it. That's the fucking point. An illustrated encyclopedia intended for kids, written by the person. I read that. Quote. When one of our kind expressed her gender identity differently than her fellow troopers, she featured she'd have
feared.
She feared.
Figured.
Yeah, she figured she'd have to hide who she truly was inside, says Rex in the guidebook. Fortunately, her brothers in the 7th Sky Corps gave her the name Sister as a constant reminder that she belonged.
Hold on, scroll up for a sec.
A little weird that we
Yeah. the typos in the official tweet. That's hilarious.
Well, it's not an official tweet. I think this is just a Star Wars fan account.
No,
Star Wars. It says per noted Star Wars news-oriented Twitter account Star Wars Holocron.
Rex's description of Sister in the book reads, it's a quote. Okay.
Yeah, but that could be a typo of the Twitter person. It doesn't necessarily say that in the book.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if it did.
Would be funny. Yeah.
I'm not buying the book to find out.
No, seriously. But this is the and everyone clapped moment. You know?
Yeah.
It is so cringe. And I just think it's funny. Like, the clone troopers are not the good guys. Right? Like, they don't serve the Jedi, even if they worked alongside them. They serve the fucking Emperor. Right? Yeah. Or whoever. Well, I guess that would be Count Dooku, right? Is he the one who initiates Order 66?
No, the Emperor, whatever his name is.
Palpatine.
Yeah.
So anyway, so obviously they're serving the villains, right? And I just think I always find it so fucking funny how often this crowd writes their identities into the roles of the villains. Right?
To be fair, TT brought it up earlier. Anyway, there's something called the Bad Batch, which
that's what this is. Yeah, the Bad Batch is Captain Rex.
Oh, okay, yeah. So is she part of the Bad Batch?
I don't know about that, but the book is written from the perspective of the Bad Batch's captain.
Okay, because
I would imagine she was part of the Bad Batch.
yeah, well, the Bad Batch are people
The Bad
that
Batch, as in
didn't-
like the clone didn't quite go right.
the
Is that what we're
clones
looking
that
at?
had a mutation that allowed them to ignore the Order 66
Okay.
and remain good in theory.
Oh, well, no wonder. Of course they had to have her.
Of course. If that's the case, that's even funnier because it's like, yeah, and it was the transgender one sister that was able to say no to Space Hitler. Only she was brave enough, for fuck's sake. Anyway, so there's a little bit more here on this article. Star Wars debuts first look at transgender clone trooper after Disney CEO Bob Iger said he removed the company from the culture war. And the highlight. Oh, here. Okay, there are highlights. The character first appeared in E.K. Johnson's Queens of Hope back in 2022. In a now deleted post, Johnson shared concept art for the character created by Uzuri Art. Johnson wrote in the post, quote, "Her name is Sister because her brothers wanted to make sure everyone knew that she belonged." And everyone clapped. In another post,
Like calling
Johnson
her
added,
sister does not make it like, well, you belong. Like that's so
It's
idiotic.
like saying, name your bruh.
Sister doesn't have a huge part in the book, so we didn't want to use her existence as promo. I made her to be shared, not just with readers, but with other Star Wars writers as well. P.S. She's functionally immortal. Plot armor that makes Darth Maul look like a pushover. Wow! She's transgender and a Mary Sue? You don't say!
This reminds me of like oh yeah, my OC character for Dragon Ball is like level 4 billion. Like you can't take him.
He's stronger.
He's even
He's
stronger
like
than
if
Goku.
Broly went Super Saiyan God and then fused with another Super Saiyan God Broly. He's like as strong as every single character in the entire show if they were combined together.
Yeah.
Like what did a 10-year-old write this shit? Like that's 100%.
Like it.
It is 100% what this shit comes across as. And it is cringe that they do not realize how fucking awful this stuff comes across. Like, it is such trash. Johnson specifically wanted the character to interact with a young Anakin and revealed that the idea to make the character so-called transgender came from Lucasfilm's story group. While discussing the note she received from her first draft, Johnson shared, quote, "Story group was wondering if you could make Teppo, whoever the fuck that is, a trans character instead." And I thought about it for 10 seconds and like, no, I can't. It's not like flipping a switch in this case. And then I was like, but you did ask for another Anakin scene. So what if I just gave you a trans character in addition to Teppo? In addition. So is Teppo like gay but wasn't trans? Is that I don't understand. And Sister was an idea that I'd been floating around for a couple of months at that point, and I knew that it was going to be a short scene. I knew that it was going to be very unsubtle. Yeah, because you're incapable of writing anything that is subtle. And I knew
is a gender fluid character from Star Wars.
Just kill me. And I knew
Z's or oh my god.
and she can also use the Force. I just saw that. I can't believe that they didn't include that as well.
And I knew that I wanted it to be with Anakin because I wanted it to be one of his most like Jake Lloyd moments in the whole book. Jake Lloyd being Anakin Skywalker actor from episode 1.
10-year-old Anakin.
Mm-hmm. I really wanted that kind of innocence, but genuineness, that immediate acceptance to shine through in that scene. Cringe. The inclusion of this character in Star Wars: The Secrets of the Clone Troopers comes after the Walt Disney Company CEO Bob Iger claimed that he had removed the company from the culture war and that Disney is not infusing messages into any of its films or TV shows or books. Yeah, how did that work out for you? That keeps the investors on just long enough for you to make one more bad decision? Trash, man. Absolute trash. All right. By the way, before we leave streaming news, I just want to say I did look into the stuff with Chibi. I had set things up so we could talk about it tonight, but I didn't have time to go through all that and everything else we're going to look at tonight, so I just didn't. I'll just say this: what it looks like happened is he posted a meme people didn't like. They doxed him, but they doxed him using information that he had previously provided, very similar to how Farah got doxed by Squally, when in actuality she doxed herself, because what Squally said wasn't actually a dox until Farah said, "You're talking about me." So that's basically what happened. Then, allegedly, people in the Boruto fandom hacked his DeviantArt. And seemingly what ended up happening is, because of all the data breaches that have happened recently, they probably just used one of his known passwords from a data breach and got into his DeviantArt easily, because I don't think DeviantArt even has two-factor authentication. It's an account he probably hasn't used in a decade. And on his DeviantArt, they posted child porn, allegedly. I didn't see it, thank God. I don't want to see it. But that's the details of it. A lot happened in terms of he got locked out of his Twitter for a couple of days. All that seems to have come back, and he's now done. Apparently, he's consulted a lawyer. I don't know that he's ever going to be able to find the people who have done this to him. But honestly, I think everything's going to return to normal. Yeah, so I'll just say Chibi, to me, seems like a person with a simple mind. And to other people, that might come across like an insult, like simple-mindedness. But for some reason with Chibi, it comes across really endearing. Like there's almost like you feel good for the guy that he's able to be as excited as he is about every new show that he's talking about and everything. So yeah, I don't know. That's all I want to say about it. I don't have any. There ended up not being more meat on the bones of that topic. So I'm just going to kind of leave it there. All right. Unless there's more to it, there is a, JT Vegas says he did find one of them. So there is a Discord channel for the Chibi stuff. If you have details you'd like for me to look at for a future podcast, which again, there's a possibility we won't have a podcast for 3 weeks, right? Because of what's coming up for my work coming up. But anyway, just want to give you guys a heads up on that. All right, back to this. We're making great time.
You want to go through comments before we move on?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to open up the next couple tabs so you can jump into comments. These are great comments you're reading out loud to me.
I'm trying to find where we were. I'm gonna just start here. I bought Voltron box set. Okay, the 1980s version. Yeah, you have a point. I don't know what that point was. Streets of Rage would be bomb too. Virtual Cop will never be live action.
I think the point was when I said that Sonic the Hedgehog is like the most popular franchise that they have. So they're not going to see the same success with Shinobi, just because even though ninjas are cool, most people don't know that franchise that well, right? They would need to do something like Crazy Taxi or I don't know, something else that's more widely known than
Crazy Taxi starring Jason Statham.
Yes, let's do it.
I hope you cover the new Tomb Raider anime. Oh, okay, we covered that one. They try with House of the Dead, and that failed. But they released the remakes. I think they should cast Henry Cavill as He-Man if he ever decided to do live action He-Man. Supposedly, there's a rumor we're getting a new one.
God, I fucking hope not.
He seems too small for He-Man. Prime is not paid for viewers. They are using money that should be far better shipping.
For better shipping or a lowered price to pay for DEI slot.
Honestly, if they're arguing about whether or not to go forward, if they were disagreeing with Games Workshop on 40K, then I would presume that Amazon is saying we don't want to make our show woke because we want to please our really expensive actor that we just got on our project, and we saw what happened with Rings of Power, so fuck you. And Games Workshop might be saying, no, we want you to make it woke, and if you don't make it woke, we can't go forward. That's the only thing I can see, because Games Workshop clearly wants shit to be woke. So,
well, yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. When the transitioning clone be sent to Bad Batch canonically? Yeah.
Apparently, no, but I don't know. Surprised no one's done a parody of Lego movies. Everything is awesome called Everything's Gay. Everything's gay. Nothing can be straight and normal anymore. Everything is gay because Hollywood is bored.
Jedi or general ranked clones served under the Jedi, no alongside. Anime, video games, hentai, they're gay. Pizza, ice cream, my PlayStation, it's gay. Wow. You really thought of these lyrics, huh? This is fan fiction, right? The clones are disposable soldiers. I don't think the Jedi care as long as they are functional at their jobs. The thing that I find the most egregious about Star Wars is the fact that they went from the droids to the clone troopers, right? Because yes, the clone troopers were slightly better and more efficient than the droids, but the droids are easy to mass produce and don't involve fucking cloning people to make a goddamn mercenary army. Like, it's just the stupidest fucking thing. It actually makes no sense. Like,
the droids required the battery and like the broadcasting area.
The droids sucked, but they could technologically improve. Once you switch over to real people, then you're like, well, what are we going to get out of this? Like, they're not going to get stronger, and like, that's just so fucking stupid. I hate Star Wars. Darth pronouns. Supposedly, the new Star Wars canon, they made Luke gay, even though he's straight in the comics and kissed his sister. Yes. Ray Skywalker, more like gay Skywalker. The armor color denotes rank. It's not a fashion statement. Those colors would have no place. Yeah, they don't care. There's a fanfic. Oh no, bot in the chat. Didn't I wait. Mirage. Hold up. You, my friend, are about to become the second mod. I don't know how to make you a mod. Why? How do I do this? Do I click on you? Yes. Invite. Nope, we're not streaming together. That's not what we're doing. Is it this button?
Okay, while you work on that, I'm going to read the rest of the comments. So work on it quietly. She is not a bad batch, according to JT Vega.
You're now a mod.
Cross-sort characters make no sense, let alone have any relationship in long ago in the galaxy far, far away. I don't know what cross-sort means, but okay. This is something, yeah. It's something, for sure. She's not part of the Bad Batch. Apparently, they were a squad. How come she's not wearing cross-sort clothes? I don't get what the fuck you're talking about. Wouldn't Adam Bluestein wear...
Skip Luigi. Clothes? These are not productive. Star Wars sister starring Tia Intermess. Star Wars sister starring Tia Intermess. She kind of looks like Tia Tamara The sisterhood of the traveling stormtrooper fans. Star Wars is basically hiring shitty fanfiction writers, yeah. Which I find hilarious because Star Wars, Disney especially, and Lucasfilm and stuff, they have been so careful to very specifically say the expanded universe is not canon. We aren't going to canonize it. I was telling Random 11 about the Thrawn trilogy, which I haven't read. I just heard about it. But it has like these creatures that are like little weasels that have this ability where they like nullify the power of the Force. And so the stormtroopers would literally run into battle with like bird cages on their backs that contained these weasels so that they could fight the Jedi and prevent the Jedi from being able to use the Force against them. Like there were in the books, there were so many cool ideas that never made it to the movies, but Disney has decided to canonize trans stormtrooper. Right? Yeah, so the lesbian Force, which is kind of bombed. You know what would kill a trans clone trooper? Run it. Yeah, totally. All lightsabers will be replaced by vibrators. Wookiees will be replaced by furries, and R2-D2 will be replaced by a Bud Light cooler. Birth defect characters are never relatable. It is basically choosing to be weak, making it hard for people to root for the characters.
I thought you said you were skipping all Luigi's.
Yeah, I didn't click on that. He found one of them. Oh, the person who doxed him. A person 2 years ago doxed his brother's grave. They got him. Here's the thing, though. As far as I know, Chibi put that information out there. Now, like, I like the guy. Just so we're 100% clear, I like Chibi. I think that he is he's a joy to be around. Just generally, like I like his personality. Right? I feel like he has a contagious joy about him, and I think that should be embraced and protected, or whatever you want to say, right? But I'm pretty sure that the things he's accusing people of doing to him is information he publicly provided, and people who followed his content for this time know about it, and they're mocking him, just like Anime Snob mocked him for his brother committing suicide. But it's not like they went out and like hired a private investigator and snuck into his personal files and discovered these things about him and then strew dirty laundry about him on the internet. That's not how this went down. Anyway, it was over Boruto. That was the meme. Yeah, so apparently him saying people from the Boruto community are harassing me did not make people in the Boruto community happy. They're like, why are you throwing all of us under the bus? Or something like that. It's like, fucking goddamn. Can you
because that's where they're coming from.
Can you not disassociate from the group? Like, that's like saying, the crime was committed by African-American males in their teens or whatever. And it's like, God damn it, I didn't do anything wrong. It's like, who the fuck said you did? You know, like, can you not disassociate? Sweet Hone, girl. Hey, it's been a while. Really random, but did anyone else just find out that Vic got married? No, we covered that a couple weeks ago. I have seen armor on the female characters in the past Dragon Quest games. Great. Let's not talk about that yet because that's coming up. I actually like the Roger droids. Oh. You're talking about the ones from the episode 1.
Roger.
Yeah. So basically, the clones would be character classes at best and would play differently. You know what I couldn't help but notice is that they made a clone trooper trans. They didn't make Jar Jar Binks' gay cousin trans, right? So they clearly only want to make the characters that they like trans, right? Also, the plot armor. Remember, she's functionally immortal, right? Just for the humor, Star Bloats is a Star Wars now. Yay, you're a mod now. Cool. It says I have to verify my account with a number. Oh, shit. Don't know about that. That you are looking at what is Star Wars now, despite it being not productive. Irony. I don't know what you mean. Oh, you mean like I'm looking at that instead of reading your comments? Because I'm still reading your comments. Expanded universe. Don't give Hollywood any more ideas. Trans is Latin for cross. Oh, gotcha. That's what your cross. What's the thing he was saying?
Cross sort.
Yeah, I don't understand that part. Trans. So I don't know what you're talking about now. Okay, never mind. I got the admin. Great. Thank you. Seems to be working out. Cool. Butch Hartman would laugh at Mary Kay Bergman's suicide. Oh, wow. While Trey Parker and Matt Stone are sad she killed herself. Anime fans and rock music fans are fun to be around. Okay, great. All right, now let's get back into this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a new report has revealed that Marvel Studios lost $300 million on Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, and the Marvels. And also, The budget for Disney's live-action Snow White, starring Rachel Zegler, reportedly exploded to over $500 million. So $500 million plus dollars has been spent on this train wreck. How have they not fucking learned yet? Right? How many times? Also, how fucking horrendously bad does she look in the original outfit here with the bright, overly saturated colors? It looks so horrible. Anyway, continuing from there, let's talk about Joker. Did anybody see this movie?
Oh,
I didn't think so. So I haven't seen the original Joker, but as I know from Reese, it's a masterpiece.
Reese said he'd be right back.
Anyway, so
the original Joker was good. I wouldn't call it a masterpiece. It was mostly like a reimagining of Taxi Driver.
Taxi Driver, one of the greatest movies ever made.
So I wouldn't say it was overly original or anything, but it was good.
Mm-hmm. So the idea here is that, and again, this is a common theme. We're going to look at this a lot. The original movie for Joker, starring Joaquin Phoenix, it was extremely successful. What was the other movie that came out around the same time that bombed? Was it Captain Marvel?
No.
What was it? Something else was coming out. Maybe Suicide Squad or something. The Emancipation of Harley Quinn or whatever the fuck they called it. No, that came out around the same time as Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't remember what it was. Point is, this movie did way better than the people who made it thought it should. Right? Like they were taken aback by the fact that the wrong crowd, and this is the theme tonight, the wrong people liked this movie, the original one, not the sequel here. And so in order to get back at the fans of the first movie that they assumed were right-wing or misogynist or whatever the fuck it was, having wrong think they didn't like, being a white male, for example, any immutable crime that you've committed by just simply existing, they decided that for the sequel, similar a little bit to how they did with The Last of Us, where all of a sudden they just made it about fucking you over. They decided that the best way to treat the audience that made this thing a $1 billion franchise was to gut punch you constantly and have the main character, played by Joaquin Phoenix, go to prison, get gang raped by the guards, and then murdered by another inmate in the sequel here. They literally hate you so fucking much that instead of making a second movie that would earn them $1 billion, they're willing to light that money on fire at the expense of saying fuck you to people they dislike, i.e. us. I feel like I read that Joaquin Phoenix even disliked the second movie when he watched it. Did I see the article that you submitted today? Let me see.
There was a video that was going around of like people reading lips that was saying like Joaquin talking to whatever that girl's name is, Gaga, and the video was like, oh yeah, that was terrible, and she's like, no, they weren't actually reading the person's lips. Like Joaquin Phoenix's face is like away from camera. You can't read his lips. So I don't know what that was, but I don't think that was accurate.
Unkono, I don't see an article submitted today, unless it's the Trump third assassination attempt. Yeah, I've chosen that I haven't even looked at that. Like that shit happened today. So if we cover that, it'll be in the next podcast. Yeah, this is don't cross the lightsabers. Yeah. Anyway, so bottom line is, I just wanted to establish that this franchise, which again, they made $1 billion or whatever on the first one. They had the opportunity to strike, while the iron was hot and make that money again, and instead they threw that away because it was worth more to them to say "fuck you," like "fuck Nazis" or whatever new term they come up to describe you now. Yeah, it's not about the money. It's about sending a message. So here's the message that I'm seeing. Joker's sequel cinema score grade is even worse than Madam Web, Morbius, and Batman and Robin. Yeah. So fucking awful. And I would just like to share this clip here, which I should have loaded into the brand, but I didn't because I'm a fucking retard. This person says, everyone's tired of it. You show up because you love something. You helped build it up, supported it. You made it money, be it a movie, a game, or a show, only to sit through the creator burning it down and ranting through the script because the wrong people liked it. So now nobody can have it.
We're in this weird time where studios and filmmakers are like, so let's just troll the fans that actually built this thing up. Hundreds of millions of dollars on their own private joke, their own way to stick it to fans. It's so strange. We're in this weird time where studios...
Right? That's something we're looking at, right? Now, before we get too far off this topic, I would like to share something else that has happened. Heinz, the ketchup company, they released this ad in conjunction with the movie, right? It has to be Heinz, right? And then they got canceled over it because, we brought back blackface. That's like the red lips. Oh, that's a crime against humanity. Oh, no. Now, this is one of those things where we're going to look at some stuff tonight, especially when we get into games news, regarding the current culture surrounding diversity and inclusion, right? Now, if this ad only featured a white guy and a white girl, they would complain that nobody else is in it. But when you include somebody else in it, now they complain, not that kind of inclusion. That's secretly a racist dog whistle. How dare you? You think I wouldn't notice? So basically, we're living in a world now where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, because there are some people who are so fucking butthurt all the time that
they make it their job to be to be
a perpetual victim.
Yeah, find
100%.
something to complain about.
100%. And again, it's because there's power to be wrung out of making a stink about shit like this, right? And it is a ladder that they think they're climbing, and they're really not going anywhere other than destroying society. They're tearing the entirety of society down to the point where people are being chastised and destroyed and vilified and burned at the stake for not doing anything harmful whatsoever. But because it gives me power, it makes me feel powerful to be able to ruin somebody else's life for doing something that included my race, for example, right? I am going to make us think about this. And no matter what you do, this is the whole thing. If you're never going to be woke enough, right? And this is the world that they built where everybody is taken as though they're in bad faith all the time, every step of the way. So we'll look a little bit more about some shit like this coming up. But as a quick tangent, I also want to share this amazing thing that Heinz also did. This one may not have originally been a paid partnership tie-in with Deadpool and Wolverine, where basically what I think happened here is this is the actual ad, and somebody at Heinz realized that they could buy the space next door, and so they built an ad using similar fonts and all that stuff, and they don't even have a tie-in. Nothing about this says in corporation or in conjunction or whatever, collaboration rather, with Deadpool and Wolverine. But by simply having it right here, now they can say, now you can't unsee it. Ketchup and mustard, right? fucking brilliant marketing strategy. Goddamn incredible, right? Now I think after they did this, they did actually have a full-on tie-in afterward where they have like sort of similar to this kind of thing, where they had the bottles kind of dressed up as them, but yeah, just chef's kiss, brilliant marketing over there. Unfortunately, they couldn't stick the landing when it came to the Joker one that they stepped right on that landmine with. Right? And the funny thing about the Joker one, again, is that the fans that made it $1 billion franchise are at odds with the thing. So now this isn't going to help them. And the people who hated the franchise and hate the people who originally liked the franchise are now also at odds with you because they're the type to get butthurt over nonsense like this. So can't win. All right. Asmongold declares, "We're winning," following a report that admits Hollywood executives are, quote, battling fans. Geez, you don't say. They're battling us, huh? Sure seems fucking like it when everything that they seem to do is a effort to
throw the fans under the bus.
Yeah, exactly. So Variety's Adam B. Very penned an article titled "Toxic Fandom: How Hollywood is Battling Fans Who Are Just Out for Blood, from social media boot camps to super fan focus groups." How about all the fucking bots, right? In the article, Very cites an unnamed marketing executive who informed him, quote, "It comes with the territory, but it's gotten incredibly loud in the last couple of years. People are just out for blood, regardless. They think the purity of the first version will never be replaced, or you've done something to upset the canon of a beloved franchise, and they're going to take you down for doing so." Well, I mean, why do you not bother to create new things, huh? Everything you do is taking something that was great and making a less good version of it.
Hijacking a pre-existing franchise for your own ends.
So Asmongold reacted to this comment, stating, quote, "That's exactly right. I'm glad they understand. So the problem is that the fan base wants you to maintain what the original story was and not change the story." Next, Asmongold reacted to Very's claim that, quote, "Toxic fandoms have grown so pernicious that they've become a fact of life for many, and so powerful that while talent, executives, and publicists will privately bemoan the issue, fear of inadvertently triggering another backlash kept several studios from speaking for this story, even on the background. As one rep put it, it's just a lose-lose, kind of like the Heinz ketchup, right?" He said, quote, "I think this is a good thing. Wow, we're trying to put this agenda that we want to have in like this show. The fans don't like it. Now the fans are the problem? Now, no, he said, meaning Asmongold said, no, you're the problem for trying to force it in the show. You either meet the audience expectations or you die." Yep. Next, he reacted to another unnamed studio executive who discussed hiring so-called superfans to screen projects. See, here's the problem, though. This is just like in the video game industry where only leftists are allowed in. The hiring people only allow leftists, right? And it's like when the Snyder Cut.
Throw this mat ball away.
I don't want to touch it, but I'll open this for you so you can dump it in here.
This are the trash cans.
Thank you. Have you walked the dog?
Yes.
Oh, great. You're back already. Nice.
Love you.
Love you too. You didn't get raped and murdered. Yeah, win. All right. I lost my train of thought now.
Back with the Snyder Cut.
Yeah. So back with the Snyder Cut. What was the group? Was that Friday Night Tights? What was the name of that group that was responsible for the Snyder Cut? Like, they literally started the social media campaign and everything, and they got the Snyder Cut released, right? Then Zack Snyder goes on their show to thank them and literally starts his appearance there by decrying all of them for being the wrong kind of fan, right? Fucking disgusting. Like literally every person who's making you money, you hate them. This goes back to the Vic stuff when Rekieta kept talking about how much the voice actors hate the fandom. They hate interacting with you. They forget that the only reason that they even have a career is because of people like you. And yet they despise you. They despise the very hand that feeds them. Right? That's exactly what we're dealing with in Hollywood and all the other industries, is that people have they've gotten to the point where they think they're hot shit and they hate the fact that, and the real truth is that they're the minority, right? The center-right, right-leaning, not out their ass leftists is the vast majority. And yet they don't want to acknowledge that, and they despise that doing a project that doesn't cater to, this sort of stuff will literally cause the franchise to die, as it did with Joker. They can't make a sequel. They'll never. I mean, well, obviously they can't. They fucking kill the guy, right? But you get what I mean. Like, they couldn't recover it after a loss that significant, So anyway, so next he reacted to another unnamed studio executive who discussed hiring so-called superfans to screen projects. The executive informed Barry, quote, "They're very vocal. They will just tell us, if you do that, fans are going to retaliate." Asmongold responded, quote, "So look, I need to start my own consulting group for the next Silent Hill remake that says, yeah, if you make the character look like a tranny, fans aren't going to be able to identify with the fact that the character you've made look hideous is the character that James is supposed to lust after. If they're not also lusting after that character, you fucked up." Right? Asmongold responded, "This is a good decision. You know what this shows? It shows that we're winning. You don't need, you don't get to morally obligate an audience to buy your product. That's not how the world works. Nobody has to do that." He then cites the first Sonic the Hedgehog movie. The first Sonic movie trailer was so fucking bad that everyone on the internet hated it. And then, you know what they did? They went back to the drawing board and they fixed it, and they made it the way people wanted. And now they're making Sonic 3 with Keanu Reeves as Shadow.
Imagine the production company for the original Sonic was like, "No, you're just racist against blue people." Like, honestly, think about it though. Sonic is the one example where they can't come up with a logical reason for why your taste is incorrect. Like, even with fucking Minecraft, they're attempting to gaslight you. "Oh, this is for 6-year-olds. You're not the target demographic anymore." Right? They're trying desperately with that. maybe if furries were a bigger community, they would have been like, "This is anti-furry to say that Sonic is ugly. You didn't go to the ugly Sonic movie, so you're anti-furry."
See, but the thing is that the vast majority of the internet actually is anti-furry, and they would be like, "You're darn fucking right. We're anti-furry."
That's why it doesn't work.
Yeah. Where did my window with all of the tabs go?
I will back again.
Okay. One second. I'm gonna. I have once again found an opportunity to take care of. There it is. Okay.
Ronin Jaw says, "Good morning, AC
Good morning.
and fam. How's everyone's weekend? Going okay." Reese has pie. SE pretty good. I don't know what SE means. Kind of pie. I have pumpkin pie because it's Thanksgiving right now. Eating pumpkin pie.
Going back to.
Did you cover up a fan trying to gotcha moment saying Vic won't say his quote until you buy something from his booth?
No.
Saying his pants only cost $50 and expensive from Salmio's Salinas.
Yeah.
Mall.
So no, I haven't covered that. I don't think there's a reason to. Ronan Jaw sent me this thing. If there was more to it, right, I would have covered it. But basically, the bottom line is, some some asshole decided to try to get a gotcha on Vic by filming the floor and talking to Vic and basically trying to get him to do the thing that he gets paid to do when he's there. Like, they wanted something. They wanted a product for free. The product in Vic's case is his voice, right? So rather than pay, like, get in line like everybody else and pay for a print to get signed, which is like the equal exchange of goods. You get what you want. Vic gets his time paid for being there. They tried to basically get something for free, and Vic very politely tells them that, you know, like, if I give it to you, without saying so many words, he basically says, if I give it to you for free, I got to give it to everybody for free, right? Like, you know, you can buy a print and then you can get the line, you know, and he basically says in the thing, I've already given you this for free or whatever, right? Like, basically, stop wasting my time. I have an entire line out the door, presumably behind them. Like, so I'm trying to be nice, but kindly step the fuck off so that we can, you know, get on to the next person, because I got people who are here who are actually paying money to be in this line and do this, and you're holding them up, kind of thing. And people are trying to share it like, oh, look at him, he's an asshole. His prints cost $50. It's like, yeah, it's a fucking business. And everybody else in that line. How much does freaking
Mark Hamill's prints cost?
Yeah,
like $500?
Like $300, yeah. So, yeah, but basically the bottom line is that Vic, Vic was put in a situation where he's completely validated in what he's doing, because everybody there is willing to pay the price, and that's the price he set, and that's what they're willing to pay. And these, one guy decides to try to make it like, oh, Vic is a greedy capitalist or some shit. But yeah, not really interested in covering it beyond that. So I do, however, want to throw this in here because another opportunity regarding the thing. I saw this Minecraft movie director wants to avoid an ugly Sonic situation.
Too late.
Too fucking late. But I also saw this. Oh, that's so funny. If this is what they change it to. New pick of Jack Black as Steve. Right. All right. Then I've also got this. I thought this was fucking amazing. I don't know if there's audio too. There is. I'm not going to play the audio. It's just like, just in case it's copyrighted. But it's one of those AI generated movie trailers. I would totally fucking watch this movie. Right.
These dark fantasy AI things are so good.
Right? I would absolutely watch the shit out of an entire movie made out of this.
I can't wait for like 20 years from now when kids who grew up watching this are making movies emulating this style.
Mm-hmm. Fuck yeah. Fuck yes. God, that looks so good. Right? It's the villager.
Amazing.
Right? Incredible. It captures it so fucking well. The iron golems. God, it's so good. I would watch the shit out of this movie. All right. Anyway, cool. We have done so much tonight in getting all of this stuff I've been sitting on done. I love it. All right. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you think that it should be this way or not. Hold on, let me read this. What these companies and these writers believe is that they have some sort of moral authority to write these stories and then have everybody like them. And if you don't like them, you are seen as the problem. It doesn't matter whether you think that it should be this way or not. If the companies are making products and people don't like them, then they're not going to sell. And that's it. That's the bottom line. Literally, nothing else matters. But I should finish that.
They try and like have it in it like, oh well, it's my art, you're a bigot for not liking my art. And then it's like, okay, fine, I don't like your art, I'm not going to support it. And then it's like, well, you're a bigot for not supporting my art. Like you can't have a thing that says, well, I want to do it my way and I don't give a shit about the audience's or the customer's opinion. I'm going to make it my way. And then also be upset when they don't buy your thing. Mm-hmm. Right? Like that's not you either make something for an audience that you know was going to buy it, or you make something for yourself. And when you can do both, that's great. But you can't always do both. And you can't be upset when an audience says this isn't for us. You can't turn around and say, well, you're racist. Like, no, that's not going to make me buy your product more. Like, are you kidding?
So real quick, I just want to say hello to Jordan Avant. There appears to be a fight happening in the chat that I don't want to get in the middle of right now, but I would like to say I currently have an unread message from you on Discord. I've been very busy. It's nothing personal. I just want to say hello. JT Vegas says Warner will lose their studio money. Will lose their studio and money to people who think their art is so good they have to make a bad movie. Scorched Earth seems to be Hollywood's plan with most of these franchises. Let's see how that works out for them. Geeks and Gamers, thank you. That was the group I was talking about with Zack Snyder. AC has discovered the DEI paradox. I have not watched the remake for Ranma, and it's just not something I can be bothered with right now. I've got too much other pressing news. Ronan, I haven't heard the new Ranma 1/2 dub, but I noticed they censored out girl Ranma's boobs in the first episode. She has no nipples. Even male Ranma has nipples. LOL. Does he really? Did they really put the male nipples on? I demand nipple equality now. That's fucking funny if they did. All right, let's keep moving here. We're making really good time, thank God. All right, so in normal theater news here, the Rose of Versailles anime movie has announced a January 31st, 2025 release date. Obviously, this is the Japanese release. I would love to do when I am no longer working my current job and money is just flowing out my ass. I would love to watch Rose of Versailles for a watch club, because then that would be something I could actually feasibly sit down and do. Also, I think it's a little bit funny that it's like Versailles no Bara. Isn't the show called Lady Oscar in
Lady
Japanese?
Oscar. Yeah.
So they're actually calling it Rose of Versailles in Japanese now. Anyway, also the My Hero Academia You're Next tickets are now on sale. This is the other reason I chose not to push the show to tomorrow, because I'm going to try to see this before it's out of theaters and I'm out of town all the time. So yeah, there's a thing.
I saw it yesterday.
How was it? Green Line is watching it right now.
That's why I went to see it yesterday.
Yeah, good man. Yeah. So how was it? Is it good? You said it was better than the last movie, or?
Yeah, I personally say it's better than last. We don't. You and I don't agree on what's good, what the good ones are.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what do you think is the best movie out of the four?
The one that you don't like the most, probably.
The third one?
Oh, maybe not that one. The second most.
The second one?
The second one. I
like the second one.
I loved the second one a lot, even with the ending.
I hate the villain character. I just think the writing in terms of like some of the stuff is just absolute trash. The animation and some of the actual like events that occur are some of the best shit that has ever been animated ever. It is so fucking good. But they cuck you at the last second, like, just kidding. And it's like, fuck you, man. Like, this had actual huge repercussions for the series. And then you just say,
but they couldn't. They obviously couldn't do.
Of course they couldn't. But if that became like the canonical ending to the series, which is originally how Horikoshi wanted to end it, brilliant fucking ending. And now the real ending, people are like, this is garbage. Right? Anyway. All right, let's move on from here. Okay, so a couple podcasts ago, possibly the last podcast, I don't remember, we talked about how the rights to Dragon Ball are up in the air. and they actually don't know who currently has the rights. Well, it seems like that's been settled because apparently the Dragon Ball franchise is going to continue after Dragon Ball Daima. Quote, we're still coming up with various plans. So if you were expecting the Dragon Ball to die with dignity, that is not going to happen. Right? The Dragon Ball franchise will continue following the release of the upcoming new anime series Dragon Ball Daima, according to the show's executive producer, Akio Ioku. During a promotional event for the Dragon Ball Daima, Twitter user Super Chronicles reports that Akio Ioku shared that his team is already working behind the scenes on the future of Dragon Ball. So just so we're clear, although this started airing on October 11th, they finished the entirety of it before it launched. So they're already working on the next show, which is great because that's not how shit went down with Super. Super was fucking rushed. Every episode was goddamn like awful on the broadcast version for a while. And then when it ended, what is it, like 4 fucking years went by? Yeah. Fuck, man, 5
Well,
years.
I mean, COVID also happened in between there.
Yeah, but 5 fucking years go by before they finally decide to do something new. Well, I guess that's not true because they did Dragon Ball Superhero. Terrible. Right. Actually, I didn't even see that yet. I shouldn't say that. It looks like a fan pandering.
Oh, terrible! You like false flag.
It looks terrible. I should say that because they do the shit where they're like, well, fans have been begging for a Gohan is powerful story instead of Gohan's a nerd. So let's have Gohan unleash a brand new super hair. You know, it's like, and Piccolo, well, he's even more powerful now that he's urine colored. You know, like
they did Broly too, right?
Yeah. In Superhero, Dragon Ball Superhero. Yeah. Anyway. During a promotional event for Dragon Ball Daima, I already read that. Ioku stated, quote, we're still coming up with various plans, brainstorming many things, and we'll keep moving forward. I want to continue giving it my all alongside Nozawa-san. Dragon Ball Daima will stream in North America and Crunchyroll beginning on October 11th, and it will also be available a week later on Netflix on October 18th. I wonder if they're going to have a different dub. I think we've already talked about that. I'm sorry. I probably just forgot. An English dub version of the first 3 episodes will release into theaters via Fathom events in the United States on November 10th, 11th, and 12th. Fuck. I have to see that too. I don't have anybody to see these movies with. God damn it. I missed Duo. Whatever. I don't have any. God, fuck.
I get see it with you.
Take your kid.
Fair. I don't want to see this with my kid. They're not going to know. My kids, their favorite character in Pokemon is Go. You think that I trust their, fandom of fucking Dragon? Go. The guy that replaced Ash. The guy in the season when he became a deuteragonist or whatever, like the co-protagonist thing. Their favorite character is fucking Go.
He didn't replace Ash.
I don't trust their taste in anime at all. Yeah. As for what to expect, the late Akira Toriyama, creator of Dragon Ball, shared in a statement that is available on the show's website, quote, I'm currently working on the new Dragon Ball. The title is Dragon Ball Daima. Daima is a made-up term, which Japanese characters would be, or in English would be something like evil. Oh, fuck. Remember when it was called Dragon Ball Magic and at the last second we changed it? And literally the goddamn font we use is like standard font that comes with every computer? I don't buy this fucking marketing spin at all. He continued, due to a conspiracy, Goku and his friends are turned small. In order to fix things, they'll head off to a new world. So this is just like the thing about Daima. We already know this. It came up with story and settings as well as a lot of other designs. It included things will unfold that close in on the mysteries of the Dragon Ball world. Hope you all enjoy these different from usual battles that are cute and powerful.
I just thought instead of Dragon Ball Daima, it should have been just like called Dragon Ball Tiny Z.
Dragon Ball lowercase Z.
No, Tiny Toons.
I like the idea that it's literally written out LOWE Dragon Ball lowercase Z. Oh, that would be great. An official description of the show also states that Goku Mini and Supreme Kai Mini, who have been turned small through a conspiracy, and the new characters Glorio and Pansy, partake in an exciting adventure in the demon realm to the music of the opening theme song. Wow. Additionally, the trailer reveals characters who are being shown for the first time, such as an unknown person who looks like Supreme Kai, a character reminiscent of a woman who sits with a mysterious smile, and the shadows of monsters that lurk in the Dragon Ball realm. With the unveiling of new characters, the mystery of Dragon Ball Daima grows deeper. See, this is fucking the worst goddamn way to market it. Oh, the monsters that lurk in the Dragon... The monsters? The fucking monsters? Even in the first episode of Dragon Ball, the only person that has ever been at the mercy of the monsters is fucking Bulma when she's taking a leak in that one episode. That's fucking it. Young Goku beat the shit out of those monsters. That's not the threat in Dragon Ball.
Goku's the threat in Dragon Ball.
Doom guy Goku. All right. Anyway, moving past this. 365 days to wedding anime settles down. Credits opening. All right. I'm just reminding you, this is the series that's coming out. It's about a fake engagement where a travel agency is looking for someone to manage its brand new branch in Irkutsk. But for these two employees here, they'd rather stay home in Tokyo. So they found out that the new position is going to be given to somebody who's single. So they decide to fake that they're engaged so that they won't get sent. But they have to keep up the ruse for an entire year. And I feel like the ending of season 1 is going to be that they decide to send them together as a couple so that they have somebody to... I think that's how that's going to end, and it seems like it's going to be funny. All right. Also, Babanbabanban vampire anime takes a bite out of a new trailer more. I am very disheartened by this. Additional cast and key art revealed for upcoming BL comedy adaptation. Boys Love.
That looks like a guy.
Yeah. So here's the thing. This is the vampire, right? Oh, no. BL stands for Bloody Love Comedy. That's right. I forgot that's what they were saying. Yeah, totally. I definitely. Yeah. So here's the synopsis. I'm so dead set on watching this. This sounds so fucking funny. The story of Babanbabanban vampire centers on Ranmaru Mori, this guy, a live-in part-timer at a long-established public bathhouse whose true identity is a 450-year-old vampire. He is in search of the ultimate taste, the blood of an 18-year-old virgin, and continues to protect the virginity, literally cock-blocking the only son of the bathhouse, 15-year-old Rihito. However, when Rihito reaches puberty, he falls in love at first sight with a girl in the same class. Right? Her. Ranmaru's desperate plan to stop him from losing his virginity begins. So it's just going to be a gag anime where the character keeps, like, you know, in anime how like the main character will like trip and his hand will land on the girl's boobs or whatever. So it's going to be like situations like that, but in reverse, where every time they start to get close, the stuff like that's going to happen that keeps them from having situations like that or whatever, which I just think sounds fucking hilarious. So hopefully it's good.
I think the series is going to fall flat on its
Probably. I still want to see it. All right. A Gentle Noble's Vacation recommendation, anime adaptation announced. This is the worst synopsis I've read in a long time. When Liesel mysteriously finds himself in a city that bears odd similarities to his own, but clearly isn't, he quickly comes to terms with the unlikely truth. This is an entirely different world. Even so, laid-back Liesel isn't the type to panic. He immediately sets out to learn more about this strange place, and to help him do so, hires a seasoned adventurer named Gil as his tour guide and protector. Until he's able to find a way home, Liesel figures this is a perfect opportunity to explore a new way of life. Adventuring is a part of a guild. After all, he's sure he'll go home eventually. Might as well enjoy the otherworldly vacation for now. Wow, I'm so excited. What a great idea. I can't wait to watch it. Not. All right. Detectives these days are crazy. All right. So we got the girl with the blonde hair, right? And we got the guy in like the whole getup, right? Behold a great detective who thrills the world solving impossible cases in no time. His name, Keiichiro Nagumo. But all of that was over a decade ago. Now he's just your typical middle-aged dude. Nagumo is behind the times to the point that he doesn't even know what a smartphone is. But out of the blue, he is confronted by a high school girl named Mashiro, who shows up wanting to be his assistant. Witness the miracles a gender gap detective duo can make. Gender gap? So, am I wrong? Or did we not cover an entirely different anime with this exact same premise like 3 weeks ago?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
All right, look
Might have been the same one.
No, definitely not. Because it had pictures of the girl and the guy, and they looked very different. I'm going to do a quick look. Anime news.
Next he says nipple equality.
Mhm.
You get nipples. You get nipples. Everyone gets nipples. Me and my
Except
brother
for Satan 666, who never got Footnum's nipples.
He never got his nipples.
Me and my brother were supposed to go see it this weekend, but our schedules couldn't line up. I'd like to see the Moro and Granola arcs animated in Super, please. I think their plan was to go back to the Super after Daima. So the old series of license of the series won't be able unless Sony or another company buys the license.
Of what? Dragon Ball?
I think it's talking about Dragon Ball, yeah.
I don't think it works that way.
So the old series of the license of the series won't be available unless Sony or another company buys the license. Are you talking about like for the dub?
Or for
The issue with Dragon Ball was with the whole property, like because Toriyama died.
Mhm.
This is old man. I just checked. Male Rama has no nipples either.
No nipple equality achieved.
Maybe I was thinking of the first series. At least they're consistent with no nipple policy. Both versions look like Barbie doll. We are in dire need of OCA nipple fake technology.
Yeah.
Should I release the image?
We should put a shirt out with just nipples on it.
I was gonna do that. The one that you drew. I was gonna put the nipples right here. Yeah, that is absolute. That is already in the works.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Don't even worry.
It's got to be a tan shirt with the pink nipples.
Yeah, what's gonna be like that yellow color that you use as the backdrop color?
I used AI to put nipples back on Ranma from the when the leak happened a few months ago.
Wow.
Oh. The hero we deserve.
Maybe I'll post it in
the whatever chat. What
Yeah.
is that called? You know, the Finer Things Club or whatever.
Whatever one is the worst one. Whoa, what the fuck?
What's wrong?
What the fuck?
I found it. I think I just found it.
I just opened up the Velvet Rope. I didn't. Okay, that's something. Jesus.
What is it? Now I gotta go check.
Yeah, right.
Where
the fuck is this?
Whoa!
thing,
When did this come in here?
Yeah, I don't know.
Whoa! I can't wait. Hold on, everybody! Quickly to the Velvet Room.
I don't remember ever seeing that. I don't remember.
You posted this like 2 months ago.
Like I must have had the channel muted.
Yeah, those were the Stable Diffusion things I ran that one podcast.
Okay.
And I just posted all of them at once.
Thanks.
All right.
Is that supposed to be Colin in like a tiger suit?
Something like that.
What the hell is going on with their nipples?
Nipples apparently are hard to AI. I don't know how Randy was able to do it so easily.
It's like she's got the straps from the suit going right through them.
All right. Well, I'm about to give up because I seriously just cannot fucking find this thing that I was talking about. So I'll have to do it as a future podcast thing. I'm gonna go down to one more. 269. I'm pretty sure I've already long passed it. Okay. Nope. 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 All right, giving up. Anyway, take my word for it. How about that? We definitely covered a show that has this exact same premise, except the character, I believe, was dressed in more modern clothes, the male character, and the girl had darker hair. Anyway, moving past this. All right.
There was a male-female detective series called Shoshinma. Shoshimin?
Look, I'll just do it
How to
like this.
Become Ordinarily last season. Takes place in modern day, though.
I'm just going to look for the word
I
detective.
think
on the
that
podcast.
they had a season 2 announcement for that not too long ago, so it might have been that.
It's probably this one that I just skipped. Nope, it's not that one. Fuck. That's the one that was like House, the show House.
Oh.
And it's not the Detective Conan one, and it's definitely not this one. All right, I don't know. Cool. All right, I'll find it later. In other news, One Piece Anime's Egghead arc resumes next April. So they are taking a 6-month hiatus, right?
Yeah.
From the show. Did they give a reason why they were choosing to take 6 months off? Is it because they're catching up to the end of the series?
I'm not sure.
Finish it?
I'm not sure if it was official, but as part of like the tweets, they said that it was because they were finding it hard to keep up with the movie quality animation.
Fucking course. Oh no, I can't animate a movie every fucking week. Nah, no duh. All right, well, that's good though. I guess they want the end of the series to look, like it's gonna go out with a bang. That's nice.
Like, how close are we to the end anyway?
I just want to point out the difference between how the West treats fans and how Japan treats fans. And see, this is part of Shintoism and whatnot. But like the Japanese, like they have a mindset that the customer is God, right? That's literally a saying in Japan. And the way that the West treats their fans is they'll let things fizzle out, like fucking the end of Game of Thrones. Like, holy shit, what trash that was. And in Japan, they're like, we at great expense, we are going to go out with a bang by taking 6 months off. Fucking Ubisoft is taking 3 months and $22 million to try to unfuck themselves on Assassin's Creed Shadows, and they're still going to fail on that. Japan is taking 6 months off, paying their animators that entire time, and doing other shit on top of it, as we're about to see. In this time, they are also going to be doing an anime remaster called the One Piece Special Edit version that will have remastered visuals, Wano visual filters, Wano, whatever. Condensed episodes like One Piece, meaning it's going to remove the filler, redubbed in Dolby, and will cover Fishman Island airing across the next months. So it's going to go from what we actually got to like a more shaded, high fidelity version.
Honestly, I think they didn't need to do that. For most of it, I think it looked good enough.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff.
Each of these is an improvement, though.
So far.
Right. And then there's this as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't call this an improvement. I hate the effects they add to the hockey usage in the later episodes, and now they're going back and adding it into these episodes.
They're retroactively canonizing or whatever
Yeah, I think it takes away from the show. It's just like when you make things too flashy, it's like you're paying attention to the flash instead of what's going on in the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to a degree. So this one I have mixed feelings about because on the one hand, is this actually Brooke or is this this is just somebody holding something that looks like Brooks?
Yeah.
Okay. So the
whole
idea
gimmick is during the time break he becomes like a superstar.
Okay. So the idea behind this, okay, I see that is a concert of him. So the idea behind this is that this version, yeah, there's a lot of visual interest here, but it draws your attention away from what the center of the stage is, which is Brooks or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, moving past this. They also, I guess, are releasing an AI filter to make you look like a character in the style of Eiichiro Oda.
Yeah. So there's this app called the One Piece Base. And it's Japanese only for now, but they're releasing wider later next year.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you can take a picture of yourself, and in that app, there is this AI filter that'll convert your pictures into Oda's style.
Oh, I find it funny that I never actually pulled this back. So the entire time we've been doing this, I'm a fucking idiot. Everybody already knew that about me. Okay, moving past this. All right. Adult Swim producer claims Uzumaki quality drop. The result of production team being screwed over, says the series was aired instead of being canceled out of respect for the hard work. So we've previously looked at this quite a bit in the past. We've looked at it on multiple occasions. I have mentioned the fact that it is like a nearly full CGI series, but in spite of that, it actually does a really, really good job capturing the visual fidelity of Junji Ito's manga. Like, it actually feels like a very respectful way to handle Junji Ito's art style, right? But only for episode 1. It's a 4-episode series. Episode 2 is animated by a completely different studio, and it looks like dog shit. According to Toonami boss and Adult Swim producer Jason DeMarco, while the network's new anime adaptation of Uzumaki does see an embarrassingly steep drop in quality after its first episode, he felt airing the series in this state was better than binning it all together and disrespecting the hard work of its production team. This is like saying, even though we fucked up royally, we still wanted you to see the movie we made where we fucked up royally so that you could still pay us, even though we fucked up royally. Produced in collaboration between Japanese anime studio Production IG and the American TV programming block Adult Swim, the 4-episode Uzumaki promised to not only provide viewers with an animated adaptation of the eponymous Junji Ito horror manga, but do so with an aesthetic style that would make it seem as if the iconic mangaka's art had leapt right out of the page. And to be honest, for episode 1, they fucking succeeded. This shit looks really good. While an admittedly tall ambition, following a delay-ridden 5-year development period, when the series finally premiered to Japanese audiences on September 29th, it appeared as if its respective production teams had actually managed to deliver on their promises, with the first episode blowing audiences away with the skill and dedication it had shown in recreating both Ito's seminal art style and its intended creepy atmosphere. And then, a week later, came episode 2.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. Premiering on October 6th, upon its airing, fans were baffled to discover that while its predecessor had featured some of the best animation in recent memory, not even an inkling of its quality was present in the follow-up. As seen below, rather than an intricate treatment of Ito's work, the second episode was instead a masterclass in cutting corners, its runtime filled with poorly timed run cycles. So is this the original? Oh, fuck me. Oh, wonderful. I'm glad. So I am so fucking glad I clicked on that. How about we try this?
That's the second episode.
Yeah, this is episode 2. Truly astounding. Let's see that again.
I want to see that.
Look at these legs. Look at these run cycles.
They're moonwalking.
Wow.
It looks like they're running uphill, but not uphill at the same time.
The drop in quality with Uzumaki episode 2 is insane. It feels like a cruel joke, especially with how spot on episode 1 looked. I am genuinely gutted, man. What the hell happened? So, yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to look at all the tweets. So this was the original manga panel, right? A fucking tornado zips by, and this is how it was handled in episode 1. The delicate nature to which that was animated in full CGI is fucking astounding, right? Like, they nailed that. Like, it's because this came out so good. Honestly, it would have been better if you're going to release it to just also release a shitty version of episode 1. Like, the cliff that you just walked everybody off of, right? It's so fucking horrendous. That's the punch we just saw. Oh, got him. Yeah, look at this one. Low frame count animations. Look at how fucking awful this looks.
Oh, that was weird.
Horrible, right? Amid a subsequent barrage of criticism and questions from audiences regarding the downgrade, the aforementioned DeMarco took to his personal Blue Sky account on October 7th to provide insight into the entire affair.
Of course, it's on Blue Sky.
In a now deleted thread, made in apparent response to a comment made by another user regarding the backlash, the Toonami head asserted, quote, "It's fine. We knew this would happen. I can't talk about what went down, but we were screwed over. And the options were A, not finish and air nothing and call it a loss. B, just finish and air episode 1 and leave it incomplete. Or C, run all 4, warts and all, out of respect for the hard work. We chose C." Look, man, if it turns out that episode 1 and episode 4 are fucking masterpieces and episodes 2 and 3 are dog shit, maybe that was the right choice then. Because then at least we can go out on an upswing. But if it is all downhill, if episode 3 is even fucking worse than episode 2, if episode 4 becomes like a shitty motion comic, fucking, you should not be allowed to adapt anything else ever again. Quote, "After waiting so long, it makes sense people would be mad. Unfortunately, I can't tell them who to blame. But someone is definitely at fault here, and we all just had to do our best when things imploded.
Someone's at fault, but not me.
Yeah, maybe others would have made
Totally.
different choices. We did the best we could with what we had." Drawing this thread to a close, DeMarco ultimately affirmed, quote, "But again, a lot of people worked very hard on this show, and I don't think the actions of just 1 or 2 people should be the reason it never saw the light of day. Quote, maybe that's the wrong choice. I truly don't know. But those people have a right to be annoyed and disappointed. I'm glad you are digging it." I'm not digging it. I think it's trash. That's sad. Let down again. Anyway, again, I think this being juxtaposed between what's happening in Japan regarding One Piece once again shows the value of a Western influenced product versus the Japanese one.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I know it's apples and oranges. I get that.
No, I don't mean that. I just mean One Piece is probably not the best property to make that argument with. Toei might be fixing it now or trying to, but they left it high and dry for like 6 years where they were barely animating the fucking thing. Like you're talking like that was bad animation. The Zoe arc of One Piece was worse. It was a slideshow for battles.
panning slideshows.
Imagine if instead episode 1 drops and it's animated the way episode 2 was on this. But then episode 2 drops and it's like, okay, we took some extra time on this and made this one better. And people are like, fuck, this looks great. You know what I mean? Like that's, I feel like, how One Piece is going. Like they've stepped up their game, whereas this just fell off a cliff and stopped caring.
Yeah, well, now they have stepped up, yes. Mm-hmm. But I'm just saying, you're making an argument of like,
you're right.
Well, different idea, different ethics is the wrong word, but between the West and the East, and it's like they did let it flounder for 5 or 6 years,
true,
before they stepped up. I'm glad they did step up, but you took them a while.
Sure. What do we got in terms of chats here? There was a male/female detective series. We heard that. Uzumaki has been in production so long that it predates Warner's merger with Discovery, so that probably had something to do with it. I've seen clips of Uzumaki episode 1, and it looks amazing. It looks like it was animated 20 years in the future, and episode 2 looks like it was animated in the early 1960s. Off topic, but one new feature they're adding to the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake is that when you take bullet damage by guards, tears and bullet will actually show up in your camouflage. Okay.
Oh, bullet, like the bullet.
I think you mean the bullet holes. Yeah, so you'll see tears in your camo. That's kind of cool. And also, I think stuff like water droplets /mud/dirt/sand will actually stay on the camo until you change it. That's cool.
Or go in water, maybe.
Yeah. All right. Moving past this. Gender swap isekai manga, My Heart is an Old Man, releases the first volume. First manga adaptation volume of My Heart is an Old Man, Ashino Kokoro wa Oji-san de Aru, has been released by artist Utsugi. So here's the synopsis for it. Haruka Yamagishi, a man with no friends or family, fucking loser, simply goes back.
At least he's a man.
One day he wakes up to find himself in a different world, and for some reason he turns out to be a beautiful dark elf girl.
Oh no! Now he's a girl.
Haruka.
Now he's a lesbian.
Haruka has inexhaustible magical power, a strong body, and a new life where she can do anything. But there was no way she or he, who was an old man on the inside, could be a warrior. And she was always brooding and thinking. However, through the friends she meets and her activities as an adventurer, she gradually begins to change. The old man who almost gave up on life in this world grows his mind in the new world and body, a heartwarming adventure story with some cheats. Yeah, this is going to be fucking weird. This is going to be fucking weird and embraced by the wrong people.
Yeah.
Simply... And again, it's like, this is the thing that's so annoying about it, is that this is not made for that crowd. However, they're going to claim it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they will also claim things that were not made for them, that were made for us, and ruin them, as we've seen. All right. Oshinoko manga ending date announced. The series is going to conclude on November 14th. Anything else you want to say about this?
Confirming what I said last podcast, that season 2 could very well be just 2, or season 3 could very well just be 2 cores and be the final season.
I would love that.
I would love that too.
Satisfactory and doesn't drag it on beyond its welcome. That'd be cool. All right. So, I think last podcast we talked about California basically passed a law that you can't advertise digital products as products. They have to be outwardly stated that you're basically purchasing a license and that it can be revoked at any time, right? Steam now says purchases are licenses, not products. Steam, a digital PC game store, now says that you're buying a license to a game and not a product, not long after California signed a new law requiring digital stores to make this change. While the new law, AB 2426, won't go into effect until 2025, Steam has made the change already to their global digital store the largest digital PC game store on the planet. A purchase of a digital product grants a license for a product on Steam. The new disclaimer says when making purchases on the platform. The disclaimer also has a link to the Steam subscriber terms and conditions.
Take it away.
The new law will prohibit online stores from using the words buy, purchase, or any other term which a reasonable person would understand to confer an unrestricted ownership interest in the digital good or alongside an option for a time-limited rental. The law won't apply to stores that say in plain language that you're just buying a license to digital content and that the license can expire at any time, or to digital products that can be permanently downloaded. Any storefronts that are found in violation of the law will be fined for false advertising. Now that Steam has changed their verbiage to legally protect themselves when California's law goes into effect, it's only a matter of time when all the other digital marketplaces change their disclaimers to say that you're buying licenses, not products. Coming from this, it's worth reiterating the new California law only requires digital storefronts to tell you the truth. You're buying a license, not a product. The law does not prevent companies from revoking your license at any time, and your access to the license is not legally protected as property. Now, in addition to this, I think Seb shared this. Sega warns players that they can't own Metaphor ReFantazio. The title's end-user license agreement is full of red flags, and the biggest of them all is Sega warning players they can't own the game or any digital content related to it. Quote, "You acknowledge and agree that you shall have no ownership or other property interest in the product, and you further acknowledge and agree that all such rights are and shall forever be owned by and inure to the benefit of Sega." Sega then says that it grants you a non-exclusive, non-transferable, limited, fully revocable right and license to install, access, and use one copy of the product. Moreover, it can stop offering or supporting online services for Metaphor ReFantazio at any time, and your account and data might be deleted. In this case, Sega shall not be required to provide refunds, benefits, or other compensation in connection with discontinuing such online services. Yeah, so we're seeing in real time as people are going to start buying physical, bitch, right?
I just noticed you didn't get an article in the anime news.
Which one?
My Hero Academia's final season next year.
Whoops.
Oh well.
Next time. All right. Dragon Quest creators on dealing with ridiculous country USA censorship.
No, you went too far down. Go back up. Yeah. Never mind.
All right. So Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake. I've been sitting on this for a while, by the way. Not just this topic in general, but like all of this stuff. We've covered it enough, I think. So, but here we are. So Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake has already shown enough signs of censorship that the creator of the Dragon Quest series, Yuji Horii, this guy himself, weighed in on dealing with the ridiculous country that is the USA and its censorship policies. So let's look at this this interview. It's like a weird 3-second blank at the beginning here. 2, 3, here we go. There was a lot of buzz about the costumes. It became a topic of discussion because they weren't exactly the same as they were back then. Yeah, there were various regulations in place. Apparently, it's not allowed to show too much skin. Well, I don't really intend to dig too deep into that. It's simply about the user immersing themselves in the fiction and going on an adventure. What's wrong with it? I really don't understand that either. It's a game. It's fiction. And it's a virtual experience. So as long as it's enjoyable, I think that's all that matters. If there's too much exposure, the age rating goes up. Okay, so I'm reading that as if we show too much titty, it goes from being a T-rated game to an M-rated game, or an E-rated game to a T-rated game, maybe. Yeah, that's an understandable way to
E to E10.
Yeah. It means the product, we won't be able to sell it as an all ages product, right? Rules vary from country to country. When trying to sell widely, there's the issue of having to comply with the strictest regulations. The lowest common denominator. You have to work for that group because that group has the strictest laws. And if you can make it there, everywhere else you can release it, right? We never even thought about that in the past under the name of compliance. So this guy here is Akira Toriyama's editor for Dragon Ball and Dr. Slump. And if you don't know this, Akira Toriyama designed the characters that are now being censored in Dragon Quest. The name of compliance, like an absolute disguise.
Something's going on with your mic.
My mic?
Yeah, you're breaking out. Breaking out.
Mute the stream.
Mute this?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. It should be.
Do you think it's because I was talking over it?
Yeah, it was doing some weird thing. I think it should be fine if it's muted.
You guys heard everything, or were able to read it easily, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's no such thing as content that doesn't make everyone uncomfortable.
Maybe it should be anyone.
Yeah. Because beauty and ugliness, good and evil, are different for everyone. There are a few things that absolutely must not be done. As long as you follow those, you're free to do the rest. So, here it comes. There's a religious concept from the West, especially in America, that influences their approach to sex education, right? Their approach to compliance is really narrow-minded. When selling manga in America, everything had to be categorized by age groups. For Shonen Jump manga, they couldn't be sold unless they were rated for ages 13 and up. Because there's a risk of lawsuits, the company also has to get insurance. Doing business with such a ridiculous country is really frustrating. Because of that, Japan also gets negatively influenced. In Dragon Quest, you used to be able to choose between a male and female main character. You started speaking too fast. But now you can't choose between a man and a woman anymore. We have to label them as type 1 and type 2. I really wonder who's even complaining about this.
The sad thing is, like, they're only hearing this stuff from, like, Sweet Baby Inc. or etc. Not the general consensus.
As we will look at, remember, Sweet Baby Inc. listed Square Enix as one of their clients, right? So keep in mind here. Now, I just want to ask, what was the most damning things you heard in this interview here? Like, what things stood out like, fuck, man, he's hammering the U.S.?
The thing about the male and female thing.
Male and female. Other things where they're like, yeah, so we can't do this. It's so tiring to try to bend over backwards to work with the U.S. It's unbelievable. I can't believe how hard it is. It's frustrating to work with them, right? It was all that.
America is a silly country.
It's a silly, yeah, right? It was all of that stuff, right? It was specifically that kind of stuff, right? That really caught your ear, like, fuck, man, that's brutal, right? That's brutal. Okay, hold on. Let me jump to the next article here. That's weird. What the fuck? The play button went way over here. Or whatever, the duration bar. All right. Former Shonen Jump editor-in-chief reveals... Oh, wait. No, actually, sorry. We're not reading this. I'm just reminding you here. This is here to remind you what the characters have been changed to. Obviously, this is the original. And now, wow, I wear a sports bra and, like, Spanx underneath, right?
So I went back and looked. I brought it up last podcast. I forget why, but... the age rating on this game was originally teen, and the new one is E10. So if they left it at teen, it would have been fine. But they're choosing to go to E10, and
For the
therefore
wider audience.
any argument about like, well, they have weird laws
Mhm.
is like, okay, but you're choosing to make it
More
you're,
widely of it.
yeah, you're choosing to make like the TV edit of the video
Sure.
game. So like,
it doesn't change the sentiment that was just put forth, where in order for it to fall under the E for everyone category, our hands were tied to have to do ridiculous amounts of censorship, such
Sure.
as you can see here. And this is not the best image, because this is like, there are versions of the character drawn closer to this more like realistic style than this sort of almost chibi style, right? But the idea here is that it was too much to showcase this amount of cleavage, right? So like,
Last I heard, beaches were rated E for everyone.
the same amount of breast coverage in blue, but just by adding this little strip on top, we actually now are not considered, in violation or whatever. Like, that's the change we have to make, right? The other one here, obviously, as we looked at. Now, hilariously, even the male character now wears a shirt. Nipple equality, am I right? So even the male character's got a shirt on, right? Then there's this unbelievable ridiculousness, right? It's one thing for the warrior to wear something. Like, I kind of get this, because you're fucking, it's going to be a little drafty on that coochie there, right? You're in combat. You're going to jump for a strike. This thing is going to flap up. You give them a little show, which distracts them and gives you the upper hand so you can destroy them. I get that. But, oh, no, just in case it's a little too cold, or maybe
no,
you
it
don't
can't
wanna
flip
walk
up because it's
tall
attached
grass.
to the thighs, though.
No, I don't know. I don't think it is. Is it? Maybe. I don't think it is.
Isn't that
I
what
think
those
I don't
thigh
think so.
straps
I'm
are
pretty
for?
sure. No, because if they were, you couldn't fucking walk. You walk like at one of the army men in Toy Story.
She's a woman character. What's she gonna walk for anyway?
You got a tiptoe walk, like fucking. Oh god. Anyway, so I can at least understand the mindset behind this one. The point of a belly dancer is to be sexually provocative. This, to me, reads like, imagine your kid who's like, let's say you have like an 8-year-old girl, right? You watch Star Wars and she falls in love with Princess Leia as a character. And for Halloween, she wants to dress up as Princess Leia. But her favorite movie is the one where Princess Leia is like a prisoner of Jabba the Hutt in the bikini, the slave girl bikini. So you say, fine, honey, you can wear the slave girl bikini, but you can only wear it on top of your pajamas. Like fucking Superman wearing his red Speedo on top of his spandex pants, right? Like you're wearing your underwear on the outside of your pants. That's,
to be honest, for Halloween,
gives
you're
me.
talking about the end of October, so it's kind of stupid anyway, but yeah.
But you get what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like, that is the energy I'm getting
like
from this. Like, the censorship level here makes this comical. It is retarded to censor this specific character. Just remove the character rather than make it this laughing stock. This is unintentional comedy here. Moving past this. All right. Remember the Heinz lips? Yeah. Apparently, Dragon Quest Walk, the Pokemon Go ripoff thing. This like the old ones, like the one for the Switch. Oh, but now the remake, well, the lips aren't red anymore. Whoo! People almost realized how racist we were. Good thing we got in there and removed that. Thanks, Sweet Baby Inc., for telling us that you didn't like the fact that our troll was a black guy, according to you. According to you being like, that lips, that's a racist dog whistle, therefore you must remove that, right? Like, that's fucking garbage, these people, right? Treating this character, how is this fucking offensive? It is a goddamn troll.
I'm not even sure I know what you're talking about with
The
lips.
lips.
Like, I don't get how
Now
that's...
they're green. They removed the lips.
Well, why?
Yeah.
How is...
Who looked at this and thought, oh, that's offensive to black people?
Everybody has pink.
What is wrong with you? Like, if anything, you're making the admission that you think black people's lips look like this by changing the color of it. Oh, anyway.
No. I know what they're doing. They're making the ogre look sexually appealing because they're removing his lipstick.
His dick sucking lips are no longer a temptation.
The dick sucking lips.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii maligned as a Nazi and a chud for questioning gender ideology being required for Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake. Yeah, so how did this go? Oh, yeah. This person said, Yuji Horii going Nazi was not on my bingo sheet. Yukio, what in the blue blazers are you on about? How does this make him Hitler? Pretty much welcoming culture war tourists who tend to be Nazis. I just think it's so fucking hilarious. Like, they're so, like, what? They think like my ideological enemy? It's like, you're the fucking tourist here. Do you not realize that? Like, you're the one who has a problem with the thing that the actual fans have had no issues with since its inception. By complaining that the game they made had to be censored? You can't chastise someone because grifters will latch onto a thing. Look at how much shit I call out on a daily basis that some grifters might too. It was censored because of CERO, which is the Japanese version of ESRB. And that's been consistent for over a decade. The Type A and Type B stuff is not censorship. No, they were specifically talking about the designs they had to adjust to, they had to just censor now. Did you watch the video itself? You can turn on the subtitles. It's the same design they've been using since 2012, as evidenced by the fact that the troll, as early as fucking Pokemon Go ripoff Dragon Quest Walk, still had the lips. I call bullshit on your statement. And also, no, I haven't watched the video. I haven't had the time.
What the fuck are you commenting about?
Isn't that when I was at my last major seminar that we put on, Alex Hormozy, no, not Alex Hormozy, what was his name? Alex Mandozian was the keynote speaker. And he mentioned, he had this thing, he said, the only thing worse than going in the wrong direction is going in the wrong direction enthusiastically. That's what we're experiencing here. People enthusiastically running into the culture war, having no fucking idea what they're talking about, right? All right, moving past this. Anti-censorship interview between Dragon Quest creator and Dragon Ball editor wiped from the internet. That thing I just showed you, wiped. No longer on the internet. Sankaku Complex is the only place to watch that now. Spokesperson claims the video has been spread in a manner that is far removed from the true meaning. Oh my God. Fuck, we were just talking about all those things that we thought, shit, this is damning. When he called America a silly country and all of this stuff is needing to be censored. We can't even use male and female. Who's complaining about this? All that shit. God, turns out it's a mistranslation. And we have been led to believe things that are not true. I'm so glad that the people who have as much enthusiasm as the person we just looked at, who didn't even fucking watch the video, are here to tell us how we misinterpreted it. Let's read. In the aftermath of the two esteemed creators setting the internet ablaze with their criticism of America's content standards, nearly all traces of the recent anti-censorship discussion held between Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii and former Shonen Jump editor-in-chief Kazuhiko Torishima have been forcefully scrubbed from the internet. It unsurprisingly seems that the pair's talk ruffled some feathers somewhere up the food chain, as just 4 days after the interview was initially shared, it has been all but entirely scrubbed from the internet. To this end, the initial video upload has been removed. The transcript from Game Talk has been deleted. And the Twitter user whose translation of the video brought it to widespread Western attention not only took down his original thread, but also posted a direct apology for his actions. Fuck. We were misled by a grifter. I can't wait to hear what the mistranslation was. Quote, I would like to sincerely apologize for the incorrect English subtitles created for Mr. Kazuhiko Torishima's statement. In the scene where I mentioned Puritan, in the scene where he mentioned Puritan, it was mistakenly translated as sex education. This error was due to my mishearing. I deeply apologize for any inconvenience caused to all parties. Where's my my note? I left the note in here. Here it is. Oh, it's down here. All right, we'll look at it in a minute. So I deeply apologize to any inconvenience caused to all parties involved. So I'm just curious, to the audience watching, do you even remember what he's talking about here? When we were listening to that and I was reading it to you, does it even ring a bell, the word sex education coming up?
Yeah, I was like,
it did come up. But yeah, do you remember the context of it at all?
I kind of forgot. I remember thinking about like what does that got to do with whatever he was talking about?
Yeah. And again, when I asked you,
like religious ideas was comes in, it's like what does religion have to do with sex education?
So I asked you guys, what is the most damning thing? And you guys mentioned a bunch of stuff that was not the term sex education. Right? So now let's read how that changes the context of everything, right? Alongside this removal, a statement was also issued by Japanese news program Koso Koso, who notably did not host the event, but did allow some of their staff to work on it, including Chris, which was the girl who was the girl? I am not convinced, who was leading the interview, in which a spokesperson, and the name is Chris. I'm just saying, seems like if your name's Chris Tyson, other Chris's I won't mention, that it means you're going to become trans. I'm sorry, them's the rules. Just happens to be that way. In which I didn't write him. Yeah. In which we all know sister's real name is Chris, right? In which a spokesperson for the network both claimed that the relevant segment of Hori and Torishima's interview had been taken out of context and implored the public to stop sharing the creator's words. Quote, regarding the disturbance and related news reports, etc. The performers would like to inform everyone and make a request. It has been reported on social networking sites that some comments made by the performers were mistranslated by unrelated third parties when translated into English. In addition, some of the comments made by the performers have been spread in a mistranslated form. Not only that, but some of the performer statements have been cut out and quoted as if the speaker was expressing a negative opinion about a particular ideology or belief. And the video has been spread in a manner that is far removed from the true meaning of the statements and the original content and message of the video. Malicious videos and transcriptions have been spread on multiple YouTube channels and social networking accounts, and videos with incorrect English translations of the subtitles and articles using them as sources of information have spread not only domestically, but also internationally. Fuck. Do you know why it would spread domestically? Where they don't need to be fucking translated? Because the people domestically in Japan speak Japanese?
Incredible.
The mistranslated word is Puritan. The word, so this is the kanji here. The word Seikyoto, that's how you say Puritan. That's the word he used. Seikyoto. Sex education is Seikyoiku. Pretty close.
Pretty close.
The word should be Puritan, but it is mistranslated as sex education. Fuck, man, this is so damning. I must rewatch that specific one. The context is now provided to me. Let's see if we can decipher what he actually said. It's like an absolute god, an evil disguised as good. That kind of sounds like wokeness, doesn't it? Evil disguised as good. That the kind of, it almost seems like he's talking about that.
So doesn't change everyone.
It's right here. There's a religious concept from the West, especially in America, that influences their approach to sex education, right? So what they should have said is there are a bunch of Puritans in the West, and it influences their approach to effectively like how sex is portrayed, or like gender, sex and gender is portrayed, right?
I still kind of don't believe that at all.
Well, no, but like the puritanical left, they're referring to like the woke crowd. Like that's the new Puritans are the left. Like we went from the religious right trying to censor things to now it's the woke left performing the exact, literally 10 times beyond what the religious right used to argue for in trying to, censor, or not even censor so much, but limit access to video games from the youth. In like the 90s is now the woke left who is trying to destroy, dismantle, and burn the industry to the ground, as we'll look at in a minute. Right? So wow, oh my god, the most inconsequential line in this entire goddamn thing, it was mistranslated. It was Puritan. Don't you fucking know anything? Oh my god. The fuck? Like, are we getting fixated on the wrong thing here, perhaps?
Trying to point at the wrong, trying to distract you with one thing when the real meat is just something else.
The rest of the interview is fucking apocalyptic. It is damning to the West. The entire time, they're not talking about consumers like you and I. If anything, I want the game to be rated adult only.
Right?
They're certainly not talking about me.
Use those Toriyama designs adult only.
This situation, like, if there is one grave travesty of the world, it's that Akira Toriyama never directed a hentai. This situation was an unintentional misunderstanding by the speaker, and we deeply regret it, as it may damage the trust, not only in the performer himself. I love how they just call him a performer. He's a fucking editor at Shonen Jump. He's not a performer, right? You interviewed a real person. He's not out there like, yes, I am acting. Like, fuck that. It may damage the trust, not only in the performer himself, but also in all parties involved. And we strongly protest against the actions that led to the situation. What fucking actions? That people clipped it, agreed with it, and shared it, and literally one single word was misheard. And you're going to fixate on that like, oh no, we disavow. I disavow, right? But you're not going to disavow the actual things that he definitely said that literally all the people you're decrying fucking agreed with. We strongly protest the actions that have led to the situation and ask that the public refrain from spreading articles based on mistranslations or arbitrary cut videos that differ from the original content and message of the entire video. Give me the entire video, you fucking coward. How about that? Let me translate the entire thing. Let me give you the full context. How about that? No, you scrubbed it from the internet. You've deleted it. Completely gone. Fuck off. It's unclear which individual or entity ordered the scrubbing of Hori and Torishima's interview from the internet. However, given the speed and tenaciousness, should be speed and tenacity, with which the takedown notices were issued, speculation suggests that Square Enix themselves likely had a hand in the entire affair. We had this too. Okay, Dragon Quest creator Yuji Hori's interview questioning forced gender ideology in Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake was scrubbed from the internet. So just to further, did we have highlights? Yes. The interviewer who originally asked Hori the question also shared a statement Quote, just over 2 minutes of the nearly 90-minute talk was maliciously cut out without context by a third party, and English subtitles were added by another third party with an unthinkable mistranslation. On top of that, it was spread by a mysterious overseas news site. Oh my God. I can't fucking believe it. News got spread by a news site. Fuck. It may be just a great story for media and users who want to gain impressions, but for the performers, it is nothing but unpleasant to have that part cut out. You fucking said it. Everybody who's sharing it agrees with you. This is such dog shit. Oh my God, it's so unpleasant for them. Can't think about them. In the original video, there is a proper starting point for the conversation. I wouldn't know.
Took it down.
You fucking took it down. Please do not spread
it.
malicious cuts and mistranslations. The original video is currently not available to view due to the prevention of cuts. To all media organizations.
You know what that kind of sounds? It reminds me of it's the stupid religion. Sorry to say it's stupid, but the one where it's like he looked at the golden tablets or whatever and deciphered it. Mormonism, right?
Mormonism, yeah.
Where it's like, oh, you can't see the tablets. No, I can only look at the tablets. But trust me, this is what they said.
Yeah.
You know. Trust me, the original out of or in fully in context clip would have given you all the information you needed to show you that your conclusion is wrong. But you can't see it. Just trust me, your conclusions are wrong.
Trust me, bro.
Fuck? Yeah.
Best source ever. Trust me, bro.
One second. Can we go over some comments real quick?
Where'd you get to? Read these ones? Type 1 and type 2s are diabetes. Yeah, okay.
That's the best comment you've ever made. Sadly, it is only a matter of time before choosing between character type 1 and character type 2 is choosing between two forms of an obese character nobody wants to play as evidenced by Concord.
The irony is type 1 diabetes people are generally thin and type 2 diabetes people are fat.
That makes sense. That's why the women are always so hideous in the games. Oh my God, that was brilliant. Thank you, Luigi. All right.
You've almost redeemed yourself.
Almost.
Do
a couple more like that. Yeah. Keep going.
Old man's. Oh yeah. Okay. You want to read them? Go ahead.
I'll read them. When I was a kid, there was a lot of dystopian movies and books. One of the themes that represented was a sexless world where there was no distinction between male and female. Let me make something abundantly clear to you. There's a reason for that. There's a reason why they depict media like that. It's because Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World, and Eric Blair, who went under the pen name George Orwell, who wrote 1984, were allowed into the Fabian Society by the Fabian Socialists, and they revealed to them their plans for the world and what the shadow government types were going to influence the world into forcing them into. And those plans include removing all distinction between men and women. So when they write these dystopic books, they're not like, people say like 1984 was a warning, not a guide. No, 1984 is actually George Orwell telling you the future because he was told the plans by the Fabian Socialists. So the dystopian future that's building off of those tropes is doing so because it's the literal plan. It is literally the thing that they want to do. They want to erase the difference between men and women so that they can dismantle the family unit and make your kids wards of the state and force feed them the information they want them to know, to continually program them into obedient slaves. That's the dystopian future we have ahead of us if we don't fucking fight back, right? That's why it's like that. That's why it constantly comes up. That's why it is beaten forever. And that's why all the future, societies of the future are in those fucking sexless jumpsuits, right? To remove the differences between men and women at every angle that they can. And that is also why your game characters are so fucking hideous these days. Continue. Oh, sorry. Everybody dressed the same and looked the same. No individuality was allowed. Everybody was equal in their miserable existence. Yes. Luigi says, I would remove the tights from the male characters to be consistent with the female character designs. I'm an equal opportunity nudity enthusiast. Bring it on. Nipple equality, right? Well, the good news is that if you want to play the non-remake of Dragon Quest III, you have 3 options. The NES version, the Game Boy Color version, or the mobile / PC version. Super Smash Bros. Melee is rated teen, and it is the best-selling GameCube game. C and D rated video games do sell. What is C and D rated? Do sell because it is the adults who buy stuff anyway. Kids never carry $100 to buy beer. Got me there. Gameplay / graphics wise, the game looks fun, beautiful. Okay. And I'm tired of the censorship isn't going to affect the storyline thing from the gaming community. However, if you ignore about stupid things happening in video games nowadays, it doesn't make the problem go away. As my mom always said, the more in denial you are about a problem, the level of denial you are in something is directly proportional to how much it will crash down on you when the chickens come home to roost or whatever the fuck. I screwed up that saying so hard. Even kids would have a mom with big breasts. They just happen by nature. Damn. Spitting facts.
Philosophy right there.
Attractive sex dimorphic characters do affect the gameplay because you know who the characters are and what they do when navigating in the world. Some of your comments, not all, but some of your comments, I would like to take the old style, like the monks from like the Catholicism, where they would literally transcribe the Bible with the giant first letter, right? And I just want to do an entire book with like gold leafed pages and stuff that are just quotes from you that talk about sex dimorphism and whatnot. And it's going to be like, the next philosophical compendium.
Type 1 and type 2 are diabetes, not body types.
I just want to see like a Jesse Jackson, style, like type 1 and type 2 are diabetes, not genders. It's like when they constantly throw around the quote, you just hate female leads in games argument. No, I don't hate female leads in games. However, going back to The Last of Us 2, there was literally no reason for Joel to get killed by a roided up Ronda Rousey lookalike. It's not only that. It's the fact that they literally put Joel in the trailer in a scene that he is not in the actual game because they had already killed him, and the character that is actually in that scene is a completely different character, and they lied to consumers by conveying to you what you were getting that was false advertising. Looking at monsters as people is actually bigoted. Even I don't see Pikachu or Whisper as black-haired people. Preach. Short armor can be magic in upping the defense and stats. Also, short armor can help render the character models easier. Okay.
Oh man, Luigi, have you looked at the leaks? I've seen some scary fucking shit coming out of those leaks. Stories of like bestiality relationships with Pokemon and like, ugh.
So you're telling me they're suing Pal World because they want to be able to fuck Pokemon in the game?
I don't know.
I can't wait for next podcast.
There was one. I think it was Typhlosion, like rapes a woman and has like a half human, half Typhlosion baby with her. I honestly don't know.
Are
if
these
were
leaks
real.
or a fanfic you stumbled upon?
I have no clue, but they were claiming to be part of the leaks. I don't.
Wow.
So
I
there was
cannot
another one.
fucking wait for this podcast.
There was another one where like this woman like mutilates all these like slackings or whatever, and then they all evolve, and one like takes her back to his cave and like has a
Goes
baby with her
downtown.
again. Like,
I hope these leaks came from a folder called "Shit We Definitely Aren't Ever Gonna Do in Pokemon."
I have
a collection
I
of fan
assume
works that will never be canon.
I have to assume they're all fake, okay? But
Okay.
they are getting passed around with the like these are leaks right now.
I saw a tweet about that. I can't remember who it was from.
Can you guys continue with chats? I'm gonna step out of the room for just a second. I'll be right back.
Randy, can you do that? I'm trying to find a tweet.
Oh yeah, just leave everything to me. The reason censors find racism everywhere is because that is how they get paid. It's a grift. They will never run out of things to find problems. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, right? They make it their job to be upset about something. Like you can never be good enough, right? You can never be woke enough for anyone. I think giving a transformer actual pronouns was the nail in the coffin for me. Instead of Optimus planning the next attack on Megatron's base, he's worried about being called a Nazi for using the wrong pronouns on a robot that doesn't even have a dick or tits because it's a fucking robot. Yeah.
Sorry, it
It's
took me
they,
a long
them.
time to remember. I bought 2 of these before last podcast and was waiting to drink this on stream. For how silly things are about to get. Anyway, go ahead. Censorship
ignores the fact that lesbians would rather have female character designs as female characters, not as male characters.
Yeah, you know, lesbians are the ones getting fucked the hardest with with this.
Lesbians are sinking boats, all right?
Oh.
No, I only knew sex ed was mistranslated because I read the article already. Oh, spoilers!
Fucking God, would you like to share with the rest of the class the secrets to the test? Even I know that Onisan does not translate to Mr. Nice Guy. All right. I watched the video. Good. Should have downloaded it so we'd have it on stream. A good idea for sex dimorphic human characters would be the basic pants for male characters and skirts for female characters. They can be at any length too. Shorter than
but then that's the problem.
Evil disguised as good is what he said. In Japanese. Censorship is nobody's family nor friends. I don't care what the movie about a stupid elephant says. If that fact offends you, tough shit. I'd rather know the truth, no matter how cute nor ugly it is. Who's this guy? The acknowledgement of the censorship is being censored. History is being rewritten. This is why big corporations were fighting against the Wayback Machine, so their lies wouldn't be recorded. That's definitely seeming to be something that's coming up right now. For those of you guys who don't know, Wayback Machine has been hacked or something is going on with it. It's down. It's down right now.
I think they did get hacked, and now they're getting DDoS.
Yeah. Jokes on them because books keep getting published. We can never replace houses with digital. Okay. But you will own nothing and you will be happy if the Fabian socialist types get their way.
They want you all in an apartment with you can't own it and you're only
literally you're going to live in a building that is not yours. And when you leave your room, somebody else will step in there. And they'll rent out that space for some fucking reason. And you have almost no furniture in it because you own nothing, right? Like that's the goal for the future. They want to turn you into a automaton that doesn't have any emotional attachment to anything, has no drive, no ambition, no value, just does what you're told. That's the future they want for you. Evil that calls itself good. If censorship has no effect on the gameplay, why have it? It's a waste. In the new Transformers cartoon, what are you saying that to?
How about the pronouns?
Oh, I was out of the room for that one. Okay. Localizers are criminals being hired as part of their community service. They are also censors and should be in jail, as jails are supposed to be workplaces for criminals. I like this idea. If you elect me as future ruler of the entire planet, I will make censorship illegal. In fact, I will advocate over a 4-year plan how we are going to make all content sexier. From Kids Bop all the way up to porn. Everything is just going to get progressively sexier.
I'm not at Kids Bop.
Well, no, you remember? I just remember when I was a kid. The Kids Bop like commercials would come on for the songs, and some of the songs that they would play, because like the way you would market those back in the days, you would play just a portion of the chorus, and then you go into the next song and the next song's chorus, right? And one of the songs is like, I do anything, and it cuts and like, isn't the next line in that just to wake up next to you? Like, what do the kids think this is a sleepover? Like, oh boy. All right. It's like we're living in an endless loop of Brock's famous jelly donuts. No wonder aliens don't want to invade us anymore.
I just thought about the Kids Bop version of Kids
When we go to Japan as a podcast, we are going to eat so many jelly donuts. All right. You're all good, Seb. I miss Saturday morning cartoons. Huh?
I miss Saturday morning anime. So there.
All right. So this is the interviewer, right? To all media organizations, we ask that you refrain from spreading maliciously edited or mistranslated videos and information unintentionally made by the people involved, and only report on these matters after conducting proper investigations. It's unclear why the video is being scrubbed, given the official explanation for the one word being mistranslated. Although it does... wait, hold on. It's unclear why the video is being scrubbed, given the official explanation for the one word being mistranslated does not pass the sniff test as to why all the videos would be deleted and require such official statements. And then I'm supposed to go to the next.
Are we going to get in trouble for sharing in the podcast?
Come and get me, bitch. All right? Take me to fucking court over it. I goddamn dare you. I goddamn fucking dare you. Okay? To actually go into court and say, he's guilty of showing this thing, and then reporting on how it was mistranslated, and then drawing attention to the fact that we didn't say any other thing was mistranslated. Fuck you. All right. So according to this person, they said, Crib Notes, the last living member of the 3-person team that created Dragon Quest, Yuji Horii, and Akira Toriyama's good friend and Dragon Ball's editor, who was also the editor-in-chief of Shonen Jump for decades, Kazuhiko Torishima, were interviewed at Tokyo Game Show. During this interview, they were asked about the censorship of Dragon Quest by the interviewer, DJ Nas Chris. Apparently, Horii and Torishima do a radio show in Japan. I do not know if she works with them on that. In response, Torishima complained about the censorship of Toriyama's female warrior design and expressed his frustration with American puritanical views and how difficult publishing Jump, even in Japan, has become because of it. The design of the female warrior was changed to give her sweat-stained gym shorts under the plate mail bikini she wears in the original design, which was likely a parody of Boris Vallejo's legendary fantasy art, which was popular in the West at the time and frequently included chainmail bikinis. Yuji Horii commented that they had to rename male and female as Type A and Type B, respectively. I think it was actually Type 1, Type 2, but whatever. I think it actually was Type A, Type B, but I think he says Type 1, Type 2, or whatever. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about. Expressing bewilderment at the change. A user uploaded a clip of this with subtitles. It went viral, particularly across the anti-woke or conservative sphere in the West. Approximately 10 hours ago, the woman who performed the interview posted a post complaining about the clip and how it had gone viral in the US. At the same time, this user deleted his entire Twitter timeline and posted an apology that appears to have been drafted by a lawyer. At the same time, the Japanese publisher that handled the interview posted a statement claiming that the clip was 2 minutes out of a 6-hour stream. No, 90 minutes. And accused the translation of being invalid, as the user localized a derisive mention of American sex education as puritanical. No other translation errors were mentioned. At the same time, the original Japanese stream on YouTube was set to private. At the same time, the original Japanese stream on Nico Nico was set to private. That's the state of play right now. My theory is that someone reached out to Square Enix marketing and asked if they had any comment on Hori being cited by conservatives in America at all, which would have led to Square Enix Legal getting involved immediately. He then goes on to say, this is an archive of the GamesTalk article about the situation. It does not use the subtitles and directly cites the Japanese stream. If the issues were with the subtitles, this would not have been purged as well. They even deleted their Twitter post about it. So you fucking tell me. You fucking tell me. Again, it's not that it was mistranslated. It's that the wrong people agreed with the sentiment. Now, somebody else pointed this out. This is why censorship is malicious. They want to eliminate creative freedom and original content. They tarnish it with censorship. Please, no matter how many fans you are, I think I mean how many fans you, no matter how much of a fan you are, do not buy it. It has censorship, and that is bad. Now, they post here, obviously, Tifa, which I personally think she looks better in this one. That's just my take on it. The warrior, the belly dancer. This character is from Dragon Quest Dai no Daiboken, the Adventures of Dai, the Great Adventures of Dai. And we've talked about this too. They censored her design to now have pants on underneath this because apparently this is too sexy. Modern kids can't handle that. Oh my God, it is so sexy. Legs have never been sexier. That's why we have to fucking cover them up, right? Anyway, now, and then they go on to show, what's this? Oh, Sweet Baby Inc. clients. Square Enix. But what's this? Sweet Baby Inc. removes Square Enix from list of clients. There you go.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that animation.
Nice. Good for you. It has been revealed that Sweet Baby Inc., a video game consultant company known for spreading woke ideologies, has removed Square Enix from its list of clients. Here is what the Sweet Baby Inc. client list looked like before. And here's what it looks like now. So they removed Square Enix and Nerial. That's why there's 2 open spots here. Notably missing from the Sweet Baby Inc. client list is Square Enix as well as developer digital subsidiary Nerial. A Japanese user on Twitter also pointed out the removal of Square Enix from the clients list came shortly after Sweet Baby Inc. was mentioned during a recent Square Enix investor report Q&A with Square Enix president Takashi Kiryu. Question. Personally speaking, I am happy to hear about this shift from quantity to quality. I hope good titles come from this. However, I'm concerned about a Canadian consulting company, Sweet Baby. Square Enix is listed as a client, but is there actually any business there? What kind of business is it? Will it continue in the future? To which Kiryu replied, I would like to refrain from commenting on specific individual clients as we shift from quantity to quality. Providing content that is enjoyable and safe for our customers is also part of what makes a product fun. We will continue to do our best as creators. Square Enix previously worked with a similar woke consultancy group, Black Girl Gamers, on Forspoken, which ended up being one of the company's biggest flops in recent history. No, I think the biggest flop ever for the company. Ever. Not in recent history. Ever. Since then, Square Enix has shifted towards a new corporate philosophy, focusing on delivering insured fun after profits plummeted by 70% after hiring woke gaming consultants such as Black Girl Gamers. Huh.
They also sold off like half the company after that.
Yeah. Also, let me move past this and ask a question. What do you think their new found feelings are going to be about the modern trend of ugly game characters? Let's see. In direct opposition to industry standards, Final Fantasy character designer Tetsuya Nomura says video game characters should be attractive. All right, that's going in the book. Wise words from from people we agree with that will get us get them banned for having fans that are agreeing with them. So, for those who may be unfamiliar with the name, Nomura is renowned for his work both illustrating and directing such classic Square titles as the original Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy X, and the Kingdom Hearts series. In his time in the industry, Nomura has crafted some of the most memorable characters in gaming history. Think of Aerith Gainsborough, Cloud Strife, and Tifa Lockhart, each designed with striking, attractive features that have cemented their place in the hearts of fans. Tifa alone still has a massive fan following that stayed strong in the decades since the original game's release. Nomura was asked if there was, quote, anything you keep in mind when designing a protagonist, to which he admitted that he held a given character's visual appeal as one of his top design priorities. Quote, the reason I make my protagonists good looking is that in high school, a classmate of mine was playing a game and the protagonist wasn't very good looking. My friend said, why does he have to be ugly in the game world too? Meaning his friend is ugly, and his friend said, why the fuck do I have to look hideous in this game and in real life? And that really made an impression on me. From that experience, I thought, I want to be cool in the game. And that's how I design my protagonists. Yeah. So right now, we have a world that is embracing ugliness. Embracing it. But what of the people who are ugly, who want to not look ugly? That is a marginalized group you are not catering to. In your diversity, equity, and inclusion, you are leaving out the single most underrepresented, marginalized group, the ones who just want to play as big titty anime girls. I digress. However, he also acknowledged that there was a fine line designers must walk between making their characters too eccentric, as this could lead to a disconnect between said character and the player. Quote, in my opinion, the protagonist cannot be too adventurous in terms of design and setting. If he does something too eccentric, he becomes too edgy and is no longer a character that you can empathize with. I actually like characters with strong quirks, so I let the enemy characters go on adventures that the protagonist cannot. Okay. That's a very strange statement. I'm gonna read you this line. This is how it was understood by Game Reactor. You can't make them too good looking because, quote, you will end up with a character who is too distinct and hard to empathize with. So I think what he's trying to say here is Sephiroth is designed very differently than Cloud. Sephiroth has extremely long hair, right? And it's like a look that is too much, unrelatable to people. But, you know, a lot of girls think he's super hot. A lot of guys think he looks really cool, right? But it's like that is the disconnect where it becomes too much, too outlandish, right? Hair that is down to the floor and you know, like the sharp kind of like look for the bangs kind of thing, right? I think that's what he's referring to here, personally. Unsurprisingly, Nomura's sentiment echoes those felt by many. As this person pointed out, Concord reportedly cost $400 million to create. They made $0 since everyone was refunded. Ugly characters, horrible gameplay, uninspired game design, ugly UI, ugly maps, unenjoyable experience. Oh shit, I was supposed to read this one. Nope, fuck. Oh no, that is it. No, we're done. Cool. All right, moving on to this. Over 95% of players don't consider inclusivity important in gaming. Huh. Now, I'm going to skip over the actual reading on this and just say that they're basing this on a poll. 38 people voted that yes, inclusion is important to you in video games, and 713 voted it's not. That's 94.9%. Not quite 95%. I'm not sure why the article says over 95% of players don't consider inclusivity important in gaming when they start by citing this poll that has only 751 people voted on it. When they also include, is inclusion important to you in video games? No, 97.4% with 9,952 votes. I don't know, just saying. Clearly nobody fucking cares. Nobody gives a fucking shit about inclusivity. And this is the thing. This is the thing that these groups don't seem to, like Black Girl Gamers, for example, don't seem to get. Gaming was built in the West, largely, built for an audience that is majority white, right? You made games for an audience for which the general makeup of the culture is that most of them are white. If Black, Latino, whatever people also enjoyed those games, and some of these games are fucking Pac-Man. You think that Pac-Man is Asian because he's yellow? You probably do, actually. But the gaming industry got built for an audience. This is like, I have a huge issue with this. Like, the color nude in women's underwear is so fucking racist because it assumes you're white. Yeah. You know why? Because when they invented the color and were selling nude colored underwear to people, the vast majority of the customers were fucking white. Just because now you've been given a seat at the table does not mean that it is racist because we built something for people that don't look like you now that you also get to be there. Right? So the gaming industry is built on, a majority white user base. Now, if you happen to be a different race, you can also enjoy games that may have been made for a group that was white. Right? And it's not that it was made for people who are white. It's not that it was made specifically for whiteness, right? It's just that the people who happen to be playing it happen to be white. So a lot of the people who get cast in the games, the main characters, they have a complexion that is light-skinned, right? So now, the majority of the gamers are of a lighter skin. People who don't have a light skin can still enjoy games where the characters were made that they have light skin. Now, when you decide to make games that tell Black stories or whatever, you're making those games for an audience that is significantly smaller. Now, you get mad that the white people who the industry is built on don't also love the bullshit you're making that's not made for them, and you will constantly tell us it's not for you. Don't like it, don't buy it, and then get mad that we didn't. Right? Do you understand like the disconnect here that we invented the thing and now you're going to come in and try to have a piece of it, and we're happy to let you into the industry to build your own games. Nobody's trying to stop you. But when you don't see the same success as the people who made, for example, Grand Theft Auto. Oh, wait a minute. One of the most popular Grand Theft Auto games stars a Black guy, doesn't it? Right? So it's like it's weird that you consider all this stuff like fucking racism and bullshit, and you just simply because the game that you made wasn't popular, Dustborn, right? Like this is the world that we live in where it's somebody else's fault that I didn't see the same success and make billions of dollars off of an idea that was fucking stupid and only applied to me and my friends and specifically woke lefties that think like me, who, by the way, are the minority worldwide, despite the effort to convince you otherwise. Now, one of Sweet Baby Inc.'s employees even admitted that the company's goal is to burn the industry to the ground, indicating a massive threat to the gaming industry. Oh, what do you know? I got that right here. Let's talk about that in a second. But first, let's catch up on some chat here. Skipping that. Anti-woke, like cis is a slur against average people. They want to control the narrative. Absolutely. Weeb is a slur against Metallica fans. No, it's not. To claim James Hetfield plays Weeblash in Whiplash. Okay. Have no fucking idea. Hell yeah. I don't know what that's a reference to, but yes. Sweet Baby Inc. or not, the majority will boycott any kind of bloat. SBI never worked with Bud Light and Gillette. Okay. And they're boycotted anyway. Wow. Seems like you're missing the point. I've heard Sweet Baby Inc. has scrubbed most of the information. Yep, we'll get to that in a minute. Jokes on them because people look at action despite words speaking louder than actions. Okay. Sony is probably going to reboot Concord. Yeah. There are updates still being made to the game on Steam. Gameplay is important in video games. Like I said about sex dimorphic characters, details are important for navigating in the world. Def Jam fight for New York was cool. Everything is not made for me now. I save so much money. Yep. Okay. So, Sweet Baby Inc. employee admits goal is burning the games industry to the ground. Here, let me put a star on this so we remember where we left off. All right, I've got to get some brands up here. Some of these are going to have videos because I figured, you know what, it'd be a little easier to just fucking watch the video rather than read it all the time. But all right, Sweet Baby Inc. employee admits goal is burning games industry to the ground. In a presentation titled, quote, How to Get Away with Murder, Subverting Genre Expectations at the Game Developers of Color Expo, Wild, this is the guy's name, right? Cameron Wild. Wild introduces himself saying he is, quote, a narrative designer and sensitivity reader with a company called Sweet Baby Inc. Wild then declared, the stories we tell each other are way more than entertainment. They are how we create, debate, and preserve our collective values and beliefs. I agree. And we can and should make better, more expansive, more representational content. You can. That doesn't mean it's going to be a success, but go for it. Now, I want to point something out here. This video of his talk is 28 minutes and 37 seconds. Okay? In a slide, this is one of the very first slides that pops up. Cool. So why am I here? One of the bulletin points states burning the games industry to the ground. So I watched this video, not the whole thing, but this portion of it. He doesn't address that bullet point. It's there so that you'll see it, but he is not going to say like outright that's what he's trying to do. In the next slide titled, So Why Am I Still Here? One of the bullet points states, to prove that space where whiteness doesn't have to live is where some of the best stories are told. Sounds a little racist. Wild explained, quote, a lot of us who are really fighting for more inclusive games and storytelling don't have a choice when it comes to discomfort. A lot of us who are just existing don't have a choice, which makes this really hard often. But recently, I started realizing that discomfort, or the place where whiteness doesn't have to live, is where some of the best stories are told. And it's where genre storytelling lives. Later in the presentation, Wild explains why Blazing Saddles is his favorite film. Quote, fucking dog shit. Quote, the reason why I love it beyond some truly Mel Brooksian slapstick humor and fart jokes, Blazing Saddles is extremely aware of social inequality and finds its humor in that darkness, which means I can laugh in a way that is cathartic. It's a movie that isn't making jokes about me, but for me. And I think that's really awesome. Okay. So what's the scoreboard here? You like a movie made by Mel Brooks that you think is making jokes for you and not about you. That's good for you. Great. However, people you dislike who liked the Joker movie aren't allowed to have things that they like. That's not awesome, right? They don't get to have that. I'm going to celebrate the destruction of that franchise that was worth over $1 billion because the wrong people liked it. And by the wrong people, I just mean people that aren't me. right? Is that about where the scoreboard is here? That you get to talk about how much you gush and love this Mel Brooks movie, and you identify with it, and it's really awesome, but other people that you disagree with don't also get to have that. Is that where we're about at right now? Kind of seems that way. Because you
other
can just...
people are racist.
Everyone I don't like is racist, right? Because you can just tell in the text, but it's also a fact. It's a fact that Brooks worked with black writers to make sure the jokes came at the expense of whiteness. Jokes that come at the expense of whiteness are good. That's about what you're saying? It's because these jokes, they came at the expense of whiteness. They tear down white people. The whiteness is the evil, right? And that's not awesome. And chipped away in an absurd social hierarchy. It's deliberately and unexpectedly a narrative that contributes to the liberation of people like me. Too bad you won't share that with anybody else who isn't exactly 100% you. It isn't respectful. It's offensive. But yeah, it offends the right people. I am dead serious. That is what this fucker said. It's offensive to the right people. And therefore, I love it because presumably white people hate it. Blazing Saddles? Really? I mean, it's on the watch list. I haven't actually gotten to it. But isn't like Chevy Chase in this movie?
I don't know.
No,
Chevy
I don't
Chase
think
is
so.
in
What am I thinking of? What's the movie that he's in that's like an old Western style like this?
Oh, fuck.
I'm not sure.
Doesn't matter. Regardless, again, The point is, it offends the right people, which is, to me, the point of truly incisive, intentional genre work. So genre work to you just means, like, work that caters to me, that I get to rub one out to this work because I'm so giddy over the fact that it hurts people I dislike. And also, by the way, I don't think the people you dislike agree with you on that. I don't think they're hurt by it. Now,
Three Amigos.
Three Amigos, that's it. Yeah. Okay. Also haven't seen that. All right. So I just want to point out, I have removed this from our discussion just because it's like, it is so long-winded. After talking about Blazing Saddles, I am dead serious. It's a 28-minute speech that is titled, Getting Away with Murder. Where is it? How to Get Away with Murder, Subverting Genre Expectations. That is the title of it. That shows up, as far as I can tell, fucking nowhere, because he spends those 28 minutes talking about Blazing Saddles, and I'm not even kidding, 10 minutes of the 28-minute runtime is him trying to tear down Quentin Tarantino and bitching and getting triggered and reactive to Django Unchained because it's not Quentin Tarantino's story to tell. It's blaxploitation. A black guy didn't get to make it, so I'm not allowed to like it. So fuck you, Quentin Tarantino. 10
Django Unchained Watch Party 1.
10 fucking minutes of this thing is spent him basically crying over Quentin Tarantino's work needs to be critiqued out of existence.
Good fucking luck, loser.
Fucking unreal. All right, that's the end of it. We're done talking about this loser. Moving on. Sweet Baby Inc. CEO Kim Belair continues to play victim and attempts to deny her company's goal is to wokeify games. In an interview with Black Girl Gamers on YouTube, Belair said, here, I'll just play it.
I would say I think of us almost in as like patient zero of this wave of Gay Brigade, in that I think when I think of it as where it started, it was kind of the week that we had announced that we were on both Alan Wake 2 and Spider-Man 2, which are two, I think, popular games among the game community and players in general. And immediately, I think the targeting began with this kind of like, we found this secret, sinister website from Sweet Baby Inc. Meanwhile, we're on Twitter like, I've been so excited to let people know that we worked on these two really great games. And the assumption was essentially made that our work on that had not been story or narrative or character related. It had been to make a black character exist in Alan Wake 2, and I think to put pride flags in Spider-Man 2. And that was kind of like the assumption that we had wokeified the video games. And then that led to, as a company, we worked on over 80 games together. So there was plenty of fodder for people to start going, oh, is this the reason that all of these games are now woke, that they have people of color in them, or queer people, or any marginalized identities at all? Or even sometimes that, they perceive like, oh, this woman's design is not quite as it used to be, and I think it used to be hotter. So there's a lot of stuff that's been put on us, both things that we did work on, things that we didn't, and then we kind of just became shorthand for the wokeification, quote unquote, of gaming.
Is there anything more infuriating than listening to people try to straw man their way out of the controversy that they created and pretend that it's somebody else, that some other thing's fault, latch it onto something that is not the focus and pretend, right? Just constantly pretend, try to spin the narrative to a hug box of people who agree with them, all of which have she, her in there next to their name, right? I love this though. She's like, we worked on over 80 games together, so there's plenty of fodder for people to start digging. Oh, is this the reason that all these games are woke now? That they have people of color in them? Does anybody fucking care? Nobody goddamn cares. Nobody cares that a person in a game happens to be a person of color. You care that a person of color is inserted into a game and a statement is being made about their color, is being force-fed or narratively driven, right? Shit like when in the X-Men movie, they have some like girl power thing about, we're called the X-Men, but it seems like the women do a lot of the saving over here. You know what I mean? Like that kind of shit is like so fucking groan-inducing, right? So because it has now they have people of color in them, or queer people, or any marginalized identities at all. But what about the marginalized identity of the guy who's ugly but wants to play as a big-titted anime girl? You're forgetting about him once again. Or even sometimes they perceive like, oh, this woman's design is not quite as it used to be, and I think it used to be hotter. So there's a lot of stuff that's been put on us, both things that we did work on, things that we didn't. This reminds me of, they mistranslated. It was the word Puritan. Does it substantially change absolutely anything? Fuck no. When you say some things we worked on, some things we didn't. So which thing in here is the thing that you are not taking ownership over, I wonder? Just curious, right? Blair made it abundantly clear that her entire goal and her company's goal was to wokeify gaming back in 2019 during the Game Developers Conference. She said,
none of what we're doing is about ticking boxes or about a veneer of wokeness. We actually have to care about making this stuff.
In fact, during that same presentation, Blair made it clear that she would weaponize cancel culture to achieve her goals. I know you have seen this clip. It is longer. I'm showing you more context here.
Put this stuff up to your higher-ups, and if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
Fuck, I showed you the wrong one. God damn it. Fuck, I deleted the other one. There's a longer one. Hold on. So she goes on to say, immediately after that, because they have to consider, and I say that out loud as a joke, referring to going up to your marketing team and terrify them, right? I say that out loud as a joke, but it's actually very, very true. Because if you start to consider the people who are player and audience facing, the community managers, and you have to deal with mitigating harm and with keeping the sentiment around their game and their project positive, there's like a genuine value that you could impress upon them, both ethically and financially. You could say, this is important. It's also a valid discussion to have, because if you're working with a thin narrative budget and you work in AAA, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised or even dismayed by the amount of money that marketing can give you. Translation, you're going to be shocked how much you can extort out of the marketing department.
You don't understand. We thought we'd get, a few $1,000s. These bitches are paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
We're mad. We're mad about Black Myth Wukong, and we're getting all these articles written decrying Black Myth Wukong because they wouldn't give us the $20 million we wanted to tell them that they're racist. These people are extortionists. They always have been. They are grifters, just like Black Lives Matter paid themselves first. They bought huge multi-million-dollar homes. First thing they fucking did with the money that they earned for their nonprofit organization, they
quotes
earned on the death of a person that the media pretended was a fucking saint.
Earned by being there. They just happened to be like there with their hand out. That's how they earned it.
Disgusting. Anyway, so I think that's the end of this article. I don't want to read any more of this. So how's it going for them? Well, let's see. Bandai Namco and Reflector Entertainment's Unknown 9 Awakening is shaping up to be a financial disaster as ugly character models and Sweet Baby Inc.'s influence repel fans. You hate to see it. Oh, what's this? Former Sweet Baby Inc. employee implies developers do not want to hire him after working for Kim Belair's company. You'll never guess who it is. It's, Kazuma Hashimoto. If you don't remember that name, it's the guy who spoke to Zachary Small at the New York Times and told the New York Times that every person who has a problem with Assassin's Creed Shadows that appeared to be a Japanese person was actually a white person using Google Translate to type up Japanese hate comments. That not a single Japanese person actually dislikes this game. It's that guy. Who, by the way, didn't even work on Assassin's Creed Shadows, if you can fucking believe it. Gets a chance to get in front of the New York Times, be like, oh yeah, let me tell you about how all the people I hate are fucking idiots. They're definitely trolls. It's a bunch of white guys in the West who are just using Google Translate. It's fucking obvious. Good job. All right. Sweet Baby Inc. redesigns its website to remove client and games list as well as hide its woke agenda. And I think that says it all, which is why I highlighted just the top, right? Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah. So anyway, this list doesn't exist anymore. Is the point? That's the point, right? And yeah, anyway, I don't want to waste any more time on this bitch. So, excuse me, Sweet Baby Inc. CEO Kim Belair. Oh, dear Lord. Sweet Baby Inc. Sweet Baby Inc. CEO Kim Belair reflects on company backlash, says anti-DEI critics are coming together under the rallying cry of far-right supremacy. I think the far right is supreme over this bullshit. I have to agree. You notice she didn't say white supremacy. It almost seems like a misstatement to say far right supremacy, right? Yeah, I don't know if it's being far right. I mean, we have a couple articles. I can pull up one. I'll just pull up one. I'll grab one. I don't have a problem. I have a solution.
Not a problem. Here's a solution.
Problem to get rid of so many fucking tabs. Show you a far right supremacy here. Not that one. I'm almost there, I promise. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Nope.
Would it be a bad thing for the current industry as it is to burn?
No.
Yeah, right. Let it fucking burn. All right. Rolling Stone, men who abstain from porn are dangerous alt-writers. Fuck, man, we can't have those guys running the industry. God damn it. Can you fucking believe it would be madness if that was happening? All right. Cool. Okay, let's get into the topic at hand. Are there tweets?
What are the ones you don't abstain from porn?
Mike Hymo. Whoops. Did I say that? Whoops. All right. Are you guys ready for this? Let's get through the chats real quick. All right. Sweet Baby Inc. will go bankrupt since the majority look at action that rebrand names as meaningless. Okay. Look at action and rebranding the names are meaningless. It's like how a woman calls herself a man does not make her a man as it is like a name. Oh. Is this individual a male confirmed? Kim Belair? I don't know. Who knows? Three Amigos. Thank you. She says she worked on 80 games, but only pictures 9 of them on their website. Well, yeah. The other ones are wrapped up in NDA, but trust me. Right? Okay, so what do we got next? Cabrutus says Silent Hill 2 Remake has been confirmed as a DEI detective game involved with hit detection. Now, I just want to say something. I have played... I'm at Brookhaven Hospital. I just got to Brookhaven. So I haven't completed the game yet. I got as far as I could. If you are a member of the Discord or follow me on Twitch, you may have seen me playing. I would like to show you the very first screen after the splash screens are done. So tonight we are going to find out if Silent Hill 2 is in fact irredeemably woke. And the very first screen you see, this game contains content and themes of domestic violence, emotional abuse, sexual assault, suicide, mental illness, child abuse, and other mature themes. If you find yourself experiencing a negative reaction to these themes, or if you need mental health resources, please visit the link below. Just in case it's too triggering. I mean, I guess that's a good sign, right? That they're like, well, we expect the modern audience to get triggered by this, right? Yeah. That's how the game opens. Yeah. I mean, I haven't been gaming in my, modern gaming days for very long, but that's a first for me. Is that common?
Same.
Right?
That's a first for me, but
Yeah. No,
I don't play those kinds of games, so. Yeah.
I love this. So Cabrutus says that it's been confirmed as a DEI detective game because it had hit detection involved in it. You're literally an idiot, says Dan. Right? To which Cabrutus hits back with, and you don't even know what you are. He, she, that. Right? Fucking that is perhaps the best comeback we've covered on podcast yet. All right. Konami deletes post announcing Silent Hill 2 Remake was, quote, designed for modern audiences. At the end of May, Konami published a post on Twitter that has since been deleted where it announced, quote, see how the Bloober Team devs working on Silent Hill 2 preserved authenticity while adapting a horror classic for modern audiences. The post also included a video that featured the game's lead producer stating, quote, I think the biggest change that we've had was actually how to make the game approachable for the newcomers who have not played the original, but at the same time to retain the familiarity of the game that players remember from 20 years ago. The creative designer and lead director added, quote, our goal from the very beginning was to maintain the game's atmosphere while modernizing the gameplay to make it competitive in 2024. The story also featured the video also featured commentary from Bloober Team's senior narrative designer who explained how the company changed the story. Quote, in the remake, the story remains largely the same. However, with the magic of modern technology, we're able to expand on some of its aspects. Quote, the hardest was designing combat. We want to be as faithful as possible to the original game, but also we want players to feel satisfaction while playing. Remember that we need to fit in the horror genre. Okay, so full disclosure, I had planned a much bigger segment for this, but the amount of footage I had to go through, going through all of my playthrough of PlayStation 2's Silent Hill and everything I've done so far for PlayStation 5's Silent Hill 2 Remake, has just become a little bit overbearing. Some of these clips are going to be a bit long, but just bear with me.
Oh. God, I hate the tree effect where people are like, yeah, just add a turbulent displace to it. It'll look like the wind is hitting it. Okay. What was that? Did I unlock something?
The point is, when I got there, it changed the camera angle and just hung on it.
Yeah, was that just them being like, not the way you expected to go? Yeah, in the original game, that's the way you go.
So in the original game, this is how you get the radio and the first weapon in the game, as you're going to see. So they put the tunnel in the game, but removed your ability to walk into it as you did in the original game. And kind of just left it like a fucking Easter egg.
And then that's where you get the first weapon that you use against the monster that's in there.
Is it dead? What the hell is it?
This is how they did it in the remake here coming up.
So yeah, I was saying before that they put it in like this fetish gear with like a laced up back.
So there's another example of not being fucking subtle with the fetish gear.
Okay, I can do that. Oh, he's gonna spit at me. Oh! Way easier than in the original game.
In terms of the dodging thing.
Is this what I saw in the fog? Whatever it is, it's not human.
How do you know? Was it the fact that it spit acid out of its abdomen?
Right. So I just want to say real quick that there are parts of the game that I actually really like, just so we're clear. The combat is much better, like much better. But overall, I think the original game is better because the quirks of the combat are part of its charm. And I also think that I probably would have enjoyed the remake a lot more if I had chose to not replay the original before playing it and then replayed the original after playing it, right? I would have been blissfully unaware of some things we're going to look at in a minute if I hadn't refreshed my memory on it. The post from Konami appeared to confirm suspicions that the game was being injected with the DEI agenda by Bloober Team and the video game consultancy Hit Detection following the redesign of the character Angela that was shown off during the PlayStation State of Play in May. We already looked at that on podcast. It's unclear why Konami decided to delete the post. However, a rumor from YouTuber Endymion indicated that video game developers would attempt to hide the woke propaganda by no longer marketing it publicly. I'm going to play a clip of that right now.
Many game studios are aware of Gamergate 2, and while they fear the implications of being caught in that war, that many studios have no desire or will to change their games to appeal to core audiences anymore. According to my sources, and this was one of the most damning allegations, so please listen carefully here, is that the game industry across plenty of studios will start to market their games as being devoid of identity politics and pandering almost completely. However, the actual content within these games in the future will not be altered or lessened in terms of identity political content, despite this tonal change in marketing. Simply put, many studios and publishers are still all in on DEI and wokeness in the future. Like, they are not changing that. And they still want you to consume this content, whether you want to or not, but they will now sell you the games by marketing them to you to trick you into thinking that they're not woke, basically. And then you will buy it, and then sometime into these future experiences, all the wokeness, I guess, will reveal itself, and then you will be probably too far into these games in order to refund them, and then these studios and publishers will then make their money.
Yeah, so effectively, it's a pretty long-winded way to say that obviously, once Sweet Baby Inc. detected and then DEI detected starts to become effective at shutting down fucking Concord, $400 million in the toilet. In the goddamn toilet. Once that shit becomes effective, they're going to pivot and stop promoting the fact diversity is our strength, right? They're going to stop saying that, but they're still going to put it in the game, right? But if you've played the game long enough that you can't get a refund on Steam, then they still get your money, is effectively where the industry is going to try to go. So the solution is fucking don't pre-order goddamn anything. Don't be a moron like me, right? Don't pre-order this shit, you know? Now, let's continue here. Silent Hill 2 Remake consultant suggests the world would be better without gamers.
The world.
Jacob Geller, who works for Hit Detection LLC, a company similar to Sweet Baby Inc. that aims to push wokeness in video games, announced his involvement in the game while sharing a screenshot from the game's credits. Hit Detection, Jacob Geller, right here. Right, there he is. There he is. He responded to a post from 2019. I'm curious, what's the dumbest idea you have that you nevertheless believe will, if implemented, make the world a better place? No gamers. In another unsurprising post also made in 2019, this person says, referring to this, American devs, endless whining about politics. Japanese devs, right? So this is Bayonetta guy. This is the Tekken guy. This is supposed to be Hideo Kojima holding a katana. This is Yoko Taro, who made Nier Automata and all that, right? Honestly, the fact that gamers don't think Taro and Kojima are political totally fits. Politics in games means anything about race or gender or nothing else. Once again, a straw man argument, right? It is a deliberate misunderstanding of the problem. People are not decrying the concept of politics in games, right? Age of Empires, you know, Civilization, games that have had sort of a political undertone, you know, component to them, have existed and have been enjoyed, you know, for a long time. It's not the existence of politics. It's the preaching. It's the force feeding shit down your throat that we politely refer to as politics injected into games. But a deliberate misunderstanding on your part, of course.
What we really mean is real world nonsense
Yeah.
that is currently going on.
Like
that in
nobody,
20 years, in 20
nobody
years,
thinks
it won't
Metal
be
Gear
that.
Solid is not political, right? Like fucking politics in a game that is referential to maybe making statements about Japanese politics that don't immediately affect my fucking life in my escapism fantasy of playing a video game doesn't matter. Woke politics that I can't fucking escape from because you force feed it to me on a daily goddamn basis being injected into my escape does affect me. You dumb fuck. Obviously, that's what is being referred to here. Now, there's a bit more posts from throughout the years. I'm not really interested in, you know, rehashing every single thing he's ever said, but Geller's post that belie his thinking is not surprising. In fact, this is just another piece of the mountain of evidence that fits novelist Isaac Young's theory, in which he noted that the current crop of Hollywood and video game writers are part of a, quote, seething artistic class that wishes to pervert all film, TV, and literary achievement for the sake of applauding themselves and humiliating their enemies. Furthermore, he shared that this class, quote, cannot conceptualize anything except through politics. He added, quote, Hollywood exists to reward its friends and punishes its enemies. Fuck, is that not what we've been saying this entire podcast? Right? We want our friends to enjoy the media that we make. But if our enemies also enjoy it, fuck it. Light it on fire. Burn it to the ground. Burn the games industry to the ground. Destroy $1 billion film industry or a film franchise with Joker. Burn it to the ground because the wrong people like it too. What a sad fucking existence. Furthermore, he shared about this class cannot conceptualize anything except through politics. He added, Hollywood exists to reward its friends and punish its enemies. And its products are emblematic of that. Hollywood does not exist to entertain you. It is an organ of a greater international apparatus that has declared war on the native populations of the West. V says, I find it interesting that unless you know every single detail of the original, you're not allowed to criticize the remake, referring to Silent Hill 2 remake. Or because the game treats topics like sexual abuse, then it is beyond reproach. The reality is people are disgusted by the recent trend of AAA games making women look like men for the purpose of inclusivity. So no, this game doesn't get a pass. Especially when it does the joke where, oh, look, this is my previous outfit that the original game devs gave me. Let me show you something. Do you guys remember Suicide Squad?
Yeah, right. I was thinking something more fashion forward.
Yeah. Well, what about this one that we've could have forgotten about?
Not in a million years.
Remember when they rebooted Devil May Cry for DMC and gave him black hair and then outright antagonized the fans of the franchise? This game series would not exist if people didn't like what you originally did. And for you to reboot it and then fucking mock the fans is disgusting. Let's see what happened in Silent Hill 2 Remake. Wanna wait. You're gonna hear how much I fucking hate her. Stay back if you have such a problem.
Can you let me in?
Yeah, sure. Jeez. Oh, look, it's the outfit from the original game. Watch her ridicule me. Yeah, come on.
Why, thank you, good sir.
Fuck you. Here she goes.
Hey, you think I'd look good in this one?
Sure.
Not quite the ringing endorsement, but hey, I'll take it.
Okay, are you gonna toss it? Or are you gonna do something with it? What, you just drop it?
Bruh.
Did it go back in the... Did it... You just clipped... Okay, whatever. So I didn't properly set that up, but I just want to let you know, I fucking hate that character in the remake. Look, in the old game, she is based on a model that very clearly looks inspired by Cameron Diaz, for whom I do not find attractive. In fact, I actually feel a little bit repulsed by Cameron Diaz. Just something about the way her face is structured, especially like because they put her in Shrek and everything, and they like do the whole facial movements that look like her. Something about it is a turnoff for me. Okay, I have nothing against the girl, but personally, doesn't do anything for me. I have a newfound appreciation for the old model because this character is so fucking insufferable. I want to keep reading here. He says, "What sick, disturbing gooners those devs were, right? The new devs are much more educated and enlightened as they poach on the work of their betters, right? So no, I personally won't give my cash to people who mock the original developer's work. And for some reason, because I say this, it makes some rando seethe, and I don't know why. The game is more than likely going to sell, since you can mod the disgusting looking characters out of the game, give them big fat tits, and it's fine. Because that's where the real American horror begins, by exposing the cult of allies to heteronormity on their screen." All right, so the rest of this is supposed to be blocked out, but the Twitter doesn't let me highlight things properly. Anyway, so he's showing this image, right? Now, by itself, that sequence in the game feels like a nod rather than a attack. But there was a deliberate choice to put her in a very now, like, I don't actually like the original outfit. I've said this many times. Go back and watch old podcasts. I personally do not think it is an attractive outfit. I am not attracted to the character. I'm not attracted to Cameron Diaz. I'm not attracted to Christina Maria Aguilera, who the character is loosely based on. But where the mean-spiritedness of this comes in is the fact that they deliberately chose not to use the old outfit, or even something remotely close to the old skin-tight outfit, and instead made a dramatically unappealing, gigantic-headed character instead. Right? Now, I would like to showcase a couple more things here from the game. Is this so? After you catch up to Maria, as you could hear from the recording, I was not pleased with the way that they deliver. Her lines specifically are fucking atrocious. Now, let me show you something that specifically happens in the original game that does not happen the same way in the remake. Right there. What the hell? Heaven's Knight is so far away from it now.
They were literally right behind each other.
This would be the way to the bowling alley. And I go in the bowling alley.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
Oh.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back. Okay.
All right, so now let's go to Bowl-O-Rama. Let's see if we can. I want you to notice the sexual, like, demure way she talks in the original game compared to this.
No.
Can I push you in? All right, lady, let's go. Get in. Whatever. I was just joking at that point. What do you know? What happens here?
You can wait outside if you want. I'll just look around the place.
Why would I want to wait outside?
I
This is different.
I thought you might not want to.
James, if you don't want me around anymore, you can just say it.
No, it's not that. I just.
Yeah, so that's clearly a reference to the original game where she doesn't come inside. This is how it is in the original game.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh! You're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I
This is Eddie Dombrowski and Laura.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you're sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me.
Eddie?
So once you reach him,
Oh.
after you enter the bowling alley, this happens.
James, we met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But
There's a fan favorite line coming up that I know a lot of people are hoping is in the remake.
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura, is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
That's
She
the
said
one.
she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
The pizza!
Yeah, the pizza.
The pizza!
This town's full of monsters. Who could just sit here and eat pizza?
Because of the reference to the actual game.
Yeah, why isn't Eddie here though? Okay, so I'm gonna speed something up here by showing you this map. So this is a map of Silent Hill. Why can't I? Okay, here we go. So each game takes place in a different area. First game's up here. Second game's down here. Part of the third game goes into here as well. In the original game, this is Pete's Bowl-O-Rama. Okay, so this is the place I'm at in the game, in both the remake and the original. In the original, Heaven's Night, which is a strip club, is directly next to Pete's Bowl-O-Rama. And as you leave, I'm going to show you in a minute. Yeah, I think it's... No, I think I'm going to cut that out. But as you leave, what happens is you run after Laura, because a little girl shouldn't be running around Silent Hill by herself. Maria runs from around the corner saying, like out of breath, like, I lost her, right? And he's like, we got to go get her. So you go back through here to the back alley, to the back entrance of Heaven's Night, to then, because Laura went through this tiny crack, which we'll look at in a second, right? Now, in the remake, Heaven's Night is way fucking down here. It's not at all where it originally was, right? So, because I'm curious, I attempt to go to where that is, and this is what happens. So there's the Bowl-O-Rama. Let's find out what they replaced Heaven's Night with. Oh.
They're coming.
From where? Is it the bugs? What is this? They're coming.
I told you there's nothing for us here. Let's head back.
I told you there's nothing for us here. Where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Nothing for us here. What do you say about this?
What is it?
Nothing. Just deja vu.
They're making fun of, like, all of these things are like making fun of you for having played the original game. So as you can see there, in the original game, once you go through Heaven's Night, that's where you exit. So they kept that in there as like it's an Easter egg, but because of the motive behind it, I feel, especially, and this is the big problem, this is the thing that they don't seem to understand. Kim Belair style companies think to themselves, well, you know what? These are just a bunch of right-wing supremacists. They don't even know what we do at our game company or our consulting company, right? We just make the characters more inclusive. We make the women look a little frumpier so that, women won't feel pressured to be beautiful like them. And also so that ugly men who decide to become women because they can't cut it, and for whatever reason in their deranged mind think that they're women, they'll feel included too by making the women look like men, right? But what that's actually done for me is now I don't fucking trust you, right? Again, the purpose of Maria is that she represents a sexualized version of James's fucking wife that he is looking for in this town. And she is meant to ooze sexuality. And ironically, in the original game, it is handled with such care that it comes across as tasteful, like weirdly tasteful, right? Like it's a character that represents the repressed sexuality of the main character that you play as in the game, because his wife died 3 years ago and he finds this girl with blonde hair with colored tips on the end, like an ombre, and that this character represents his wife if she was like confident in her sexuality and flirtatious. Right? And especially because James presumably hasn't gotten over his wife, hasn't had sex in 3 years, isn't pursuing romantic encounters, that the temptation that is meant to come out of meeting somebody who looks exactly like his wife, but dressed sluttier, with more confidence and a demure attitude, speaking in a way like the character's eyes are almost never fully open in the original game, because the purpose of it is that she is sensual. And again, it comes across in a very tasteful way when you actually play the original game. But because they made the character look like a fucking man, wearing a very unflattering outfit that hides curves to the point where they don't exist, and I'll show you that in a minute, I now interpret these Easter eggs as a gut punch. Right? And if you couldn't understand, in the original thing I showed you, where I went up to that tunnel and I was commenting on the tree, like turbulent displacement and everything, when you click on that to interact with it, it changes the camera angle and shows you something from the angle you would see in the original game. And nothing fucking happens. You have to press circle to cancel out to be able to start acting in. But that's the first one that happens in the game, is you run up to that tunnel and it's like, haha, that thing you remember from the original. Aren't we clever showing it to you? And it's like, but why? Like, do I get an award? Do I get a fucking like trophy of some kind for noticing that this was in the original game? It's okay that you change things. Like, I don't mind. They added a fuck ton of content to the game. Right? It makes the game experience longer. I think a lot of it is a improvement on some aspects, but I can't help but feel like I'm being pandered to, because they go out of their way to include things, and then they do this shit with Maria. And I could let Angela slide personally. I could let Angela slide. I do think she should be prettier. I do feel that they have intentionally made her ugly. And I find it hilarious because Eddie and James have the best looking models in the game. I mean, they look fucking... Eddie, ironically, the big fatso, he is the best looking character in the game, bar none, hands down. He looks so fucking good. He is the biggest improvement in the game by far. And ironically, James and Eddie don't look anything like the actors that portray them. But Angela and Maria look like they're meant to look like the female actors portraying them. And they look fucking hideous in game. And it's almost like a shield, a defense, right? Well, they're based on the models. You don't think the models are attractive? Yeah, I fucking don't. You know, and ironically, James's actor is actually better looking than him in like the chiseled jaw sort of, beauty standard, right? So like James is less attractive, according to that beauty standard, than the model that he's based on, or the actor who voices him at least. But he looks higher fidelity. And of course the main character should be higher fidelity, but Eddie looks better than James. Eddie's a fucking fatso, and he looks fucking incredible in the cutscenes. Like really, truly. I mean, he looks like fucking Philip Seymour Hoffman is coming to life in the animation. It's incredible how good he looks. So anyway, so that's what happens when you go to where Heaven's Knight is in the remake, where Heaven's Knight was in the original. Right now, let me show you something here. I'm going to show you what actually happens in the original game. Oh shit! Am I missing something? I think I am missing something. All right, we'll see if it comes up, but I'm going to show you what happens when in the original game when you go into Heaven's Knight. Fuck, I am missing something. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to see if I have it right here. I'm in movies. I need to go into desktop. Not that one, not that one. Fuck's sake, he's got to be in here. Come on. Son of a fucking bitch. Okay. Go over chats if there are any real quick. I'm just going to grab something.
There are no new games without gamers. These studios only exist because gamers support them. They are cutting the branch they sit on. Does the change mean the HD Silent Hill map is no longer accurate?
The one that I was talking about before? The
Well,
super high definition one?
I guess so. Is it accurate still?
It's not accurate to the remake, no. But the HD map that I was talking about last podcast is based on the OG games. So it's accurate to the OG games. Okay, I found the thing I was looking for. Let me just render it out real quick. Markers in.
Yeah, Maria is supposed to be sexy version of his wife. He was in a sexless marriage because his wife was so sick, and she
and she also died
his unpent
3 years ago.
desires.
Yeah.
The changes break the narrative structure.
Yes. And see, that's the thing is like you can step in here just like with the whole thing with Dragon Quest and say, look, man, you got to do type 1, type 2 because like it's not fair to use the terms male and female because not everybody considers himself a male or female. So we want to do type 1, type 2 so they don't feel bad about conflicting emotion over the fact that they look like a girl but they're not a girl or blah blah blah, you know, like that kind of shit that you're trying to pull, like it destroys the actual thing that the game is based on. That's not so shallow as just, oh, what do I feel like today kind of thing. Let me grab this. I just rendered it out. Hold on. Is it this one? Okay, I have to. Oh no, this is small enough. I can still upload it. Okay, so let me upload this to StreamYard real quick. Cool. All right, so I'm going to show you what happens, just like to give you an idea of a little bit more before we go into this. When you enter Heaven's Night, so again, there is subtlety in the original game. Like, you have to play the game over and over again to kind of piece together and realize, oh, you know, like you come up with your own theories as you're playing it over and over again. And they take the guesswork out of that and just make it like super overt. So with Maria in the original game, you meet her on the pier and you don't have any reason to believe. Although I'll tell you, in the original game, when the game starts and James is in that bathroom at like the truck stop or whatever, and he like puts his hand up to his face and everything, as soon as the game is playable, literally right next to the door to exit that bathroom are posters, which in the old version of the game, you can't actually tell what you're looking at because the texture resolution is so low. But it's actually a poster for the strip club with a picture of Maria on it. Like her face is right there, but the camera angle is so far back and stuff. So it's really subtle, like extremely subtle, to where you're seeing it immediately as the game starts, almost like in Fight Club when they would cut Brad Pitt in for a split one frame and like he would just pop onto screen and disappear before he shows up in the actual movie as a way to subliminally sort of insert him. They do sort of the similar thing with her there, but it's like you'd have to literally look at the texture file because it's so far away with the fixed camera angle and stuff, you can't actually tell that it's her. And even if you could see the texture file, it's still really hard to tell. But if you know what the texture originally was before they downsampled it to the size that it is, you're like, oh, wow, that's kind of brilliant. You know, you don't know that she's a dancer in the original game. Let me show you how things go. This is what happens when you get to the door. I think in both cases, it's the back door. You end up at the back door of Heaven's Night, the strip club.
It's no good. It's locked.
So this is meant to show that she's a little mysterious and resourceful.
Yeah, she is too.
She either picked it or unlocked it with keys.
Have to leave.
All right. Time for bed, kids.
No,
Going
you're
in the
not.
strip club. What an unappealing woman.
This is meant to be sexy. They thought this was sexy.
She got 3 keys last time.
Even my son realized.
Am I supposed to be impressed that you work at a strip club? Because I really am not.
Yeah. Now, this is one of the biggest things I fucking can't stand out of this game. Again, and I'm going to show you a couple things. I'm going to show you a bunch of stuff here that just personally, and if I had had more time, fuck it, man. Believe it. If we had a fucking week to prepare for this, I would be like, we'd spend 10 hours just on this topic. So thank God we don't have a week. But let me just show you something. I'm going to show you a playthrough of me entering the strip club from the back door and coming out the front door. I check absolutely every single thing that you can check in the strip club. Everything I check in this playthrough. I sped it up to six times faster than normal so that it doesn't take all night. It's 20 seconds here. 21 seconds, I think. I go in. I check that shit. I walk upstairs. I check a bunch of doors. The lock is broken on all of them, so you can't enter them except for one. I go in. This is the strip club. I check the pole. I'll show you that in a minute. That's basically it. I'm fucking out. That is all that happens. And I just showed you the part where you come down the fucking stairs. That's it. That is fucking everything that happens in the original game. Everything. Now, I'm going to show you one more thing. When you start playing a video game back in the day and you didn't press start to play, it would start playing like a
demo reel,
a preview, a demo. Yeah. So I'm going to show you something that's in that clip. It was originally shown as like the promo trailer at E3 or whatever in 2001 when the game came out. Okay. It's 7 seconds. It is just the segment I'm trying to show you. This is included in that little demo thing. That's it. That is the extent to which Maria is associated with the strip club. That is it. Now let me show you the remake. And I am showing you a clip that I downloaded off of YouTube because I took so many screenshots of how fucking horrendously hideous this character looks that my version of the recorded footage would be unusable here.
Maria?
There is no ass. None. There is no chest. Fucking none.
What? Come
How
on, don't
fucking
give me that
unappealing
look.
is that face?
I was just kidding.
What is this? Is this a special place you met?
Don't be silly. Just have to go through and out the front. Then again, now that we're here, can't we stay just for a little while? Catch our breath before we head back out there?
I don't have time to take a break. Mary could be out there, waiting for me.
I know. It's just... this place, this whole thing, it's like a nightmare. I just wanted to get away from it, even for a second. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
What a toxic woman.
I guess this place is getting to me, too. Am I crazy? You know, for thinking she could be here?
Crazy is one word for it, I guess. I can think of another.
What's that?
Hopeful.
Well, that's a nicer way of putting it.
Here.
What are you doing?
Something to take the edge off. No? You sure? Fine. Be that way. Here's to hope undying.
We should probably get going.
Fine. Ready when you are. You gonna dance for me, big guy? I'd pay to see that.
That was fucking painful. Reliving that. Holy shit. I meant to show you this before we got into there, but it doesn't matter. We can show it after. Mark Kern said, ha ha ha, please tell me this is fake. They made the strippers pregnant. Right? Now, as you guys undoubtedly saw. This is the stripper in the remake. They gave her like really, really tall high heels at least. That's not in the original. So, to be fair, this is the original. I had always thought, and now I don't know, but I had always thought that this was not her abdomen. That this was actually, in fact, her arm touching her bits. Right? I don't know if you guys can see that. But this game is based on a bunch of movies. Well, not based on, but like inspired by a bunch of Western movies that came out. And one of them is a movie called Blue Velvet. And the entirety of this strip club is a recreation of the strip club in that movie. And there's some other stuff we'll look at in a minute that is also from that movie. In fact, it's this fucking scene, the cuck closet scene, actually takes place in that movie as well. That's what inspired it. And yeah. So again, and I just want to reiterate, the original game, 20 seconds, I showed you like that speed run of checking absolutely everything. There's nothing salacious. Maria says goddamn nothing in there. There's no sexy dancing. There's no flirting. The thing that's really alluring about Maria in the original game is that she is not coming on to you, but the way she just naturally acts is, you know, that demure sexiness that, and I wouldn't like, again, I wouldn't say that there's like an attraction or whatever. Again, there's too much going against her in terms of the outfit, the Cameron Diaz look, all that shit that I just personally don't like. But I am not repulsed by her to the point where when I'm playing the game, I don't want her to be harmed. And bare minimum, you should not want that character to be harmed. In the remake, I tried to kill her myself. But when you point the gun at her, James puts the gun up when you look at characters that you'd like to kill. So yeah, that's fucking dog shit. And I'm very disappointed with that. Now, this person says, "Yup, the whole point of Maria was that she's the manifestation of James's inner desire and lust. Censoring it for any reasons will only undermine and degrade the whole game and story. That's why these people who take old franchises and constantly force their own opinions on it only cause it to fail over time, and why Konami panic delete the post mentioning modern audiences. The writers said that they modified dialogues and scenes slightly. I can't take Manria seriously because she looks like the Troon version of Prince Charming from Shrek 2, and the consulting firm Hit Detection is involved, so hard pass." Yeah, they're not kidding. Big yikes. Look at that fucking chin. Right? Now, I want to show you guys something real quick. I mean, obviously, I don't know if you want to talk about these disasters that I screenshotted when I was playing. How fucking... Have you ever met somebody who is overly confident in how sexy they are?
No, I don't get out.
Have you ever seen that? You ever seen a girl think she is all that, and you're just like, oh my God, you're repulsive. Get away from me, please.
Only in movies.
Right? But you've seen it. She exudes that energy in spades. I am so fucking desired. Look at me. Oh my God, I'm so fucking sexy. I have him wrapped around my... Look at that fucking face. Are you a fucking mom? What is wrong with this woman? You work at a strip club, really? Oh, he's going to be so turned on by the fact that I reached into my chest, pulled out the key, revealed to him, yeah, I fucking work here. I'm a stripper. Aren't you turned on? Oh my God. Yeah, fucking horrible. These are all the screenshots I took. I'm just looking for it. Oh God, we'll come back to that.
I was like, when we were back on that topic, I don't know if I muted myself or Randy muted me, but I was talking and I realized my mic was muted.
Oh really?
And like, so I literally went over to Amazon to look up Blue Velvet.
You found it? You found the thing I was talking about?
No. Criterion released it on 4K. And this was it. You know how the images that shows like some screenshots? That was right there.
Yeah, that's the scene. Good work. All right, let me show you some of this stuff here. Oh, by the way, Reese is in the game. Reese graffiti on the urinal. Right. All right, let me. So this is what happens when you check the stripper pole in the original PS2 game. Just a regular stage. There's nothing strange about it. Ironically,
stripper pole's kind of crusty though.
Ironically, there's actually nothing sexual about the strip club in the original game. In the remake, there's this weird pregnant-looking picture. There is a nurse's outfit from like the Halloween store sitting on a bench. And it's like, it's a reference to the nurses at Brookhaven Hospital you're about to encounter. The sexy nurses. Aren't you ready? Oh my God. Again,
I loved your son's reaction to that.
Yeah, my son was like, why would there be a nurse's outfit there? I'm like, yeah, why? This is so silly. Why would nurses be at a strip club? Right?
Just a couple of med school students.
Yeah. God, look at how fucking enormous her head is. Holy goddamn shit. Holy fuck. How is it so fucking big? Also, lack of ass, lack of tits, nothing. This is worse than Dragon Age. Holy fuck. Look, I don't want her to have an ass and tits so I can ogle them. I just want her to look like a fucking woman. Because when I look at this, that character on the left side of the screen there is supposed to be tempted by this. And if I am repulsed by this to the point where my dick is practically turning inside out, I can't get immersed in this fucking game. Because you couldn't even bother to do goddamn minimum amount of effort. You make this fucking monster. A fucking monster of a character. I'd rather fuck the monsters I'm beating to death with a pipe.
The nurses look better than this.
Fuck yeah, they do. At least they have the decency to have their faces covered. Goddamn monster ghoul, right? All right. So I got a couple more here. I just want to show you something else that triggered me pretty severely was coming up here. Let me grab a thing from off screen. We're gonna start pulling shit live. Let me show you something here. This triggered me on stream when it happened. You'll hear it. Oh, where the fuck is it? Where the fuck did it go? How did half of my shit just disappear?
I would say I think of us almost in.
Delete that. Sorry. I can't believe this shit is just disappearing on me. Okay, so let me go to movies. No. Desktop.
I think I'm gonna call her quits.
Okay.
Passing out here.
I'm almost done. Where the fuck is this? Hold on. Oh, that's why. Okay, here it is. Open. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick pee. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back. I promise. I promise. I'm sorry. Entertain everyone.
Don't leave me alone. Well, Dan says, I've seen women like Maria when I was a bartender. They would stay all night helping a guy would be desperate enough to buy them a drink. No? So, chat, how you doing? Hanging on, I guess? How many we got? 15 on Twitter. Let's go. Can't really see any comments on Twitter though, or replies.
I've returned. I promise. Okay.
Get back. Get back.
All right. I want to show you guys a clip real quick. I'm gonna show you guys a clip real quick.
Who is that?
Just a woman. Killed for no real fault of her own by moral, upstanding folk. Common
Fuck
theme, I
you.
guess.
What do you mean?
In history, you know?
By the Christians, huh? Okay. This plaque is in the original game. Okay. Inscribed Jennifer Carroll statue, victim of persecution by right? Now, so before, you had no way of knowing it was by the Christians, right? But the thing is that the irony of this actually is, right, that in Silent Hill, there's a cult called the Order. The Order is persecuted by the Christians because they're a satanic cult. Okay. the issue with this inscription and this inclusion in the game, and I'll play it for you again, is listen to what the DEI types decided to have Maria say that is not in the original game.
Who is that?
Just a woman. Killed for no real fault of her own. By moral
Killed not
upstanding.
on her own fault, by moral upstanding fault. A common theme in history. In history, you know, those Christians, they're always killing people. They're always hurting the innocent. Christians are so fucking bad, didn't you know?
Seriously.
Seriously.
No context given.
In the original context of the game, the Order has put up a monument. These Satanists have put up a monument honoring a fallen comrade persecuted by those big bad Christians. So in the remake, we need to make sure that we virtue signal to everybody, Christians are bad. Throughout history, didn't you know, Christians have always been bad. A fucking gut punch. Every step of the way. A kick to the balls. Right? Now, I got a couple more things here. I want to show you guys the rape scene. The Pyramid Head rape scene. I'm going to show you the original.
Is this going to be safe for YouTube?
Yeah. I'm going to show you the original, followed by the remake. Understand. I guess I haven't verbalized this in case it's not clear. I don't know if you noticed in the original thing where I showed you like going up to that tunnel. And I mentioned like in the original game, that's where you get the original item that you use to fight the monster. I don't know if you noticed, but that monster had kind of a nice ass, right? In the original Silent Hill 2, every creature has a nice ass. Every one of them. Because all of the monsters in Silent Hill 2 represent James's sexless marriage because his wife was dying of a disease. And the fact that his wife died 3 years ago. I mean, this guy is like peak horniness, right? The monsters represent his repressed sexuality. So the mannequins, the things that fucking spit acid at you, right? They all have a fucking ass. All right? And so Pyramid Head, so all of the creatures in the game that you kill, and that's fucking the point. You murder things that represent a feminine sexuality, right? You murder mannequins. You murder whatever the things are that spit acid out. You murder the bubblehead nurses, right? If you're going to defeat them, you don't have to murder them, but you know what I mean? Like you beat them senseless. You literally beat them with a pipe. A phallic object. That's the fucking point. Pyramid Head is the only masculine villain in the game. Right? I mean, there's some bosses that you could argue are masculine, but there's a subtext for a different character representing those, like with Angela and stuff. But Pyramid Head represents James's sexuality. Pyramid Head, when he's introduced, you see him for a brief moment behind bars. And then when you enter a room, he's introduced further in this scene I'm about to show you. And it is meant to be gratuitous. It's not, unsafe for YouTube or anything, but the idea behind it is that Pyramid Head is raping two mannequins simultaneously. Let me show it to you. Kind of a point also that James goes into the cuck closet. Like he's hiding and watching. I mean, he's partially hiding because he's afraid of Pyramid Head, but he's also afraid of his own sexuality. That's the goddamn subtext of the entire fucking game. If you look at Pyramid Head's hands, You can see that his fingers are kind of like combined, like an old polygonal, character like this. See those? That's why they gave him the condom hands in the remake. I'm guessing they're trying to recreate that, even though it was a structural issue. I don't think it was intended. All right, I just want to point out, did it look like he was getting hit in the metal? Did it sound like he was getting hit in the metal? No, it fucking didn't. Watch the stupid bullshit they do in the goddamn motherfucking remake. Instead of a threesome, which makes it extra sexy, watch what happens. Tell me if this even seems sexual at all. Does this seem like sexual violence or regular violence? You hear a tiny bit of like a zipper for a second. It's really like a squeaky, like, latex kind of noise, but run into the cuck closet. Now look, his body is completely exposed, except for his head, protected by a metal helmet. If you were going to shoot a gun at this creature, what would be the optimal thing to shoot at? Motherfucker, are you kidding me? That'll teach him.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was still muted.
Once again, is it sexual violence or regular violence?
Regular violence. Like, why didn't he just shoot him in the back as he was walking away? Yeah.
It completely misses the sexual undertone of that. It is goddamn fucking important. How important is it? Okay, let me show you the next time you run into Pyramid Head in the same place. Let me show you how that goes in the original versus in the remake. You tell me if this is meant to be sexual or not. Listen carefully, and I hope you have headphones on if you're watching this around your parents or something. Seems a little sexual, didn't it? Oh, what's this? Is this sexual violence? Or is it regular violence?
Well, that was weird.
Could you have missed the point more intentionally? I don't think so. Now, I have more to talk about, but first I just want to show you some of the funny shit that's happened while we were recording. You guys kind of heard it already with the original clip where I was showing like the original outfit thing she was holding. Randy had a soundboard going, and it was fucking hilarious. So I'm going to show you that in a second, but first I want to show you a glitch that happened.
Boy, I sure do love these monsters. My favorite.
You're not gonna slow it, heaven knows you try.
Can you stop barfing right there?
It's an infinite barf machine.
Yeah.
The barf and he just
Whoa, that's disgusting.
Yeah, so in that hallway, I have a never-ending barf machine, and then just legitimately. So I'll just say that particular creature is significantly less irritating up until a point in the remake. Later on, out of nowhere, it starts like when it dies, it barfs straight up in the air, and it's fucking annoying. The mannequins, however, used to be the least feared creature in the game, and they are now the enemy I want to run into the least. They are so difficult comparatively, right? Which is a good thing. Like, this is a good change to the game. So I just want to show you, I got my ass handed to me in this sequence.
I feel like we saw Pyramid Head a little too early.
I say that because they extended the duration of the game, so you see him early
Welcome
and then you don't
home.
see him again.
Is it a party? Are you dancing? Oh, yeah, baby. Oh.
I can't believe.
Oh, God.
Do you think Alan's dancing?
I hate that.
That thing is actually incredibly difficult to defeat.
I was just saying, distract you with sex, but we keep behind from
Yeah,
behind.
exactly.
No.
I cannot believe I
There
didn't
hasn't
die
been a
during this
save
segment.
button forever, and I have to help things. And then Pyramid Head steps in, right? Ah.
Yeah. Anyway, that was just saying, if you haven't been watching the live streams, they're pretty fun. All right. So I want to grab some stuff from off screen here and wrap up this topic. So let's look at this real quick. So I don't have as big of a problem with Angela, only because the main character is not supposed to fall in love with her. Like the player character is not supposed to want to protect her as heavily as you are supposed to with Maria. You're not supposed to fall for her charms and whatnot as you are with Maria. But she's also pretty ugly, you know. So let me showcase this real quick. I thought this was pretty funny.
You could just force me. Like he always did.
Bitch, don't flatter yourself, please. I wouldn't even rape you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, no more subtlety. Everything that was subtle about the game originally, no more. We don't get that anymore. When I originally played this game, all the way back in like 2003 or whatever it was, I didn't pick up on the fact that Angela's father was abusing her. Like, it took me years to realize that's what's going on. She's looking for her family in Silent Hill. At one point, you find her holding a knife. She used this knife to murder her father. All of this stuff is derived after playing the game multiple times, having it simmer in your brain, having experienced the full game, and then playing it again, and then being like, oh, fuck. That was significant. All of it is subtle. It's fucking subtle. In the remake, it's, or you could just force me like he always did. I knew that I was not going to like this game. The thing that hurts the most about it, though, is that it had the potential to be fucking spectacular. There are parts of this thing that are goddamn brilliant. And I will spend the rest of my goddamn life wondering what it could have been had they not been fixated on the wrong bullshit metrics with these DEI inserted self-important bullshit shit. Right? It sucks, man. I fucking hate being in this position. All right, let's wrap up this topic. Let me actually, let's look at chats real quick. Luigi says, well, actually, let's read this first. Yeah, Maria's supposed to be a sexy version of his wife. He was in a sexist marriage because his wife was so sick and she represents his unpent desires. The changes break the narrative structure. Yeah. What if he is neither type 1A, 2B? What if he himself calls type 3C or something? Even then, video games are never for idiots. You ever played Roblox? What is wrong with her face? Fuck, man, everything. Grand Maria. The bar scene reminds me of The Shining, where Jack sits at the bar and a ghost serves him. The idea being that Jack is under the influence of the hotel and seeing things that aren't there. Speaking of The Shining, in the original Silent Hill 2, there are posters on the fucking wall that are torn up, so you only see strips of them, and it's the poster of The Shining with Jack Nicholson's face through the door going, here's Johnny. Just one more thing. I've seen women like Maria when I was a bartender. They would stay all night hoping a guy would be desperate enough to buy them a drink. LOL on the speakers. What? I wouldn't even rape you is a quote from Sargon of Akkad. Yep, it is. He said it to a feminist on Twitter, and she tried to have him arrested. Yeah, he was trolling her. Absolutely. You caught the reference. All right. So I want to show you guys a couple things here. I'm just going to grab them from off screen. I'm going to put that in this order. I'm going to move this. Oh, that can stay there. I'm going to close that. I'm going to close that. I'm going to close that. Yeah, so let me just show you this real quick. So just as a reminder, this is what that character originally looked like. Right? Am I showing the wrong thing? I'm not showing that, am I?
We're still on the...
I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Okay, so this is what Angela originally looked like. Okay? Originally, this character is like 16. The idea was previously a person who is molested and made to perform sexually related things too early in life, it causes them to mature prematurely, right? That's the original idea of Angela. Now, the reason I don't have a problem as much with the new model is because the new model actually looks really close to the in-game model versus the cutscene model of Angela. So it doesn't really bother me. Once again, she's not supposed to be the object of desire in the game. Maria is. She is meant to be a third-party character that has her own tragedy unfolding while James is looking for his wife. And she has a great story, and I'm looking forward to continuing to try to figure out what they do, out of morbid curiosity. But that's what she originally looked like, and I'm okay with them changing it. Like, she doesn't have to look like a fucking supermodel. That's fine. Maria fucking should, though. God damn it. All right, let me pull some shit from off screen here. Just 1 second. Cool. All right, that's actually not that hard. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, Silent Hill 2 Remake fans are loving this amazing HD Easter egg. All right, let me pull something up over here. Everybody ready for this?
I'm so ready to go to bed.
Remember this? Remember this thing that I've been decrying? The thing that I haven't opened? The thing I only bought because I wasn't sure that my PS2 was actually going to allow me to play and stream the original PS2 version of the game. Thank fucking God it did. As you can see, this is still fucking
sealed.
Still sealed. Because I refuse to fucking play this dog shit, the HD collection for Silent Hill 2 and 3. In this game, if you can fucking believe it, when they up-resed the textures, remember these textures, the ones that load the eyeballs on the teeth and vice versa during cutscenes because it's so dog shit. They made Silent Hill Ranch written in Comic Sans. Yeah. So here's what they did in the remake as a reference to this. If you clip through an area you're not supposed to get to, see, somebody says, not Comic Sans, sad face. Because this idiot grew up. Sorry, Warrior 64. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that about you. You're not an idiot. This guy played the remake, the remaster, rather, the HD collection, right? Oh, not Comic Sans. Thank fucking God, right? But if you are able to get into that range, which, by the way, in New Game Plus, you can go in there. That's where you get the chainsaw, right? But there's a part of it that if you're able to clip through it, you can actually see Silent Hill Ranch. They recreated the sign with the Comic Sans and stuck it inside of the barn. So if you happen to get in there through clipping through it incorrectly, like a glitch, you actually right. Now, in addition to that, early Silent Hill 2 remake mods remove hair sheen, the fog, and even turn the game into Sunny Hills instead of Silent Hills. So I don't understand why this looks so fucking awful unless this is what it looks like on PC instead of PS5, which I assume it is because it's mod, right? It doesn't look this egregious when I'm playing it, right? But they made a mod here that removes the sheen. They also made one that removes the fog, right? They also made one that brings the sun out. Right? Wow, what a difference that makes.
Makes the sky, removes all the clouds, makes the sky blue, sunshine and rainbows and stuff.
They made one that takes the face model of the original James from the original game. They made one, I don't know what this does, with PS2 hardware. That looks awful. No way. This one puts the Comic Sans thing back. Right? Right. Now there's also one that makes Angela look immediately a lot fucking better. Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
amazing that literally all you have to do is take away the manly jaw and oh my god, it actually looks like a goddamn girl, doesn't it?
Yep.
Wow.
Incredible.
She is minorly better looking. Like, this isn't an overhaul. This doesn't make her drop dead gorgeous. But you know what it does do? It makes her look believably female.
Right.
And that is all that we goddamn want, you fucking assholes. Meanwhile, a much better mod taking characters, I think, from First Descendant with the Japanese dub for Silent Hill 2 Remake. Would you play this version?
霧が出ているけど、一本道は追わないと思う。
ありがとう。
その町はなんていうか。
Maybe.
Woo! Can't wait to see Maria. Holy fuck.
I could be tempted.
ごめん。
いいさ。お母さんは見つかった？
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I'll play the shit out of that. Hell yeah.
I'd play that with my guitar.
Yeah, okay.
Riff Master, there it is.
All right. So let's look at the last one here. As the game progresses, James's model actually looks more tired and dirtier. So this is how the character looks in game originally, right?
The start. He does kind of look like Sean Bean, just a little bit.
He's not that character though.
I know, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
he looks kind of like Sean Bean.
Yeah. So these are the differences here. Let me put that up in the top left corner. So you see the difference here? That's how he looks like when you start the game. And you can also see in his jacket, right, that things are going to get dirtier. So as you progress through the game, James looks more exhausted, bloodshot eyes, more weary. His lips even look more dehydrated. This is all I fucking want, right? And the purpose of the game, this is something that's really important. If you watch my playthrough, when you start the game, the story is that your wife, who's been dead for 3 years, sent you a letter telling you that she's in Silent Hill waiting for you in your special place. That letter is in your inventory. And you can check your inventory in the game periodically, right? Or, I mean, anytime you want, but if you check it periodically, you'll actually see as the game is progressing, stuff starts to fucking happen to that letter. Like parts of it start missing. Like the letter goes from being in an envelope to where you lose the fucking envelope. And then the letter starts to be blank. And the picture of your wife can start to change. You know, this game is designed specifically. Again, it is such unbelievable subtext that you don't even realize how much effort was put into the game until you've played it over and over and over again. It is truly a fucking masterpiece with how much effort was put into that original game. And this is exactly the kind of thing that I'm really impressed with the game, that as you go through the game and as you continue with all the shit this character goes throughout the game, you look more tired, and it happens slowly. You don't realize it's even happening until you see the comparison like this. I just arrived. Oh, fuck, get me the fuck out of here. Anyway, I look forward to living in a world where they patch out the ugliness, restore the game to what it should have been. Stop putting shit in it that makes you feel like they're attacking you for liking the original. Like, I'm just so tired of being treated as though I am an awful person when I have done nothing wrong, but merely exist. I'm so fucking tired of dealing with this shit. So, anyway, I think...
And that's what they want. That's exactly what they want.
They want you weary and exhausted and feeling horrible, right? But anyway, that is my coverage for Silent Hill 2 Remake. I am going to continue to play it, probably tomorrow night. I'm in Brookhaven Hospital, so we're going to see the nice nurses with their nice fishnet stockings and whatnot coming up soon. So if you guys are interested, I invite you to join us in those streams. They're a lot of fun. Although my kids make them difficult at times. but yeah. So anyway, we're going to wrap that up there for that topic, and let's move into release news. Thank God we're going to be able to skip right stuff, right?
Yeah.
So,
nothing there.
So let's look at a couple things here. Oh, fuck, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I'm sorry. All right, so let's go into this news here. So Crunchyroll wrote an article. My new boss is Goofy manga and more joined 7C's lineup. So they got Fairy Cat, Sex Drive. Oh my God, let's read about that. Holy shit. Oh my God. June's life is turned upside down when she is afflicted with a strange disease and becomes a Venus. As a Venus, June produces excessive pheromones and can go into an intense heat, affecting those around her, which makes her quite the liability. After she is inevitably fired from her job, her only option is to work with an intelligence agency that specializes in sex espionage. Unfamiliar and inexperienced.
Why did they call it sexpionage? Come on.
Unfamiliar and inexperienced with both spy work and sex, June is paired with the aloof and handsome Isui to help June become more comfortable and used to the more intimate parts of the job. Isui takes the lead, teasing and touching June in ways she's never before experienced. But when she's brought to the brink of pleasure, begging for him to go further, he can't. Despite Isui's dysfunction. What dysfunction? Is he dickless? Is he a woman?
Is he gay?
And June's shyness. A desire grows between them as they embark on their missions. But things between them are sure to remain purely professional, right? So I'm guessing this is like a neto rare, like cucking fetish thing where he can't get it up. And so she goes on the missions and has sex with the villains and then comes back and they like kiss or hold hands or some shit. I don't know. Anyway, there's also the long
That's
summer.
the really not a stuff, the holding hands part.
Oh, God. Oh, it's too lewd. The long summer of August 31st. Survival in another world with my mistress. Kosuke suddenly wakes up alone in a vast forest that clearly isn't anywhere on Earth. Now he has to find some way to eat, drink, and survive. Luckily, Kosuke also has the power to craft, using a special video game menu that allows him to harvest resources and build whatever he can imagine. However, every time he goes to sleep, he's attacked by one of the many non-human races of this world, all of whom despise humankind. Enter Sylphie, the beautiful dark elf who lays claim to Kosuke and vows to protect him. After all, she's taken him as her property. Oh, shit. The NPCs in this village sim game must be real. Black blood. Whoa. Wow. Dear Lord. And my new boss is Goofy. Remember the article title? My new boss is Goofy manga and more during 7C's lineup. Yeah, so you might argue that my new boss is Goofy is
It's
like
probably that header
the
image.
most important thing in the article. The thing that they deemed was so goddamn important that it needed to go in the goddamn title because it being mentioned is the thing that's going to get clicks. Guess what? Guess which specific one they fucked up on? My new boss is Goofy. Oh, wait, what's this a picture of? I'm in love with the older girl next door. Fucking bravo.
10 out of 10.
Goddamn idiots.
10 out of 10 would read again.
Yeah. All right, let's go into right stuff news. Guess what's in right stuff news? Fucking nothing. Let's keep going. All right.
Because
So you guys
they
remember?
dropped everything, like they dropped everything in like a week.
Mhm.
Like all the publishers, like the last time we had like 30 plus items, and now it's just like there's nothing, and it's all you're probably gonna drop this week or something. And then next podcast we're gonna have 30 plus items to cover again.
Yeah. So My Hero Academia Season 5 Walmart exclusive Blu-ray. You guys remember we talked about this? Previously we covered it as a WTK tweet. You might look at this and think, is it me or just that image?
Now that I look at it,
Kind of looks like they squashed and stretched it, doesn't it? It kind of looks a little weird. Deku looks a little. He looks a little stretched vertically, doesn't he?
maybe.
Courtesy of Greenline, who found this, I will show you now why that is. My Hero Academia Season 5 Walmart exclusive Blu-ray plus DVD are in DVD cases. They are so fucking lazy that they actually took the artwork and squashed and stretched it.
Yep.
To fit the aspect ratio of a DVD case. Goddamn believable.
Right.
How fucking lazy are they at Crunchyroll?
Well, I mean, but the thing is,
And also, why the fuck are you putting it in a DVD case?
but the thing is, like, it'd be even lazier just to reuse the same Blu-ray size artwork. They wouldn't have had to squash and stretch.
Dude, I swear to God,
Or whatever.
their thought process was, well, you know,
So inconsistent.
people who shop at Walmart, they live in the past. They're fucking poor. They don't even have a Blu-ray player.
They deserve it.
If they saw something Blu-ray height, their brain skips right over it. They don't even see that shit. Let's
real.
put it in a DVD box for the Walmart.
It's like for real, like it's so weird. Like all the TV, like none of Blu-ray TV series sets at Walmart whatsoever. You know, or well, like maybe the new releases, but like with the complete sets that they put out that have Blu-ray counterparts, they only have the DVD ones.
Horrible. Anyway, moving past this, I'd like to show you guys something. I'd like to show you a tragedy. A tragedy that is Media Blasters.
A tragedy in 2 tweets.
Couple tweets, 4 tweets actually. Media Blaster says, "Is there any doubt that it will be shipping next week? Newly scanned and restored for Fudo, the next generation got a 4K Ultra HD."
Is this Media Blaster's first 4K?
I think it might be. Wow. Guess what? Quote tweet from Justin Savakis. So stoked to get this. It was a fun project. So Media Blasters, or at least Justin Savakis, was involved in authoring.
Media OCD, or at least Justin Savakis.
They were involved in authoring this disc, right? Which is good. It means it's going to be good, right? It's going to be good quality.
Probably, most likely.
So Media Blasters then attempts to say thank you. But they are so fucking incompetent that instead of replying to Savakis' tweet, they replied to their own tweet and said, "You did a great job. Thank you." To which somebody replied,
Put a like on that shit.
Oh my god. Media blasters, I love you, but you are fucking dumb as a bag of rocks. Oh my god.
Oh man.
That was wonderful.
That's true. That was
All right.
great.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I remind you that you can shop at Stealthweed.
Oh yeah. I intend to buy some shirts.
Yeah, definitely buy this one. My wife wears it, and I gotta tell you,
I'm not gonna buy the pink.
through it. They feel so good through it.
I don't think it should accentuate my natural curves.
Oh, there's also the OCA Porncast shirt that you can buy from OCApodcast.com/store.
I was wearing that till a couple hours ago.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's a good shirt. Pretty comfortable. It's actually a premium shirt. That's why it costs a little bit more. All right. Also, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid Irudu figure is quite stacked. Stacked, to say the least. Yeah. Here you go.
Thick thighs save lives, you know?
I really want to make that shirt. What did I say last podcast? The single life didn't choose me. It's just illegal to date me, right? No, I didn't choose the single life. It's just illegal to date me. Yeah.
I need that shirt.
Yeah, I did have you in mind.
Thanks.
All right. In other news, exclusive. Naruto Shippuden and Transformers team up for Kurama and Gamakichi Robo. Of course they did.
Why? Why?
Wait a
Who
minute.
asked you
Wait, okay. So I thought that this creature like turns into this one. No, it's two separate ones. What do they turn into? Okay, they turn into the nine-tailed fox.
Oh my.
Oh, I'm too tired for this shit.
I mean, that is kind of neat, but like, why?
I couldn't possibly top this, right? You're wrong.
Oh my god, no!
All right, I'm gonna sit on this roll. Sesame Street Kaiju.
I want the big bird so bad. I don't. Maybe. Fuck! I want all three of them.
Right. Something about their faces. I like how Grover is on the tail. Godzilla. All right. Make miniatures of your miniatures with this kit from Mozu. When I first looked at this, my stupid brain thought that this was a display that you cut into the wall next to your fucking like power outlet or your light switch outlet, right? And you just put your figures, your little miniatures in there, right? That is not what this fucking is. This shit is goddamn microscopic. This thing is so fucking funny. So fucking mini, right? Do you start to understand what we're looking at here? See, this is the box the entire thing comes in. It's misleading to think that this is the same size as this. No. That's the size of that. Holy fuck. This is so goddamn small. Look at that shit. Are you fucking serious? It's so goddamn tiny.
Yeah.
That is 100 yen. What is this, like a freaking contact lens case? Look at these. Look how fucking tiny this shit is.
What is this model for ants?
It's for ants, right? It's so fucking small. Look at that.
Jesus Christ.
When they say that it is a miniature for your miniatures, What they mean is that this is built to be the size that your miniature would interact with. Holy fuck. Impressive. All right. Kirby hoodie recalled due to English spelling mistake, Carby. Now,
Kirby's got the best seat in the house.
I don't know if you know this, but there is a Carby, and he's right there. Right? That's Carby. That's the Carby right there. The Kirby that's also a Carby. Let me grab him.
Grab that Kirby.
No, I dropped him. Wait, I caught him. Awesome.
Quite the athlete you are.
Yeah. That's Carby. All right. Kirby hoodie recall due to English spelling mistake. Carby. Japanese clothing store Shimomura is recalling a Kirby hoodie and offering refunds to anyone who purchased the now. I don't know if you noticed, but I finished this drink. So,
are you a fish?
Of course not. Japanese clothing store Shimomura is recalling a Kirby hoodie and offering refunds for anyone who purchased the now sought-after item with the name spelled Carby instead of Kirby. Look, man, as far as I'm concerned, if you wear blue jeans underneath this thing, it's accurate still, right?
Right. That's gonna be sought after. Like nobody's gonna return that shit. That's gonna be like a limited edition. They're gonna be selling that for like 10 times their original.
So the reason that it's happened is because Kirby in Japanese is Ka-B. And in Japanese, the dash in katakana usually implies that it becomes an R. So Ka-B. Which if it's Kirby, yeah, perfect. Because you can't use Ki in Japanese because that'd be Kirby, right? So, yeah, they just fucked up. So here's a look at the Carby era hoodie next to what it's supposed to look like. Thank you. Thank you for the visual. Given that Kirby's name and pronunciation in Japanese are closer to Kabi, like I said, the mistake likely doesn't look as jarring to the Japanese, but it certainly makes for a good collector's item for those who know better and will likely net them more on the aftermarket than the price of a refund. Fashion Center Shimomura posted a tweet about the misprint and shared a link for people who want refunds. Kirby hoodie was released on September 25th. Oh, goody. Glad to know. All right. Just taking in. What is this? The where's this girl from with the bow and stuff?
I don't know.
All right, moving on. Randy, I'm sorry that you're not here. In fact, I'm going to skip the stop. All right. Let us jump directly in to the Yakuza member arrested on charges of using insurance to pay for his severed finger treatment. Don't chop off your own finger if you're not prepared to pay out of pocket to get sewn up afterward. So, I'll just keep reading. They're going to tell you. I don't need to explain this. Not that you'd ever want to lose a finger, but if you do find yourself in that situation, Japan is a pretty good place for it to happen. Thanks to the country's well-developed medical infrastructure and national health insurance system. For example, last year, Matsuhiro Nochi went to a medical facility in Tokyo and told the staff that he'd been in an accident that ended with one of his fingers being severed. And not only were they able to patch him up, Japan's national health insurance covered 40,000 yen, $285 US, of his medical expenses. Nochi benefited from the system again a month later when, after returning to his home in Gifu City, he needed follow-up treatment, and insurance saved him an additional 5,000 yen. However, the 58-year-old Nochi has now been arrested on charges of insurance fraud. This might seem surprising, since while it's not so hard to fake internal damage, such as intestinal. Wait. While it's not so hard to fake internal damage, such as intestinal disorders or whiplash, you can't really fake losing a finger. Okay. Not sure how you fake the other stuff, but we'll keep going. Nochi's legal troubles don't stem from pretending to lose a digit, though, but from lying about how it happened, since he severed his own finger on purpose, according to the authorities. All this talk of criminal activity and lopping off fingers might have you thinking of the Yakuza practice known as Yubi, which means finger, Yubi-sume, pardon. Essentially, when a member of one of Japan's organized crime syndicates majorly screws up, the traditional way to atone for it is by cutting a portion of their pinky off. Sure enough, an investigation into Nochi's insurance claims found that he's an officer in the Rokudaime Yamaguchi Gumi, Japan's largest Yakuza organization. It said that Yubitsume became a custom because severing part of the pinky makes it difficult to keep a firm grip on the handle of a knife or sword, thus symbolizing a Yakuza acknowledging that his transgression was so great he's not fit to fight directly as a member of the organization. However, in the modern era, Yubitsume also implicitly embodies another solemn resolution: paying your own resulting medical expenses.
That's the worst part of it.
That's like, fuck, it wasn't so bad, except for the part where I got stiff with the $285 bill. Japan's national health insurance doesn't cover self-inflicted finger severing, and so claiming that a Yubitsume wound was an accident and accepting insurance benefits for it is illegal. Oh man, I can't imagine a crime lord doing something illegal. The Gifu Prefectural Police say that, to their knowledge, this is the first time for Yubitsume-related insurance fraud to lead to an arrest. Oh, well, the part where it led to an arrest, maybe, but I don't believe it's the first time. The other stuff. Though Yubitsume is often portrayed in films as a sign that someone has left the life of crime behind, it's not exclusive to those who have severed ties with the criminal organization, and Nochi is described by investigators as being an active Yamaguchi Gumi member, and 2 other members of Nochi's subdivision within the syndicate have also been arrested on charges of collusion in the insurance claim. Any thoughts?
Not really. I mean, it's funny, but no.
Old man says that you laugh like Ernie from Sesame Street.
I sent you a link in the private chat.
Oh, did you? I gotta hear it. That's a laugh? Whoa. Mixed signals there. Oh, God. Whew. Pretty Cure official asks adult cosplayers to refrain from talking to kids. Yeah, you degenerate fucks. The official Pretty Cure website has posted a notice to all adults attending events to refrain from cosplaying and talking to kids after reports of grown-up fans causing trouble at past events. Here's a translation of the notice posted on the website. Quote, requests and precautions for customers attending the performance. For this performance, adult customers who are cosplaying are prohibited from attending and watching the performance. We ask for your understanding. There have been reports of adult customers shouting or yelling at other children, which has resulted in children being frightened. In order for everyone to enjoy the performance, we ask adult customers in particular to be very careful. Photography, video recording, and audio recording are strictly prohibited except during dance lecture time. In addition, the main character, or the MC, not the main character, the MC, like the Master of Ceremonies, will announce the times when photography is possible during dance lecture time. Please note that photography using tripod, selfie sticks, etc. is prohibited. Thank you for your understanding. While there hasn't been any recent reports of adult Precure cosplayers causing trouble with kids, a transgender OG-san dressed in a Precure costume was spotted touching young girls at an official event, which prompted a warning message from Toei Animation. We covered that.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy. The part about the kids being frightened is likely referencing a separate incident from the same event in which a woman and her daughter were followed to their car by another suspicious individual wearing a Precure costume after the young girl felt scared and began crying to get away from the individual. Fuck, man, these people are creeps. All right. Now we need to decide what our SpongeBob is going to be, because apparently I didn't pick one ahead of time.
Oh, I thought that was a SpongeBob.
You wish.
I mean, it's already 3:30.
It is. Wait, but there could be a SpongeBob in our future. Just hold on. Let me fucking show
you. You have 1 minute before I
Osaka zookeeper caught stealing chimpanzee's food. I think we can do better. We'll save that one for a future.
I think it's.
Oh, should we talk about the Kentucky State Fair porn?
Might as well get it over with. Go for it.
Get that one?
We had the miniature one, so we might as well.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Here we go, boy. Let me stop screen sharing that because I can't find that window anymore. All right, here we go. Window. All right. You guys ready for this? According to the New York Post, Kentucky State Fair removes a ribbon-winning miniature after realizing it depicted a porn set. Let's be real. The judges who awarded it knew exactly what it was. The people above them said, "Whoa, no, you can't give them the award." Here, let me start by showing this clip. Yeah.
Now, you will not be getting paid, but pretty bad.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I can't believe it. And they actually won.
And it won.
Yeah. Yeah.
An appropriate backdrop for that one too.
Holy fuck, right? All right. A winning miniature set in the Kentucky State Fair entitled The Casting Couch was removed from display for being inappropriate after officials realized it depicted an infamous adult film set. What? No. Preston Polling's set, which nabbed a third place prize, was minimally constructed and consisted of white walls, a door, a window with blinds, a gray carpet, a black leather couch, a battered office chair, and a computer monitor connected to a camera. Closer examination shows that the computer screen was a replica of the couch on the screen and has a red circle in the upper right-hand corner indicating a record button. The whole thing is basically just an inside joke, Poling told the Post Friday. I wanted to enter it into the fair to see if people could catch on to the concept. Either you get the joke or you don't. You're either a degenerate or you're not, right? Poling, 42, said he deliberately avoided putting his magnetic title placard on the set when he entered it. Instead, he waited to see if people would connect the tawdry dots. The design was awarded third place in the I Did It My Way category. A more open-ended entry option. I submitted a piece that was kitschy, he insisted. It's just tongue-in-cheek. The self-taught builder said he wasn't trying to be inappropriate or offensive, but wanted people to have fun with his display, adding that some miniature exhibits can be a bit repetitive and could run the risk of turning into a snooze fest. Fucking win. Win.
I would have voted for it.
I want to do the thing with the miniature where I cut a hole in the wall and pulling out at that the guys who may have been dragged to look at the miniature displays, got to enjoy a build that was meant specifically for them in an area they might not otherwise be entertained. He said that he put a lot of effort into making the build look cheap and rough-hued, using pastels, lacquer, and sandpaper to make the furniture look somewhat worn. Photos of the naughty display even show a sweat stain on the couch to imply it was indeed used. The drama unfolded when Poling was alerted by friends that his design had vanished. He posted a missing alert on his Instagram page, the bearded miniaturist. And when he went down to the fairgrounds, he saw that his set was indeed absent. The Kentucky State Police were called. The fucking police were called! After it was initially thought his popular set was stolen. Okay. Only to learn in the melee that it had been removed. The miniaturist was told the build was removed because it was deemed inappropriate, but said the state fair has allowed him to keep his winning ribbons and the other miniatures on display at the fair. Poling had also won Best in Show for his miniature scene from AMC's The Walking Dead and a craftsmanship award for his miniature based on the classic book Goodnight Moon. The artist, who owns a residential painting company in Louisville, he picked up the design hobby in 2020 out of boredom from the pandemic, recreating the iconic living room from Frasier. The set won first place in the dollhouse category at that year's fair. Entries submitted to the fair were routinely reviewed throughout the event, and the entry in question has been removed from the display at this time, the Kentucky State Fair said in a statement Friday night when asked about the set snafu. Damn. This isn't Poling's first racy run-in with fair officials. A piece he described as a, quote, creepy sex dungeon was removed before judging last year. Give me photos of that one. Come on. All right, I think we can keep this going. We'll do one more. What do we got here? Let me see. Should we talk about the controversial new law that makes sex toys of non-Chinese size illegal to stop exodus of young women?
Go for it.
All right. Let me. I feel so good to get these out of the way. All right. Let me show you guys this. This is the Reddit post with a great headline. China, new controversial law makes sex toys of non-Chinese size illegal to stop exodus of young women. The great dildo nerf of 24, right? You think we're covering this before 2025, right? All right, so this is the only article I could find on it from Breaking News and Religion. Whatever.
Wow. Finally.
The Chinese government announced this morning its intent to regulate the size of sex toys in the country as part of a large program to rectify the country's demographic gender imbalance. With this new law coming into force tomorrow throughout China, all sex toys representing male genitalia organs become strictly regulated. All models larger than 6 centimeters, 2.5 inches, or with a diameter of more than 1.5 inches, are strictly prohibited.
What the fuck?
And honestly, most of the sex toys people buy in the West are probably manufactured in China, right? Are strictly prohibited. And the possession of such items is liable to a fine of $1,500 per item.
Come and get them, coppers.
The same penalty applies for any model, quote, allowing more than 12 minutes of continual use without softening or deflating.
What the fuck?
Do they make dildos that go flaccid? Like, if you got more than 12 minutes of use, fucking God, that's just unfair to the Chinese men. Like,
Good lord.
The same penalty applies for any model allowing more than 12 minutes of continual use without softening or deflating to represent the average sexual vitality of Chinese men.
12 minutes?
Honestly, if you're inside for 12 minutes, fucking bravo, right? Like, that's not a simple feat, I think, for most guys, right? In a long speech broadcasted on the state-controlled media, Wang Wai-ju, great name, a spokesman for the Ministry of Justice, praised.
Could I put an N in there? When Wang-ju?
Imagine being the guy who's responsible to give the press release about the government's decision to remove dicks that might be considered bigger than the national average. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Justice praised the controversial law as a key part of a larger program to rectify the gender imbalance in China. Quote, "We have to protect China from the perverted sex industry, which spreads unrealistic expectations among Chinese women and encourages them to leave the country." The government also announced various financial incentives for young women from a list of 11 Asian countries to move to China and marry Chinese men. Do you like unsatisfying sexual encounters that last less than 12 minutes? Come to China. Several feminist organizations in China and across the world already reacted to the controversial program. The largest women's organization in China, the All China Women's Federation, published a communique saying the law will have the opposite effect. Quote, "Chinese women are already frustrated and suffering from too much control. Those who are dissatisfied at home will now have to flee China just to find decent sex toys to compensate." Well, let's continue. Is there more?
Might as well just get more men.
Fucking goddamn. All right. Well, my friend, we can call it there. Holy shit, 23 viewers. I know those are lies. That's 15 lying people on Twitter. I know you're not really there. Fuck you.
You don't exist.
You don't exist. If you did, you'd have commented. Right? I called it. You're liars. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is time. No. I don't want to use the browser's intro.
No. I made a different one.
I was thinking we could use the I'm Coming Day and Night. How's that sound?
No, use the browser one. I made a special one.
Oh shit! Can you reapply it? Or is it just at the bottom? Fuck. We need to move it. We need to move the whatever one you made to the top. Where is it? Is it in the intros and outros?
It's in brand one. Oh shit! You moved it.
I didn't move it. Where is it?
It's in brand one.
Outro video.
I'll do it. I got it. Where am I? Just not loading.
Oh, what a pain in the ass.
There you go.
All right, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. It is another 6-hour stream. How the fuck does this keep happening? I'm going to be gone next weekend as I will be in Salt Lake City. If you're there, say hi. And then maybe, just maybe, I might be able to do a show after I get back. Maybe, possibly. Join me tomorrow for Silent Hill. See ya.